back to society, because it becomes a bigger problem.
Oh, well, let's take you through the conversation for this morning before we run to the papers and then step into the conversation, actually. ICPC probes new fake agency. Allied People's Movement, APM, demands probe of 12 trillion naira subsidy gap. Now, we'll talk about that. But before we get into that conversation, quickly take a look at what the papers have for us this morning. First daily newspaper has these headlines. We can't keep counting bodies. Obi demands action on killings. Security kill 6 suspected gunmen in Anambra raid. NDLEA arrests 101-year-old great-grandmother. So her daughter is it's family business, for selling drugs in sachets. 2027, no election should destroy Nigeria's unity. APC chairman warns. Rescue 6 kidnapped victims. Recover cash in Katsina. Releasing Tinubu's U.S. drug files will disgrace Nigeria. Buratai. Melaye to sue U.S. boss Adedeji over APC campaign role. Nollywood legend Taiwo Hassan Ogogo dies after cancer battle. INEC published campaign spending limits. All right. So those are the headlines from First Daily newspaper. We'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll be looking at new agencies that the ICPC has discovered and what should be done as investigation continues. Thus, well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission said President Tinubu ordered the arrest of George Nwabweze, who was the national coordinator of the National Brands Development and Made in Nigeria Special Project Office. Well, ICPC alleged the office a fake federal agency operating in the office of the Secretary General of the Federation Complex without presidential approval. Nwabweze has been posting documents on LinkedIn, including a purported July 19, 2010 Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation letter and an October 3, 2025 appointment letter naming him Executive Director. Now, this is a 16-year program in the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation Office. Now, the big question is, how can you discover it? Why wait until 2026 to discover it? I mean, an agency that has operated for 16 years. Well, that's a question some Nigerians are asking. Now, in a separate case, the Owls movement petitioned the EFCC over an alleged 12 trillion naira gap in subsidy savings. Well, APM quoted 15.8 billion naira by Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele versus 27 trillion naira earlier stated by Wale. And once both probed, all right, the OSGF and ICPC are yet to issue final statements. So, well, we do have with Studio Darlington Agumwa, public affairs commentator. Good to have you join the conversation this morning.
My pleasure.
And joining us virtually, we have Charles Maridoti Oludare, who is a US-based medical doctor and former, well, good to have you join the conversation. We also have joining us virtually in the course of the program,
thank you for having
Dr. Yusuf Solomon Dambaki, a policy and expert, Kaduna Central Senatorial candidate, and also Deborah Ibiso Harry, a public affairs commentator, joins us virtually. Oh well, let me start off with Darlington right here in the studio. So now, when the PC was discovered, Nigerians reacted. So, how is it that there's an agency operating without the knowledge of government, as it were, and now more agencies? And Nigerians are asking the question: how? How? I mean, the question arises again: how is it possible that these agencies would operate for so long? This particular one's for 16 years. And we're just discovering, should this be limited to, this administration as carrying out diligent work to have discovered this agency after 16 years? Or relates to this?
You know, when you want to hang a dog, you give it a bad name. I am disappointed the way Tourist is operating. Seriously. Highly disappointed. His own is so open, so obvious. The way he handled matter, it doesn't show that this man wants to unite this country. When Gbajabiamila and Ade, with all the allegation, with all the shenanigans, without the fraud, Tinubu never ordered anybody to arrest Gbajabiamila. But immediately this one came up, because you saw an Igbo man's name there, Buchi and Nwabweze. The first thing Tinubu did, arrest him.
But Adeyemi was arrested.
Hold on, I'm coming, please. Hold on. The real issue for ICPC to probe and do some findings was Gbajabiamila scandal. That was why Tinubu said they should go and probe that particular issue. And the ICPC went and in the course of their finding, they discover. But the last time I checked, ICPC have submitted that report to Tinubu. So, of all the things that ICPC wrote in their report, it was Buchi Nwabweze that Tinubu saw there. It was only Buchi Nwabweze that Tinubu saw in that report. Other issue that ICPC
does where the person is from make it less of an issue.
Hold on,
saying that the agency now has been tagged a fake agency.
I am coming. Allow me to finish my thought. That was the only thing he saw there, and immediately he ordered the arrest. No investigation on Mwabeze. No.
Well, investigations are ongoing.
Ongoing, and you have ordered arrest. Moses, ongoing, and you have ordered arrest.
Like Chukwuma rightly stated, Adeyemi was also arrested.
Please don't compare apple and orange because they are not the same.
But it's the same
now,
issue
you told me, hold on,
alleged fake agency.
As of today, we have not found anything incriminating against Mwabeze. Nothing.
All right.
As of today. All because the man is operating in the office of Secretary of Nigeria, where all agencies are supposed to be domiciled. And it started in 2010. So, have you checked? Have you asked the secretary to the government that this agency is right or not? On your own, you don't decide to arrest him.
All right then. Thank you.
Why didn't they arrest Voptv Amila?
Oh, thank you.
Why didn't they arrest him?
Thank you for your thoughts.
Did they say that Mwabeze collected money or he ate money or he was in the budget? Did anybody come to make such allegations? But because it's Mwabeze, arrest him.
Let's get the thoughts on this panel as well. Dr. Maridoti, good morning once again.
Hi, Mr. Moses.
Yeah, good to have you join the conversation. Your thoughts on this, and it's more concerning that these agencies, now, first off, how would you, government has said these agencies are fake. Fake in the sense that they don't exist. They're not supposed to exist. But here they are. They exist. 3 agencies now. IPC and the newly discovered 2 agencies. Now, how is it that these agencies have had clearance? They've had monies budgeted for the running of these agencies over the years that they have existed. What do you make of all of this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses. If you notice, I called you Mr. Moses because I don't want you to pull an Elumelu on me, right? So that's on a lighter note. Just to, Mr. Stan in the studio was saying, it reminds me, of this, what Tafawa Balewa was said to have said that if he catches an Hausa thief, he would have to catch an Igbo thief for him not to be accused of being partial. If we look at this agency situation that is occurring, you read the appointment letter that Mr. Nwabweze released, and one of the things that he said that was written there was that he was serving at the mercy of the secretary, secretary of the government of relations, something like that.
Yes.
Now, we all know that in government, there are 3 arms of government. The president is the head of the executive arm of everybody in the executive arm of government serve at the mercy of the president. So how come there is an agency where somebody is serving at the mercy of the president? As the president subletted or subleased his own authority to the SGF for people to be serving at his mercy, this shows a systemic, like it has been said, this agency has been existing for like 16 years or whatever. The Presidential Foreign Investment Protection or whatever has also been existing for a very long time. There has been a racket in the Nigerian federal government for far too long. And while, yes, I will allude to the fact that it seems as if the Voptv Amila case is being swept under, but I believe this further reinforces the fact that there might be some truth to whatever ADM is saying, because this shows that there are people under who are issuing out employments at the mercy of themselves, and if they don't play ball, they probably withdraw it. This is a very big scandal that I feel like it's systemic problem with our federal government, the behemoth that is our federal government, that needs to be broken down and reduced, that precedes or predates president. Maybe that was what the thief of staff exploited in that situation, right? So I believe there should be an unbiased, unfettered investigation I find it troubling that it is the president that is ordering the ICPC to go and conduct an investigation, because the ICPC was created by a statute of the legislative arm of government, and by that statute it should automatically be the one conducting investigation and suggesting whom to arrest or not. Of presidency giving it order.
All right.
In the democratic process.
Dr. Charles.
This is a systemic project.
Dr. Charles.
Seriously.
Okay, this is what the ICPC.
Yes, I'm with you.
And please call me Moses. Yeah, I think that it's a lot accepted. So, ICPC says forged legislative instruments as though they were acts establishing the agencies. All right? And then it says those documents were then allegedly used to facilitate the opening of commercial bank accounts. In other words, this was not simply somebody creating, this is not as simple as just creating a WhatsApp group and calling, himself a government official. Now, the allegation is that the scheme attempted to reproduce the architecture of government institution. What do you make of that? This is the report of the ICPC.
This is still a very preliminary report, because I believe there needs to be a very in-depth contemporaneous investigation. Like the Yoruba people will say, the snake has hand inside of it. That's why it moves, right? How can, given a letter in 2005, be able to orchestrate all these moves? How did this agency exist in 2005 or for however long it has existed? That there are people in government, maybe a lot of them that have retired, that are participating in this kind of scheme. And I'm pretty sure if they investigate thoroughly for the more sustained manner, that they are going to find more. Okay. Because these things, the man did not do it alone. He did it in conjunction, in cahoot with other people. And those people, 3 permanent secretaries, there's going to be a lot of people that know about it. Let us not have any sacred cow. Expose everything, and let us then digitalize our government process, emails, communications, so that there will be a record that can be investigated independently.
Okay, all right. Dr. Charles, good morning. Good to have you join us. Now, before we go to our... I'd like to just ask a very quick one. Now, Nwambeze says, according to you, and from the report that he put out, that he's serving at the mercy of the Secretary to the Government of who, by the way, holds that position in trust for the president. I want to, does it look like it should have been the president that signed the appointment letter? Does the president sign appointment letter? Organizations where, like here where we work, it is the HR that signs up employment letters and all of that. Is there a possibility that the president should sign, an appointment letter or something like that?
No, like in the democracy that we are running, the legislative arm of government should be the one to create an agency. Okay. So if the legislature created an agency, the authority to employ somebody, to select someone, should come directly from the presidency, whereby the buck will stop at his desk, whereby the person can. And United States governments, even when they are selecting judges or any members of departments, they will be the ones that will select the head of that department. Then the head of that department can now be the one people, but that person will be serving at the behest of the president. Still, even though the person maybe the government has employed has allowed the state governor to give some employment out. Okay. It will still be at the behest of at the mercy of the president, not the secretary to the general. That is a very fundamental problem that needs to be addressed.
Well, I think it's the Secretary Federation that signs employment and appointment letters on behalf of the president.
Yes.
Anyway, we'll come back to you in the course of the program. Now, let's clear on to that Dr. Yusuf Solomon Danbaki, a police pact, and a Kaduna Central Senatorial candidate for the Labour Party. Good morning, Elder Danbaki, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Have you, sir. Now, the discussion, I'm sure you have followed this conversation. We are still grappling with PFIPC. Now we have another Brand Management Nigeria. In fact, the name is so long and jaw-breaking that I can't even, it's difficult for me to pronounce it and all of that. Now, something is going on. In 2011, Rosanya, former permanent head of service, was detailed by the Jonathan administration to make some recommendation about how ministries, departments, and agencies of government, will be streamlined. And he came out with that report in 2012. At that time, 2012, he said that there were agencies, that didn't have legal backing, and we are still dealing with that. Now, my question is that 12 years after that, the federal government, without the Orasanya report, still spends about ₦1 trillion on agencies of government. In the meantime, the president, when he assumed office in 2023, in 2024, asked for the Orasanya report to be implemented. Why are we still spending ₦1 trillion to run these agencies, including agencies whose functions and responsibilities, yet we are crying about bloated cabinet and all of that? How do you react to this? Does it show us does it put us up as people that are serious with building a good country?
Well, thank you so much. I want to look at it differently. As much as I agree with the earlier position of others, but it's a systemic failure, I think, institutional failure, if you like. For me, this predates this administration. I am a critic of this administration, but despite that, that it is coming up now, for me, we're beginning to get it right. If we have such institution existing since 2010 and has not come to public knowledge, it shows that I would rather say it is good that it's coming to public knowledge, and the president is taking a position concerning it. I think we will just have to wait for the outcome. Systemic failure, it's something that is deep-rooted and deep-seated in Nigerian system of
all right.
We have given so much power to the presidency, and that one office cannot attend to, and that is the implication of that.
Elder Dambaki. All right. Thank you very much. But we'd like for you to, put your phone or which you're using on landscape. That will be better for television. So just help us adjust that. And but let me ask you, that's what we have termed this to be. But year in, year out, these agencies have been represented in the budget. Who should be held responsible for not, for not clearing, taking it upon themselves to look at these agencies appeared in the budget over the years, and monies have been allocated to these agencies, and now we're being told that systemic failure. We have just realized that these agencies should not exist, but have existed. Elder Damaki. All right. Okay. Yes, this is better. This is better. Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
I think the executive, like you said, should be held responsible, particularly the office of health, because this ought to have been detected long before now, and alarm raised. But however, administrators over and over cannot claim innocent of this. You see, politicians come and go, just soldier comes, soldier go, but barrack remains the same. Administrators, as we know them in Nigeria, are to be seen and not to be heard. In most cases, are guilty of allowing such agencies to continue to exist, and because they continue. You see, administrators are actually the ones that teach politicians how, where to stay. So they be held responsible. Previous administrators, before now, in the office of the SGF. That's what I think.
All right then. So let me go back to Doc. Yeah. Okay. So let's bring you back to the studio here, where we have Mr. Darlington. Now, Nigerians are concerned that these individuals, these agencies, have, especially at this time. Now, do you think that due diligence will be followed to the prosecution of those found? Because also Nigerians are asking, it's not just about the CEOs coming out, or the DGs coming out to say, I was authorized and were not authorized. Those that have aided the existence of these agencies, will they be found? Will they be made to face? Do you see a situation whereby they will be made to face?
If you want to make an investigation over an issue, be thorough about it. Don't be selective. And then you look at the level of compromise and complicity in all the agencies you are investigating. In the case of them, a human being died, and up to today, it has not been resolved. Is that not a serious issue? A human being died. Is it not on record?
Well, what
and
we
so
have...
why would you sweep such a thing under the carpet as if nothing happened? And Gbajabi Amila is still in office. With all allegations of Adem, are they not supposed to be prosecuted together for their involvement? That is separate. Why is it that this one of Wabeze, it is still sketchy? No investigation has been done. It's just that ICPC mentioned it in their report.
And so, investigation before putting it out there.
Don't put minds. Don't put minds. ICPC.
No, but Mr. Agomo, how come ICPC had it in their report? Do you think that they just woke report?
Look,
they must have looked through the papers for them to put it in their up in their report.
Let them follow the same pattern of investigating by Gbajabi Amila and Adem. Invited by all the stakeholders, all the agencies. Let him talk. Let them ask him questions. One person is not enough to investigate this.
I have a problem with the president saying, arrest this man.
I am telling you.
Or ICPC, ECC invite him.
That word alone.
Okay, the word arrest is what you are quarreling with.
It's like you are.
Okay.
Yes, the same way you ask ICPC to investigate Gbajabi Amila and Adem in this matter. Why didn't you do the same thing with this man before ordering for his?
More like according to different laws for different people.
That is what I'm saying here.
Okay, now, Mr. Gomo, before you leave, because I understand that you have something else to do in a sister station, we have a PM, Allied People's Movement. The presidential candidate is Sheyi Makinde, the governor of Oyo State. They are saying, well, we have discrepancies between records. Last week, the federal minister published records of subsidy savings, and they gave us 15.8 trillion naira by Oyedele, the former tax person who is now the Minister of the Economy. But previously, we also had Wale Edu, the former minister, say, well, we saved 27 trillion naira. And APM is asking, for due. How do you react to this gap? Is this something that they are not telling us? Or is it that they are confused themselves?
I have told you here that liars should have good memory so that you remember the lie, so that you don't mix it up with the one you are going to tell today. That is the problem of this government. I have told you that the real reason why is yet to come. He will one day tell us the story. Because is it not obvious? Is it not obvious that lie has mixed into this matter? So you now, and nobody will tell you the truth.
No, is it outright lie or is it financial or statistical inaccuracy?
Please, it cannot be mistake or whatever. Because figures don't lie. In this type of issue, figures can never lie. It's as simple as, especially financial figures. You don't. I remember when they invited Wale Edu as the Minister of Finance in the National Assembly when he was in office. Come and tell us how much subsidy have we saved and how much have we paid and all that. Immediately the National Assembly Committee raised this issue. The man said, no, we cannot discuss it in the open. Come, let's go inside and talk about it. And that was the end of it. Is that not true? So when people have decided to tell lie, they will always forget certain things, and we are going to hold them to that. That 12 trillion, I am telling you authoritatively, nobody will explain where he went to. Just like this Dubai money, this 5 billion, nobody will tell you how it went.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Agomo. We have to let you go. In the meantime, let's quickly run back to Dr. Marindoti. Now, Dr. Marindoti, how can you help us explain this? Saved 27 trillion naira, and the substantive minister says it's 15.8, and so there's a gap of 12 trillion naira subsidy savings. And
thank you very much. Before I address that, I want to mention something that Mr. Dambaki mentioned just now. Okay. To me, for the previous scandal that we're talking about, arm is guilty, but the legislative arm is the one responsible because they are supposed to be the one to check the executive, and they are the ones that pass the laws and allocate the money. But on this situation that we are talking about with the AP, I think they are just being disingenuous. Let us be factual. I read these two facts that I want to give you right now on the Vanguard. In 2000, Wale Edu said that both the fuel subsidy and the dollar subsidy, that is to say the money we are using to peg our dollar, in the country about 5% of GDP. Assuming the GDP was about $400 billion, that was where he got his own $1 billion. What Taiwo Yedele said last week was that between June 2023 and December, the amount of money that was from just fuel subsidy, not from press subsidy and dollar subsidy, from just that $15.1 billion that he was talking about. This is not even, I can't even call this apples to oranges because it is different time frame, it is different parameters. So, about it. The problem I have with what they keep saying is the fact that they keep saying savings. If you add a drinking problem and every month you spend 100,000 naira and you spend 10% of your salary to drink beer for a whole year, and now the doctor said it's bad for your health and you now stopped drinking beer, that 10,000 naira you were borrowing coming out of your salary. Can I now say that because you have stopped borrowing 10,000 naira every month to drink beer, that you are now saving 10,000 naira? Because that is the problem that keeps causing saving. These are monies that we are no longer borrowing to pay subsidy, and that is the $15.1 billion. So because we are not borrowing that money to pay whatever money that we are borrowing mixed with our revenue, this is now what we are now using it for. That's what they wanted to say. But when they keep saying savings, they make it seem as if subsidy is an expenditure, and if that expenditure is not coming from your revenue, because if you recall when this administration started, we were spending about 97% of our revenue to pay the interest on the loan we have. That is to say, we don't have money to pay subsidy, right? So we're borrowing it to pay subsidy. So what they have been trying to say, that they have been using this simple fact that the money that we are no longer borrowing to pay subsidy, that is this 15 million. But APM has just shown how inept, and I'm sorry, it's intelligent as I would expect them to be, because politicians who want to wrestle power from JPC need to be smart and very ruthless. For them to make this very rookie mistake, to believe me, as you are sitting down, they just put it on ChatGPT. ChatGPT will pull out both the Vanguard of 2004 and this one and tell you that no, this is not the same thing. No, so it is just
okay.
Let us let that
all right.
dog lie.
All right, Dr. Charles. Now let's even concede without agreeing. We have 15.8 trillion naira, and from the sharing, we understand that 0.8, and the states and local governments took 10 trillion naira. I don't know when last you were in Nigeria, Ogun State, am I correct, in particular? And Ondo State, beautiful. Now, how much of that?
I'm from Ondo State.
How much of that saving? Because our president tells us, well, ask your governors, hold your governors responsible, and your local government chairman, because they have 10.8 trillion naira that they received as a result of self-subsidy. How much of that do you see in Ogun State? Or when you call people back home, what do they tell you about the level of infrastructure development and all of that? In Ondo State, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of, I'm not going to lie, I'll be honest, wasteful spending by governors all across the country. Building flyovers where, I mean, Governor Adeleke can have the use of exchange rate to thank for the projects that he did, that he used to, win the election. But I went to school in Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife, and I know the Ife traffic that he was putting flyover. There was no traffic that warranted the flyover in those places. They have been using it to do a lot of what I will call white elephant project. Even weeks ago, the governors could have used this money to subsidize the food that people are eating so that they can pay a certain percentage. They can use this money to work with, they can bring in buses, and then they subsidize the fuel that those bus drivers are putting in the buses so that the people can move around cheaply. They can use this money to do the wood so that the value of properties will go up and people will have a better lease of life. They can be creative in helping to solve the problem. But when we have a glut or a bunch in a lot of our states who see this money and look for how they can do a project that they can take picture of, and they will be able to also take some money out of it in form of kickback, them are not spending these monies in ways that will improve the lives of their constituents, and that is a lot where the problem is. The federal government also has its own problem, generating revenue and sharing it in such a way whereby I still have a problem with it, where Kano does not drink beer, but they share the tax from. If beer is haram, then the money from it should also be haram, and I think it should be against the culture and the religion to even spend that money. If you allow the states to generate money and allow money, and they spend that money within that place, because they are generating it, the people will have a lot more agency over it. So the state governors are getting this money, they are not using it as they should, but at least, and it is way better than if we were giving that money to the rich, because you have to remember that it is the rich that have the gadgets and the cars and drive the 18 convoys like Sheyi Tinubu they do around across Lagos. They put fuel in those places, in those cars. So they are the ones that are consuming more of the fuel subsidy. The Iya in my village who is using firewood to cook our food, not even have a car. So we have to understand a lot of them work around.
Now, Dr. Charles,
understand that it is better for this money to still be with the states than for us to be.
Now that you talked about the federal, with the way the federal government spent its own 5.8 trillion naira, because we were told that more than 80% of all that money went into salary adjustments and all of that. Infrastructure. Anytime you talk about infrastructure, they are quick to point out Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the Badagry-Sokoto Federal Highway, and part of our roads in Nigeria are dilapidated. You call people in the northeast, they say they don't find any. Northwest, they don't find. North central, even in the southeast. When you talk about that, I was in the southeast the other time. I spent close to like 4 hours just between Benin and Asaba. A journey of probably 45, 50 minutes. And so, what should we where they are spending their own?
Yes, I'm also underwhelmed about the prioritization. I will not criticize the Lagos Calabar Expressway or Badagry Sokoto because those are good projects and they are even being done in conjunction. It's a PPP. There's going to be a toll on those roads and all. So private people are also putting money in. You're very right. If with Yoruba people say if you want to eat moi moi, you start from the small parts, right? So it would have been more judicious and expedient for them to first spend a lot of existing one, right? Maybe I'll concede this point for the very first time, while not criticizing those new corridors that are being created. I think it is also going to be more expedient for you to first in one, find a form of funding to fix the existing one while using counterpart funding to open new corridors, right? Because at least that is the one that people are using. Even in the United States, expand an existing route, they first build a sideway for you to pass because people need to be able to move. I saw a video online of, I think somewhere in the east where a car fell into a ditch and all those things. Don't be happening when you have not fixed the one that the people are using, and now you are trying to fix the one that people have not been using, and then you want to get credit for that. Nobody is going to give you credit for that because they are not using it. Have even been wiser for them to have spent a lot of money fixing the existing ones, ensuring that even if they are not going to make it high level, but ensuring that people can move seamlessly, put traffic lights and building those ones. So the criticism of this new corridor is as valid as the dilapidation in the existing roads, but I will not want to criticize those roads. So yes, I mean, look at the Beta Edu scandal, the Big Thief, the Minister of Interior's scandal with them and all those things. There's still also a lot of leakages, but while I will blame the presidency and everything, it is also the culture of our people. Because we have our people who believe politicians should give them handouts. If your politician is going to buy your vote, I mean, we saw how much they said they spent. They invested 60 billion to buy votes. Okay. Do you expect them not to make that money? That is already a business. They have to make a return on investment. Okay. So it is a systemic culture.
Okay, a systemic culture that we need to change over time. Thank you very much, Dr. Charles. You talked about Beta Edu. Well, we'll talk about Beta Edu in a bit because she's been named a member of the APC presidential campaign. Before we go to Port Harcourt, let's go to Kaduna State, where we were joined by Dr. Danbaki and get a feel of how the 10.8 trillion naira that governor, what's going on in Kaduna? Are you impressed with what the governor is doing with that money? Dr. Danbaki.
Well, not at all. When you are the last to speak on a matter, you try to avoid repetition. But the truth is, for me, it's position and the civil society, including the media, are holding the government accountable. Good side of it, that it was able to be identified and pointed out, and it's a subject of discussion. And in the media houses, it's a good development for our democracy. There are instances where the media are also, but in this matter, I'm very impressed that is in the front burner and it's being discussed. So I think we are making, we should keep our eyes on it. We should hold them accountable.
Okay.
To ensure that.
All right, Dr. Danbaki, yes. Yes, civil society organizations and the media, they are doing very well. But I want us to talk specifically about Kaduna State. Oba Sani, are you impressed with what he's doing with the monies he's receiving? In the early days of his administration, he complained, I can't even pay salaries. Why? because the former governor, Nasiru El-Rufai, took a lot of money as loans. And there was a particular and about 8 billion or so was deducted at source to repay loans. And he was crying, shouting that I can't even pay salaries. How much of that has changed over as we hear that governors are getting a lot more money? What is the situation there in Kaduna State? Bring us to the speed of the moment.
Kaduna State and Obasan is one of the governors and a member of APC. The story is the same.
What's the story, sir?
People at the grassroots level have any meaningful development, and he has no reason blaming or shifting blame to the previous government of El-Rufai, because he was part of El-Rufai. He was the political advisor, and the second 4 years he was the senator of Kaduna Central, where I am, and then the chairman committee on finance, who ensured that El-Rufai got the loan that he was looking for in the name of infrastructure. So I think, yeah, and there's virtually no difference. There is no impact being felt sincerely, except that salaries are paid as at when due. That is all.
All right, and thank you very much, Dr. Dan Bucket. Now let's run to Port Harcourt, where we've been joined by Paul Nsanem, a journalist, public affairs analyst, but he's also the chairman of the Rivers State Council NUJ. Good morning, Paul, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. We appreciate your presence. Paul, so that we can get your audio feed. Hello, Paul, can you hear me?
All right, we seem to have a problem with Paul, who also joins us virtually. While we wait for our engineers to fix that, we will go back to Henry Doty. Dr. Charles, now interestingly, the government did say that monies recovered from EFCC, ICPC, and the rest of them should be channeled into NEL Fund. Some have said this is campaign that money is also domiciled. Should be channeled into NEL Fund. Concerned about how those monies, the workability of it, and should government touch certain clearing with those who own the monies, finding out why they haven't reached, cleared their monies before channeling NEL Fund, a loan, which of course is a loan.
Yeah, thanks. I understand your concern about the government trying to identify. When you put your money in the bank,
actually.
Most times the bank are not trying to look for you to say, where do you want to come and collect your money? They want you to keep your money with them, right? There are a lot of Nigerians, people that just died and everything, that have some money that their family members are not aware of, maybe because they did not do any account. So even if they start to go and look for the family members of these people of attorney or something, so by law it might be very difficult unless they find someone that can come and claim it. So it is I think it is standard money that have been abandoned in accounts instead of the banks, because the banks have been using them to do business and make profits, right? So instead of that those monies to just be there, the federal government is still the one ensuring all funds in. Definitely, if they repurpose this money for the purpose of this student loan at a low interest rate, they can still, if anybody should come back to say, we want to claim our father, be able to access the money, right? So, and so that is I think okay. And also the proceeds of fraud. I mean, this is money stolen from the Nigerian people. Same way the First Bank, the World Bank decided to use Abacha's loot to invest in our infrastructure and our road and everything. I don't see any problem in also using the loot especially like a make it or no, sell it off, take the money, use it to invest in the education that will be this engine for the economy of the future. So I don't have any problem in that.
But
in
the
my
investment in the education.
The problem I have.
Sorry to butt in there. The investment in the education sector is not wholesome. It's still a loan that the people will pay back. And the truth of the matter is, some students have said, like, look, some of the monies that they applied for didn't even get to them up until they finished exams, up until some of them left school, those that just left.
I understand the lag and the fact that there's growing pains, but if we look at education funding all over the world, if you look at it, I was looking at one of my cousins just graduated. Like ever since, and this is in part because schools are allowed to charge people, because education is not cheap. You have to pay salaries, you have to pay electricity and all those things. So the only way we can get our education to be funded is to create this kind of system, so that these people who have gotten, when they start working, they can recontribute back to the system, and it keeps going that way. And that is the way it is all over the world, you see. So I don't have a problem with that. As a matter of fact, I feel like to hands off our universities, so that our universities can conduct their affairs better. I believe the professors in OAU and all these other universities know how to run a university better than a nephrologist allows her staff education. These are the things that we need to do. But my own main grounds is the fact that the most important level of education is still not getting as much attention in form of grants by the federal government, and secondary school education. I believe if I had not gone to a medical school, if I had never gotten a university education, I would have still succeeded with the amount of intelligence that I believe I had as a secondary school student. So an education system whereby GS3 students, SS3 students cannot read and write. So, and we are saying we are giving nil funds. Are we not, putting, not? That is the education system where we need to put a lot of funds, and the federal government need to give grants to those people, because that will not be student loan, and that's what they need to do, in my own opinion.
All right, and thank you very much, Dr. Charles. In the meantime, got an established communication with Paul Sanem. Good morning, Paul, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Now, we are holding a discussion. Differences between what Minister 1 said and what Minister 2 said. But in the meantime, we understand that a certain 15.8 trillion naira, was shared between the federal government, the state governments, and the local governments. We also heard at some point that because of the problem in River State, where you joined us, billion naira, fund that is warehoused somewhere or probably owned by the state government, and people are struggling, who is going to be in control of the state structure for that money. And so if we had 600 billion then, that was about 2 years ago, and now we meant to understand there's another money is in River State. How much development do you see in River State as a whole, based on the fact that the governors are getting more money? Can you let us understand what is going on?
All right. Thank you for having me. Let us look at the case of River State and the money they say. When you have 600 million in an account,
billion.
Without budget. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. 600 billion.
600 billion left by the administrator, the military administrator, within the period of 6 months. Then now you have that budget, and so you cannot spend those money. Most of the project funding now are the ones that they have irrevocable standard order of payment that they get from the internally generated revenue. All of the projects that does not fall within that category, they are left neglected. Well, the development that we have on ground does not reflect that volume of money. It does not reflect that volume of money. Well, we could say that after the removal So you are having some projects around, like on the Port Harcourt Ring Road. The governor has actually constructed about 5 flyovers, like the president called them, that they are always doing flyover. Yeah, 5 flyovers on the Port Harcourt Ring Road. But that's not all of that. Okay, a few days ago, he also commissioned about over a 30-kilometer road dualized that links urban areas, opening up the hinterland to the mainland. It's also doing a Trans-Calabari road that also opening up the place, because you know that in these our Niger Delta area is, our islands. So it's a major priority to connect the island cities to the mainland. I think that's what the Trans-Calabari road aims to do. That's also one ongoing project, 2 or 3 kilometers, that's opening up the place to the Atlantic Ocean. That will open up the place for blue economy and what have you. But that's not receiving humongous amount of money. The question that is begging for answers: does the project that the state government has embarked on, does it, amount of money they have received? The answer is no. Like you talk about education, in the educational sector, like the doctor just said, our primary schools and secondary schools are still in dilapidated nature. If you are building roads and you are building flyovers, and the educational sector, the human capacity is not being developed, who will use those flyovers and who will use those roads? Again, the health sector, there are quite a number of communities that doesn't have access to health facility or well-equipped health facility. And if you are not healthy, if you channel all of the resources to building flyovers and roads, and where the health sector is grossly neglected, I don't think that development is all.
All right, then, thank you very much. Now let me go back to Elder Dr. Yusuf Dambaki. We're wrapping up this conversation. Let me just come to you, because I do understand that you're running for a senatorial seat. That's the Kaduna Central senatorial seat. Now, states they've been dealing with the issue of insecurity, especially around Kajuru area of Chukun area of Kaduna and the rest of them. Now, in dealing with this is away from the conversation, all right? Just because we have you today, okay. I've just been informed that we've lost connection to Dambaki. Oh well, yeah. As we wrap up now, let me go back to Dr. You did mention education. How government has left secondary education and are focusing on tertiary. The rest of them. Government did say that they want to rejig the secondary education. Change the 6334 system, and for students when they get into secondary schools, from JSS all the way into SS3 without breaking, because they've the breaking of JSS and then the resumption of SS allows for some people to drop out of school. Now, they should rejig the system. Will that help? Will that solve the problem of school dropout, especially at that level, secondary level?
My mom is actually a principal, and she owns a secondary school. So it's something that I've always been passionate with all my life, right? And as a medical doctor, if someone has malaria and you have throat infection and you're treating them for malaria, you keep on giving them drugs, but you're not going to fix the problem. Who told them? What study did they conduct to realize that it is because people have S3 to SS1, that is why they drop out of school? What study says that? Because there are a lot of reasons, very important, valid reasons why students social support. A lot of children that you see on the streets that can't feed, that are hawking stuff, when you don't have any form of social support, they don't have food in their schools, they don't have like an orphanage or anything. That's the reason why they fall off of the school, off of the system. And also, when you have a system whereby the classes are overcrowded, the teacher cannot even know whether a student comes to class or not, properly paid. So while the teacher is even in class, she's probably thinking of her own side business so that she can meet her bills. Those are things that they need to, really focus on. And also the trying to control education policy from Abuja. The education policy in Ondo State, I'm sorry to brag, but we are very smart in Ondo State, cannot be the same as that of any other state in any other part of the policy. Should be locally determined. The only thing the federal government needs to learn how to do is how to fund things without controlling it. They need to learn how to do that. You can for schools so that even both private and public schools can see indigent students and spread the numbers without telling them what to do, and let them be able to graduate. The one thing that they can probably say, that I can probably suggest, is also the fact that our education seems to be focused on one thing: passing WAEC. And than that, we can have a situation. I remember when I was doing intro tech in GS3 and they said we wanted to do woodwork. I went to the woodwork lab. There were no woods. I was surprised. So what are we supposed to do here? So and I did not go to a public school. I went to a semi-private school, a Federal University of Technology staff school. So if we have a system whereby we can train people to have and guys to learn tailoring and seamstress, we should not have a situation whereby someone has to go to university, they're not be able to find a job, they now go and start to learn sewing. People should be able to get out of secondary school economically viable. That is, when I could remember listening to hip hop as a young boy, and when Snoop Dogg was bragging about graduating, I thought he went to university. But no, in America, what they celebrate is graduation. When you graduate secondary school, you are educated. University is now when you want to go and get more education. So if we can make sure that we make our education from the primary school to secondary school, that we have not wasted the time of that child, we are going to have a very strong positive effect on our economy. If you go to China, even in the United States and all the technological nation, the largest proportion of their workforce are blue collar, people without college degrees, because they are the ones that really move the economy. The factory works and all don't require a or whatever. We have a situation whereby in Nigeria, a lot of people are having BS in BS. A lot of our our undergraduate courses don't even make any sense. To focus on what is responsible for students getting out of school, which is the funding of our education, not the transition. It is just a distraction.
All right, thank you very much. Stay with us as we get into another conversation. Tinubu unveils 2027 campaign team amid criticism. Wike rules out APC role. Let's talk. We'll get into this conversation. President Bola Tinubu has inaugurated the APC Presidential Campaign Council for the January 2027 election. Former Zamfara Aziz Yari is the Director General. Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma is Secretary, and Vice President Kashim Shettima is Vice Chair, a position right there. Well, Tinubu, who chairs the council, urged members to showcase their record and defeat forces planning to take the country backwards. Is the appointment as a rehabilitation center for persons with unresolved corruption cases and called 2027 a referendum on poverty and cost of living. Well, going to the FCT now, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike said he does not need an APC road to the victory. He said he will lead the pro-Tinubu campaign in Rivers and the FCT through his Rainbow Coalition. And this is because a lot of Nigerians are of the opinion that he wanted a role in the campaign council itself. In fact, he wanted to lead the campaign council. Well, a northern group also accused President Tinubu's camp of gathering what they call fake Islamic clerics for religious endorsements ahead of 2027, warning voters against using faith for political decision. All right, Dr. Charles Manridoti, a lot of questions have come up regarding those within members of the campaign council. Some of them have cases hanging over their necks. Chukwuma did say that he was going to come to the issue of Betta Edu. So I'll leave him to come to that issue of Betta Edu and why she is part of that council. Well, that's when he decides to ask you a question. But my question is, there are some of these individuals that hold positions that are not just APC, APC related. They serve the generality. One of them is the National Security Advisor of, Nuhu Ribadu. Being on the campaign council, isn't that troubling? Bearing in mind that he's not just a member of the APC, he's the National Security Advisor, which of course, cuts across both members of the APC and other members in the society, other people in the society that may not be even, politically aligned. How do you react to this?
Thank you very much, Mr. I really do agree with you. It is very troubling, especially if you look at it from the point of view of your lead up with the National Security Advisor. Right? Normally, in most countries, National Security Advisor advises about the security of the nation against external threats. But we have National Security Advisor who is essentially like the leader of security in Nigeria, whereby a governor cannot even buy a drone without getting his approval. So if we think about the fact that he is going to be tasked with protecting the safety of all presidential candidates, and he's already on one side, in the United States, they have something called the Arch Act, which prevents government officials who have been confirmed by the Senate from using the exigencies of government or in their person campaigning. So you are not supposed to see members of the cabinet on the campaign trail campaigning. That's why if you look at it, I believe President Trump is trying to model this water, but historically, you don't see cabinet members go on the campaign trail to campaign for the president, for their president that they are serving under. So it is definitely very, very, very troubling. And it is something that, well, if we want to fix it, we need to just pass a law. It may not happen, and I am not surprised that things like this are happening. I believe the person in charge of our taxes is the one in charge of the finances of
yes. Zach Adedeji and Taiwo Oyedele as well.
Obvious conflict of interest. Yeah, creates an obvious conflict of interest. He is in charge of our country's treasury, and is also in charge of the treasury of the is he sure that he's using one blue barrel to sign one check and black barrel to sign another check? These are things that are very, very troubling, but it is not unexpected considering the fact that we are technically in a banana republic, where all things go. And that is why you can see that, like you said, a lot of people with corruption charges are being rewarded by being members of the campaign council. Because what else can you say? If someone has a corruption charge, yes, everybody is innocent until proven guilty, but without clearing their names, they are already being rewarded with being someone who is campaigning for the president.
Exactly the point.
I have always said it.
Exactly the point, Dr. Charles. I'm happy that you brought us to this point. It gets scary when somebody like you says that, well, we are in a banana republic, especially when we are trying to build back our democracy. Our democracy was good at some point, and we spent 20 years, 27 years, uninterrupted, and we get to hear from someone, an analyst like you, that we are running a banana republic. Now, to the Beta Edu issue, Beta Edu, Ngozi Olejeme, these are two people, that have question marks around their service in government. And this government is bringing them back without having to dispense with cases that concern them. Government is bringing them back. The APC is bringing them back to come and serve in their campaign council. What exactly are they telling Nigerians?
It just shows one rule for me, another for thee. We have, and I will always bring this. I'm not a fan of El Rufai, right? I never liked him, but the truth never told not to be told. El Rufai also is said to have question marks about his, administration in Kaduna. But where is he right now? He's sitting languishing in a jail, while Beta Edu, who also has allegations, question marks around his, administration in government, is on the campaign council. Yahaya Bello, who also has question marks around being a governor, he is now running for Senate. Okowa from Delta, who also has question marks, is also running for Senate. But where is El Rufai, who is in the ADC? He is languishing in a jail. It is just the fact, a matter of fact. It shows that there is two systems of justice in Nigeria, where one, like I think Oshiomole was the one that said, you come to APC and all your sins are forgiven, right? We have some people, if they are in the party that is in power, it does not matter whether if they kill somebody in Eagle Square, whatever they do, they are going to be rewarded by being put on the president's campaign council. And some other people, if they are just accused of being around when someone stole a pen, they will go to jail. We can see Showore being arrested for saying the president is a criminal, but these guys are these other guys that have actually been accused of having misappropriated government. They are on the campaign council. Fela said it all. He said, go hear them shout tifu tifu tif, right? So it is authority misbehavior, authority stealing, which is being rewarded. That's all I can say about it, and it is a shame, in my own opinion.
A shame in Dr. Charles Marindoti's opinion. Thank you very much. Now let's go to Port Harcourt, where we still have Paul Sanem joining us. Paul, what do you make of the situation? Now, for the first time, we are hearing that the president is going to chair his own campaign council. And it's an unworldly 223 people. The president is the chairman, the vice president is the vice chairman. Then the national chairman of the party, Professor Nentawe Walter, serves in some role. We have former governor of the state, Yari, as the DG of that organization. 223 members in all. And we see some kind of conflict of interest, especially people who are active in government, taking charge of our money. And we see them in that campaign council. They're also coordinating financial activities within the campaign council. Now, 223, others have not unveiled their own, but we see the APC, doing very massive campaign councils. At a particular time, they had 10 governors in a campaign council. I think that was in Ekiti State and all of that. And they won the elections. If the APC peradventure wins the election, will people begrudge them? Because they seem to be working very hard. The president is the chairman of his own campaign council. 223 people in that council. If they win the election, should people begrudge them because they seem to be working very hard?
Yeah, you first of all, I agree with Doctor that we have conflict of interest. You are working for the government, you are working in the government, and you are working for the people. Now, for those working for government already, there will be serious distraction. I think within now until the election period, governance will suffer because all of their concentration will be on how to deliver the president. And you see, and again, most of them that are in office, how do we distinguish how they're going to spend the funds that they will get for campaign? What we guarantee that they will not also use government funds at their disposal to also fund the campaign. The opposition that are not in government, they don't have access to government funds and they will not use government funds in their campaigns. Apart from that, even the governors, most of the governors, their contractors also fund the campaign. Yes, the opposition will have every right to cry if they win, because they are deploying everything within their disposal, every government apparatus within their disposal to campaign to ensure that they deliver the president. Like you now see a national security advisor that is supposed to work for the interest of the generality of Nigerian people is also on the campaign team of a particular political party. Now, what we guarantee the security and the safety of those of the opposition party, that they are also going to get, adequate protection or adequate security for them within the period. So I think that the way we run our campaign here, it is not good enough. Especially, again, I come back to those that have issues of corruption hanging over their neck, and you see majority of them on the campaign trail. It goes to show to Nigerians that they really don't care about corruption, that they are fighting about corruption is merely cosmetic, that their fight is only for those that are not in agreement in what they do or those that are in the opposition. Because you cannot have a former governor of Zamfara State that also have a corruption case hanging on his head.
All right. Okay, we seem to have a bit of a problem there. Well, we do apologize, Paul. We have a bit of a challenge getting your audio. I think it's a network problem, but we're out of time. So thank you very much, Paul Nsane, for joining the conversation this morning. We do appreciate you, and we do appreciate your contribution. And also, Dr. Charles Maridoti, thank you very much for your contribution on the program. Well, this is where we draw the curtains on VOP this morning. Newspaper Review comes up next. Join us again. Join us again.
I'm Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Mazinze, aka G Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demodia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV. Ching!
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. If you're just tuned in, this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. Welcome on board.
I'm Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join again.
And we do have Darlington Agumo join the conversation as well. Now on Newspaper Review, we make sense of the headlines, and that's exactly what we'll be doing right now. The Daily Sun has this as its big story. It says, Tinubu Atiku Obi differ on economy, security, education. The writers, Nigeria needs new economic direction, not Tinubu's policies, says Duke. Subsidy, Atiku's U-turn without accountability, dishonest, that's coming from Hashim. Stakeholders in the issue-based campaigns, warn against violence. All right, so that's the big story on the cover page of Daily Sun newspaper. And let's get your thoughts in, Mr. Agumo.
Yes, as the campaign kicks off, we expect a based campaign, but there, everybody knows there will never be any issue-based campaign because there is no issue to us.
Security is not an issue.
It is not.
Economy?
Economy is not an issue.
No, as long as Tinubu is concerned.
Subsidy removal is not an issue.
I say it is not because the government, these things are not issues to him. Is that not a fact? If there are issues, he would have, hold on, if there are issues, he would have done something about them before
Now, Tinubu is not the one moderating the campaign discussions now. It is Nigerians.
No,
that will say the agenda.
They are telling you that these politicians, they should offer Nigeria issue-based campaign. That's what they are telling them. But from my own standpoint, these things are not issues to them or to the ruling government. In fact, I don't want to blame the opposition. It is the ruling government. Because what are they going to campaign with now? Tell me that particular thing in Tinubu and they are going to campaign with for Nigeria. Is there any? There is nothing. So the chicken has come home to roost. All the while we were shouting our head off here. Did the Tinubu take us serious? Now they are coming to campaign. Let me see what they are going to tell Nigerians. Let me see how.
All right. So before you react, the same headline appears on The Guardian. The Guardian says, Presidency, Hashim, Sowore, others peak holds in Atiku's subsidy U-turn. And then, let me get the riders out there. The riders here, Atiku cites 7.13 trillion naira energy security expenses. Says subsidy persists. Presidency accuses Atiku of exploiting economic hardship for votes. APC chair demands funding plan. Warns of renewed fiscal pressure. Hashim calls Atiku father of subsidy remover. Demands explanation. Sowore says Atiku represents recycled political elite. But Sowore also did say that he was going to return subsidy at some point.
Yes.
Duke seeks shift from Tinubu's economic policies. Atiku proposes capped target subsidy with exit plan. There you have it. Well, that's one of those are the riders to the headline. Right. So, let's take.
Okay. Now let me start with what the Sun said that Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu disagree. As an editor, I think I have a problem with that headline because they will never agree on security and education. They will naturally differ. Because if they agree, what it simply means that the president is doing well in those sectors. And so, well, I think probably for want of discussion and probably to set an agenda. Now, talking about the campaigns rolling out and it is going to be issue-based or not, I wouldn't want to put it at the footstep or the doorstep of the ruling government. It is the people that will decide whether the elections will be issue-based or not, whether the campaigns will be based on ethnicity, religious divide, class divides and all of that, the upper class and the lower class. It is the people that will set the agenda. Because when politicians come to us, we will be the ones to ask them questions. On the economy, what do you intend to do with the economy? We still run a largely consumption economy. We want to be more productive. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with the MSMEs? What are you going to do with SMEs? What are you going to do with exchange rate? What are you going to do with the interest rate and all of that? When we put out those to them, they will tell us. So whether it is issue-based or not is based on what we as a people ask the politicians and not what they us. We are going to see town hall debates, whether the president and other presidential candidates will come. Last time, this day, organized a town hall presidential debate. The president avoided it, but he ran to Chatham House. Now, Peter Obi is saying, don't vote for a president who is absent. Vote for a president who is going to talk to you, the president that feels your pains, the president that feels the hardship, the president that lives within you. So that when you ask him questions, he will understand where you are coming from, and not one that will run to London or any other part of the country and start distributing questions. The campaign should be issue-based. Now, they are trying to turn it around ethnicity and tribal things. When you hear people in positions of government say, well, I support this person because it comes from my ethnic group, well, I support this person because it's a Muslim ticket, well, not to this person because it comes from a particular side of the country. We are already tribalizing the 2027 elections, which should not be. What we should do is speak to the issues that bother us. What is our exchange rate at the moment? Are we comfortable with that? We should ask questions. The first subsidy removal. Now that you say you want to remove first subsidy, Atiku Abubakar, what do we intend to do? Omoyele Sowore, you say you are going to, Atiku Abubakar says he's going to reverse it and return it. Omoyele Sowore at some point says, well, I'm going to offer subsidy. How do we intend to do that? Where are you going to get the money from? Because we are still borrowing money to sustain our budget and all of that.
But Atiku did say, sorry to interrupt your train of thought. Atiku did say he was going to fix refineries, modular refineries and other refineries.
So how is he going to do that? It is not enough to come and tell us where
fix it.
You fix it. How are you going to do that? What studies have you conducted to tell us that refineries will still work? Because we hear the NNPCL GMD, Group Managing Director, say, well, at some point, this card at some point fixed. And the president is telling us, whether for electioneering purposes or campaign purposes and all of that, the president is telling us that he's going to fix the refineries. And so we should ask them questions. It's not enough to say, oh, I'm going to do this. What are the steps you will take to ensure that the refineries are working? Now, are they going to get into competition with Dangote refineries and all of that? If you say you build modular refineries, Walter Smith in Edo State, what is happening to it? We were told at some point that 12 South Korean companies are about betting Nigeria to build refineries. It's over 6 years. You have not seen one of them. Is it because the environment is not conducive for business or what? The corporate governance structures and all of that. So these are the things we find out from our people. It is not enough to say you have rolled out 223 member campaign council. What are they coming to do? What are they selling to Nigerians? Are you selling performance? Are you selling promise? Are you selling propaganda? Now it is left for Nigerians to begin to ask them, what are you bringing to the table? The table is already empty. The promises you made last time, how far have you gone? So we should not allow them to set the agenda. We should be the ones to set the agenda. Civil society organizations, media houses, and all of that. The public, when they hold town hall meetings, when they come to them questions, don't allow them to tell you what they want to do. Ask them how they are going to do all of those things. That is one way that the elections can be issue-based. The campaign can be issue-based.
Unfortunately, what you are proposing will not happen because the ruling party that ought to be punching hard to sell themselves to Nigeria, they have nothing.
Well, since they have nothing to offer, the opposition should do the other side of it.
Because
punch them harder.
Look, they don't care. I don't think APC is capable of vote because they know they will not get it. I'm not joking. What they are trying to do, like they have always done, is to just do something like make believe, to say, yes, we can run the whole country. We will run. They are not looking for vote because they know they will not get any vote from Nigerians. That is just the reality. So it's left for Nigerians to say, okay, you cannot come for debate. You cannot do this, you cannot do this. So what are you campaigning now for? Nigerians should tell it to their face, especially APC. You have nothing to campaign for. Let them hear and see it. That is just the truth. All the things they did in Osun is an example to come. They are going to base on their winning strength by rigging. What they are campaigning is to rig.
Did they rig in Osun?
They didn't. How did they get all the votes they got? Not that Osun people insisted. You thought that the 400 and something that they got is their own votes, Abi? That time that they stopped uploading, what happened? Do you know what happened between that? The only reason why Osun people and the the Accord Party are not kicking is because they won the election.
Mr. Gomo, if you have a governor saying, I support the president, he's a Yoruba man, are you still surprised that his party, APC, got 444,000 votes in Osun State?
I am more than surprised.
Why will you be surprised when a governor says, I support a fellow Yoruba man?
That was a gubernatorial election, not a presidential election.
No, some people don't know the difference. They want APC because it's their party.
No. They didn't get that. Let them do forensic.
Do you have evidence?
I said let them do forensic examination of that. And that glitch that happened for over 5 hours. What caused it?
Anyway, aside from that, if the ruling party has nothing to campaign with, I think it behoves the opposition to provide alternatives. That is what they're expecting. Provide alternatives. Atiku Abubakar says, well, these are my plans. Peter Obi says, these are my plans. Sowore says, these are my plans. Adebole Adewayo says, these are my plans. Let's listen to them. If we understand that the ruling APC has nothing to offer, then the opposition should provide an alternative. In that way, we understand that there is a balance.
Yes, there is a debate. The measure, the capacity of any presidential candidate, as far as I know, is their intellect to handle issues when they come into office. So if you cannot debate, so that we can now mirror your intelligent quotients, we can now mirror the wisdom in you. You can now mirror whether you have the capacity to even rule Nigeria. Then there is nothing to campaign.
Unfortunately, there is no law to compel candidates that at debates or and all of that. There is no law.
But there is a law to embezzle money.
Well, there's no law to. There are no consequences. The consequences, there are no legal consequences. The consequence is that, well, if you don't come to sell yourself, people might decide not to vote for you. But the consequence there is no law to embezzle money. But if you embezzle money, you are captured, you go in for it. That's the difference.
Nobody goes in for it. Depends on which party you belong to. You don't. Seriously, we know we violate all the laws in the whole violate it too. But the law against corruption and stealing of money and all that, we don't. In fact, the whole world should come and copy from us here because we have perfected it so much.
Why don't you be a patriot at some point? Why do you say the whole world should come and copy from us?
Oh, you mean we cannot give them something to copy?
What are you giving them?
This thing I'm telling
corruption.
You now.
You are giving them corruption.
God have perfected it. Is it not an achievement?
Including you. When you say we, including you, because you are Nigerian.
Well, I've not been in government.
You have not been in government.
I've not been in government.
We have corruption in private places too.
No,
but we have corruption in private places.
So if I'm doing my own thing,
corrupt in your words,
and I've not run afoul of the government. So what are you talking about? Based on what we are seeing, look at it. Is it not surprising to you that the chairman of Nigeria Revenue Service is among APC presidential campaign committee? No, look at that.
In charge of their finances.
Please.
In charge of finances.
Moses, please go to another topic.
All right. Well, this headline here from Daily Sun, I'm going to read a little into it. The headline here says, targets digital independence, spends 3.8 trillion naira on IT. 2 satellites, cloud drive, cut foreign tech reliance. Just for better understanding. The Plateau State Police Command has arrested the suspected mastermind of the deadly attack on Bimpa community in Kombum district of Mangu local government area. Now, the federal government is stepping up efforts to reduce Nigeria's dependence on foreign digital structure, approving 2 new communication satellites, while revealing that more than 3.8 trillion naira has been in information technology infrastructure since 2023. Now, it goes on. It says the Federal Executive Council, FEC, approved the acquisition and deployment of next generation satellites, that's NightComSat 2A and NightComSat 2B, as part of efforts to expand its digital capacity and strengthen its technological independence. What happened to NightComSat 1?
And 1 and 2.
And 2. They disappeared.
They fell.
I think 1 disappeared, 2 disappeared.
I think they were destroyed, and then the debris fell to the earth at some point.
Proving another 1
for 2A and 2B.
But we need that. I mean, we need the.
It's not just approving, and it's not just sending it into space. It's about being able to maintain it.
Before it happened, there was one I hope you remember. Before they fell out from the sky, there was warning that this thing is becoming old and obsolete. Nobody, and it finally happened.
So is there one thing that we can, like I keep saying, the only thing in the digital sector that we have done is
GSM?
Not GSM. I mean, GSM will have more drop calls now. You load airtime. Before you know it, you make 1 or 2 calls, it's gone. The same thing. is what they call remitter.
Oh, okay.
Remitter, because government knows how to collect money.
Money, yes.
Remitter has never failed me for once. So I'm asking, that thing that powers remitter, why can't we use it to power other things in Nigeria?
It's the private sector driven.
It's private sector driven.
Yes. It's private.
But recall that at some point, they wanted that the remitter was going to step aside. You recall? At some point, they said remitter was going to step aside and another agency was going to take over.
But when people kicked against it because of the performance of remitter, they had to step that one down. Because, of course, interest came in. You know who is behind it?
Yes. The other agency,
yes. The other agency.
Who is behind remitter and all that. And so when they discovered that remitter had been very effective, they said there is no need for you to bring in this other one. That is what is going on. We don't encourage excellence. Whenever they see that something is working, somebody must put spanner in the works to stop it or destroy it for selfish interest. That remitter started with, I think, Buhari or even Jonathan, I think. When they came and saw the people behind the meter, he said he will not pay their 1%. And matter even went to court also. But because of their performance and what they are bringing in, government said, okay, continue. When this other person came in and discovered who is behind the meter, what they are doing, they said, no, we are going to bring other agencies. And people now said, come. What are you bringing this one for? The meter is working.
Very well.
Very, very perfectly. But because they want to stop it.
Mr. Agumo, this thing you say reminds me of a certain professor, Nigerian born, who went to US and came back, where he said in the US that he saw three sets of people, how things work in government, in public. He said, the first set is people who make things happen. The second set is people who watch things happen. Now, the third set is people who wonder what the hell is going on. He came to Nigeria and discovered the fourth set of people. People who make sure that nothing works. People who make sure that nothing works.
We encourage them.
And so why do we have ourselves, in that category of people who ensure that nothing works? 3.8 trillion naira. You know what a trillion naira is? Moses, you did some calculation the other day. And in fact that if you spend 1 million naira a day, it will take you 2007.
It will take you
2,700
and something days.
Yes. To finish a trillion naira.
That means your great-grandchildren will continue from where you
if you spend 2,000 years.
2,000 years. If you spend 1 million every day, it will take you to over 2,000 years to finish 1 trillion naira. And we hear that 3.8 trillion naira has been sunk into digital development and we not find it. At the other time, they said that we're going to digitalize the 774 local government areas. Where has that project gone to? Secondary schools, ICT and all of
no power to power it.
How do we? Now, INEC is struggling with election, beavers, glitches and all of that. And yet we have sunk 3.8 trillion naira. It's different from what INEC is going to collect on their own for digital processes and all of that. It is different from money state governments deploy, to digital centers. We built an ICT center worth 6.7 billion naira. Up until this moment, we are still looking for where that center was built. We cannot find it. Meanwhile, the money is there, spent expenditure for year 2024. And so if you go to every other state, you see this kind of thing. So in total, that money between the federal and the state government will be in next 10 trillion naira. Yet we are still grappling with digital resources, digital performance, and all of that.
All right. I don't know if this.
Do you agree with me now that we have perfected corruption?
If you feel offended by this one, 3.8 trillion naira spent on IT, I wonder how you feel about this next story. So, 14 years after a year report, bloated agencies cost Nigeria 1 trillion naira in 2026. Now, the riders here, Tinubu reneged earlier promise, continues big government program. Scrapped on paper, NPC gets 110.7 billion naira allocation. Scrapped on paper, NPC gets 110.7 billion naira allocation. Very soon, somebody will call it a fake.
MPC is the Population Commission.
Yes.
Okay. That collected money and didn't conduct the census.
Yeah, the 200.
And they didn't return the money.
200 billion was taken for logistics out of the 1 trillion, Abi.
Government should focus on reducing overlapping functions, not agencies. Affected offices hang on to to maintain relevance. There you have it.
The problem with bloated agencies is that, unfortunately, the Jonathan that commissioned the Orasanya, how didn't Jonathan himself implement that report?
You people do not allow him to say.
He was up until 2015. The report came out in 2012. He had 3 years to do that. Why didn't he?
He was
battling Boko Haram. So if you are battling Boko Haram, you cannot implement a report.
The national conference.
The national conference that he conducted in 2014. Why didn't he implement it immediately?
2014, 2015. Look at the gap.
How long does it take to implement a report?
He wouldn't have done anything.
Okay.
That there will be a white paper, and then there will be a blue paper, and if God will help us, there will be a red paper.
A gazette.
So you now gazette.
No, how long does it take to do all of that? We see a National Assembly that from start to finish, they can pass a budget requesting for money in 24 hours. And by the president.
That's this assembly. That is this assembly.
This assembly,
11th assembly.
11th assembly.
Not
is it 10th or 11th?
Not the 8th assembly.
No, you can't have. Allow that.
And so it's quite unfortunate. But another thing is that the president, when he took office in 2024, also asked the Secretary of the Government of the Federation to implement the That didn't happen. So instead of that, we are seeing more duplication.
Yes.
Functions overlap. You have the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Then in Foreign Affairs, you have the National Investment Promotion Council. Then you have the PFIPC. Under that same listing, you still have the brand management that manages made in Nigeria goods that we are quarreling with, whether it is fake and all of that. Appointment letters are issued here, denials are made here and all of that. Arrest people are being chased up and down. Meanwhile, the Secretary of the Government of OSGF, the office that made that approval, nothing is happening. Nobody is asking. 3 permanent secretaries were suspended last week in connection with that.
You cannot blame anybody advantage of Tinubu's ineptitude in office because he created all these ministries.
No. Mr. Gomo, this one has existed for more than 16 years.
Hold on. Not that particular this one. Hold on. For the first time in the history of this country, we are having 48 ministries being headed by ministers. True or false?
No, it's not true.
8.
No, we have 48 ministers. 48 ministers. Some of them are ministers of state.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't have 48 ministries.
But it's still bloated.
No, that's one thing we should be clear.
You are paying them.
We have 48 ministers, not 48 ministries.
You are paying them. Why would it be that high? Have you had it before? Have you ever had 48 ministers in this country? Tell me the truth.
Yes, I think.
No, there was never.
Mr. Goma, I think, because we have always had Minister of State and the substantive minister.
It has never happened. This blue economy.
We understand that the economy is bloated.
Have you heard of the blue and marine economy since the creation of this country? Have you heard of it?
You know what they do?
Have you heard of it?
Do you know what they do?
What did they do?
They coordinate the affairs
of
agencies of government. PA, NIMASA.
Okay.
Yes, I can go on and on. There are about 7 agencies under that. So very big agencies. Nigerian Ports Authority.
Before now, those agencies were not existing.
So they wanted to be harmonized. It's like at some point, police was under internal affairs. They removed it and brought it back to internal affairs.
Are you serious?
Yes. So you juggle these things based on the processes.
Let me burst your bubble. When Oyetola was appointed in that ministry, yes, do you know that the board was not set up for almost, 12 months, Abi? Yes. Why?
The board, because they might have already had boards.
Leave mind, please. Don't go there. You know why? The same thing Bode George suffered when he was splitting a contract. Oyetola knows that when the board will come on board, he may not have free hand to issue and do whatever.
Mr. Gomo, when you say board, what do you mean by board? Does a ministry have board? It is agencies and parastatals within a ministry that have boards. So MP already has.
Is it now? I'm coming. Yes, that which board? They were not longer there. They were dissolved. They were no longer there. And to constitute a new one, took almost 12. Within that period, Oyetola was running the show on his own. It was, I think, 12 days to 1 year of that ministry that it was inaugurated. And who was that person? The man at Ekiti. You remember his name now. The man at Ekiti was made chairman of that board. Now, before that time, that all the listen was handled by Oyetola. That was why their members, APC members in Osun State, quarreled, because Oyetola was handling everything. Nothing came from them and all that, even from Osun State. That was the major reason that they had to be summoned at Abuja, where they now complain openly, your nephew have taken everything from us. That was what happened. So it was mainly created to boost Oyetola's status in Osun State. Mention any money they have brought to us from that ministry. I told you the other day, you said yes. What are they coordinating?
They made their target and even surpassed it.
MPA made what?
Their target.
Really?
I read it to you the other day.
Okay, yes.
I think in excess of 12 trillion naira.
Good. They were starting money from importers and exporters. Is that not true?
Okay.
Well, that's your analysis of it. That's your analysis.
No, you do not. When a container that used to 20 million have now gone to 40 million. Please, what made the difference? The same container, years back, it used to be 20 million. Now it is now 40. The 40, what brought about it?
It's market forces.
Oh, but really? And market forces is you and I. We have to suffer for the.
All right, let's take another headline from newspaper now. Mixed reactions trailed APC's campaign council membership. Well, we've touched on this already. Afenifere NUJ scribe differ as Mela to Adeliji, and this ties into another window headline here. Democracy doesn't survive on polls alone. Weir tells Nigerian lawyers, that's George Weir, president of Liberia, tells Nigerian lawyers.
What brought
right,
about that one?
And then we also have this headline: governors now wages with devalued naira, says Afenifere. All right then.
I think what Afenifere is trying to say is that the fact that
sorry, please. There's a writer queries 11.85 trillion naira borrowing, 30.64 trillion naira government spending. Wow.
Well, Afenifere is talking about inflation, devalued naira. So when governors are shouting that they are getting more money, and rejoicing, they should also consider the fact that the salaries they pay have lost value, because there's what is called the time value of money. Because of the vagaries, the shifts in the economy, our naira has been devalued. So if you had 100,000 naira in 2023, that 100,000 naira will probably not do for you 1,000 naira did for you in 2023. And so it has lost value because naira has been devalued. And so what the government needs to do is to fight inflation. And how can government fight? Government can only fight inflation by making the economy more productive. Inflation is we have more money chasing those goods, which means that we are not productive. We also source money, to buy the dollar we use to import goods. We are not just importing goods, we're also importing services. We fly in people from one part of the country, one part of the world, to go and service oil rigs in the Niger Delta, in oil formations and all of that. We are also not being productive because we have to pay those people in foreign currency. The only way to get out of this economic quagmire is to industrialize. And how do we industrialize? We have the raw material, the human and material resources. We have an active youth population that is more like idle. And that is why, if you walk through the streets of Lagos, by 11 o'clock, you see 4 or 5 young men gathered, doing nothing. The next thing is they are trying to look for association to belong to, maybe NURTW and all of that, so that they'll start extorting. You see them holding long sticks some vehicles, trailers that came from the north with goods and all of that, with food items, they extort them. And so by the time it gets to the market, the consumer starts paying for more. It's like idle, and they are doing some kind of extortion. A situation where we import practically everything that we consume. And so how do we get industrialized? You have iron. But we don't have the ore, but we don't have steel. We still import the steel that we use. Now, check out what Russia is doing with steel. Check out what Brazil is doing with steel. And so if you have to set up production plants in Nigeria, what you are doing is assembly, not production, because the completely knockdown parts come from outside. Meanwhile, you have iron, or we have metallurgy industries there. So the earlier government revisits Jokuta and a larger steel mill, the better for us.
They will not, because it will not pay them. That was why Tinubu went to sign a contract of 724 million pounds. Abi?
Yes.
To repair Apapa Port. Our own steel industry is lying moribund. And Tinubu did that just for the UK government to validate his presidency. Nothing.
That loan is running into troubled waters. It's not working out.
Thank God. Because people have looked at it. Yes, it can never work because the man that had left office. Yes, he had left office. That's the truth. He had left office, and these are part of what the UK people are talking about, where they have governance. But here, whatever they do or tell us, we agree. The $700 million that was earlier in 2025 taken for December, nobody have asked contract. Where have we landed? What is the milestone achieved? Nobody. I said what this government have done to Nigeria is unthinkable, seriously.
Until this grammar that we are speaking, until Nigeria becomes a production economy, we go nowhere. Because I want to cite a few instances. Go to Vietnam and see what Vietnam is. Moses, if I look at you, with all due respect, from start to finish, everything you wear, including me and Agomo here, nothing was produced locally. Nothing might have been, well, you could say that probably the shed sold locally or what. But the raw material, everything might have been taken from here, processed and brought back. You are looking at yourself.
Count me out too. What do you mean everything was produced, nothing was produced locally?
Production.
Where did I come from? My mother and my father.
What you are wearing.
It's important. I was produced locally.
No, Mr. Gomo, on a lighter note.
Is that not true?
No, I mean what you are wearing.
Oh, my parents uncle.
What you are wearing, the clothes.
You talk of the man before what he's wearing.
The eyeglasses.
I am produced locally.
Go to Vietnam now. Vietnam does a lot of exports. Even Cambodia does a lot of exports. It's people that we even started before them. People that we started before them.
And that is why these big countries are surviving. Seriously. You see India and China. The only thing them from problem is because 95% of what they do, eat, wear, do everything is from their country.
Locally made.
Locally. Why can't we say for God's sake?
Why can't we revive Aswani?
Why can't we copy it?
Revive Aswani Texas.
Why can't we revive Aswani? Go to Kaduna.
It's now a digital world. You can press and whatever information you are looking for, you get it. That is the only reason why China and India are surviving. They don't go outside to look for anything.
No, they don't go outside. They go to steal technology. Moses, at some point, we had a leader in India who said, "Well, if you don't want to wear India-made shoes, then go barefoot."
They did it.
I did a case study. I did a case study on a particular country, Proton. That country produces Proton. Now the Proton is their local, and 85% of the vehicles in that country, or people that own vehicles, drive the Proton. If you have to drive Mercedes, if you have to drive Toyota, if you have to drive Honda, you pay 300%.
Yes.
And so, if you see in that country, if you see a Mercedes Benz, it is driven by a very wealthy person. So every other person drives a Proton. That is what. if you don't want to wear India-made clothes, then go naked. And they started patronizing them. But I'm also guilty because I'm going to flaunt my Italian suits before you and say, it is Italian. Don't you know that my suit is Turkey? So that is why when this issue of made in Nigeria, the made Nigeria brand, we even have an agency like this, then they have their work cut out for them. Otis, the president's wife went to Abia State and donated, I think it's 1 billion or 2 billion naira. Say, just make it the Nigerian clothes, Adire and all of that. Kente in Ghana, they wear it proudly. You see a president come out with his kente.
Especially at
events. But here you see our senators, like our senators, but our senators who prefer the clothes they use in making the senator is imported. The material is imported. And so
when they wanted to buy their vehicle, Innocent was contracted, but they said they don't want Nigerian brand. They had to import it. Look at where over 200 and something billion naira was taken out of this country to go and buy those vehicles. The people that are supposed to lead in showing, they are the ones that are destroying. If you block the border and say no foreign goods will come into this country, please, do you have a choice?
They will block the border down south in the north.
Would you have a choice than to buy made in Nigeria? If they block it, and even if they see you, you go and show them where you bought it, who imported it, and they will deal with that.
That was what India did.
So we are not ready. We are not ready.
Another headline here. Oshu government alleges fresh plot to attack local governments, motor parks, calls for recon against post-election violence. APC's reconnection with masses germane to 2027 victory, says Oyinti. How do you react to that headline? And then let me tie to this one. Nigeria turns to banks for 20.5 to expand renewable electricity. Nigeria turns to banks for $20.5 billion to expand renewable.
Electricity. The president used 10 billion naira to Asobila to put
solar.
Where did he get the money from? Did he go to the bank to collect? So in the turn of Nigerians now, we are now going to the bank with their cutthroat interest rates and all of that.
Besides, when they created this band ABC, they told us that with it now.
Sorry. Let me take the rider. I think it's quite instructive. It says federal government awaits 1.19 from Japan for renewable energy.
We are waiting for Japan. Now, when they created this band ABCD by Adelabu, they told us that with it now, the electricity sector will now be competitive. Investors will come. Things will expand. This and that. There will be constant electricity. That was the very word. He now finished the extortion of Nigeria and then went to Ibadan to go and contest election. Nobody asked him, Mr. Power, what are the promises you made? And you went to go and become governor. You failed in the national level. Is it in the state that you are going to succeed? You see how we promote it. The man is not even ashamed that he failed.
Maybe the state could be a smaller entity for him.
He's not even ashamed that he failed, though. He's not even ashamed. He wants to use go and contest. So in Nigeria, I have told everybody who care to listen, it's like we swore, we have made an oath. That is why year in, year out, leaders come and go. The same problem is still bedeviling us. Whenever we want to move one step forward, something will drag us back 5 years. You now ask yourself, what is going on?
Now, Mr. Agomo, do you think that the problem is us or is the problem is in our stars?
That we are made underlings, Abi? These other countries that are moving forward, it's not the same God, it's not the same earth they are, Abi? It's not the same earth. We have been choosing the wrong people in government.
So the problem is in us.
Anybody. God gave us everything. I mean everything. Everything. Do you know why small Taiwan, the whole of the Western Europe and America, go and see what these guys are producing. All the chips, all this what is that thing that Taiwan for now? That American space need it. That's why they are telling China, look,
microchip.
All those things. Taiwan is the champion of it. America worshipped Taiwan because of that thing they are doing.
This is Taiwan that a few decades ago, if you bring a product, they say this one.
That money at Taiwan, everything that is a small country on its own. That's why everybody is protecting Taiwan, because they now for all those things. As big as we are, we have nothing to offer the world.
From the Punch newspaper, FAC Bonanza. Governors face questions as payouts 7 trillion naira. Post-subsidy windfall. FAC revenue hits for the 7 trillion naira in 3 years, surpasses previous 6-year total. State bigger FAC shares. Governors face heat as subsidy removal debate resurfaces. Again, FG APC tackle article turn call. You want to quickly react to this one?
The governors, are they really facing heat? The governors don't care. They are busy increasing their security votes. That's why increase up to 3 billion naira. Even some people that said, well, when I become governor, I will not take security vote. My own governor, Alex Oti, he's taking. So this, how much of that, has trickled down to the people's life? Standard of living, is it better now? The answer is no. We are that 137 million people will face acute hunger in the next 3 months if something urgent is not done. And what is that urgency? Is it to open the borders, or is it for the federal government to import? And when they import rice, they give you bags of rice. Governors are giving 40,000 bags of rice. By the time it gets to now, the federal government promises that they are going to give 40,000 bags of rice and 5 billion naira. Get 1 billion naira. They get 10,000 bags of rice. People are looking for the other 30,000 balance and another 4 billion naira. The governors tell us, well, the president didn't give us anything. 1,000 bags of rice, it goes to party members. The commissioner gets probably 500 bags and packs it in his backyard. It rots there. And people are starving, people are hungry. This 47,000 trillion has trickled down to the people in the past how many years? Meanwhile, there's a certain 210 trillion naira that we're also looking for. Put all the mothers, yes,
we're looking for it.
We're looking for it, yeah, we can't find it. If you put all the monies that we have lost in the past 10 years,
embezzle.
Start from 3 years.
In the past 10 years, Lagos alone should look better than Amsterdam.
Yes.
As a matter of fact,
that's the truth.
It should. That's the truth. Everywhere. Slums everywhere, debt, refuse everywhere.
The
PSPs are not paid and they are complaining. They say, well, they are overwhelmed because of the population explosion and all of that.
Living under bridges.
People are living under bridges, paying rent under bridges, paying rent.
Under bridges. By just 200 million. No. China is over $1 billion. China is out in the streets of the whole world begging for money, begging for food. China is over 1 billion human beings, and yet they have enough to even give to you.
All right.
In fact,
all right. Well, a few more headlines I would have loved to take, but we can't take them. Now, Nollywood lost an actor, one of the greats. He died yesterday. His soul rest in peace. And we hear that he'll be buried today. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And by the way, there's this other headline. I was keeping it for the last. It says, beer prices may rise as brewers battle 100 naira H1 tax bill, higher energy costs. It might seem trivial, but it speaks to a bigger problem.
Well, that's the problem. If I could buy beer and I'm still buying it at 1,500, I will still buy it with 2 or 3 times.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
And then they should be careful there.
Anyway.
Because that thing helps mankind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darlington Agumo and Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight. Political Lens.
Yes, I'll be joined by Prince Francis Chilaka and we'll travel around the country to bring you stories. Join us then, it promises to be quite interesting.
Well, there you have it. Sports comes up next at 11 o'clock. I am Moses Humphrey. Have yourselves a beautiful day. Bye for now.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Voptv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Voptv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Voptv. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Dabela, and a big shout out to Voptv.
Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to Voptv. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Voptv. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Voptv.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching Voptv. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching Voptv. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, Voptv.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching Voptv.
This is Astelba and you're watching Voptv.
A big shout out to Voptv. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV, Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shakes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie n'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa, aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile, na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu, na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee nnukwu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị, anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo, anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara let's go
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Voptv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Voptv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Voptv. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to Voptv. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to Voptv. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Voptv. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Voptv.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching Voptv. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching Voptv. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, Voptv.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching Voptv.
This is Astelba and you're watching Voptv.
A big shout out to Voptv. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef, change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am more. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from go ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No they complain about Naija, complaining no they change our mode. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make them work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am more. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am more. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand.
Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Voptv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Voptv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Voptv. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
For many Nigerians, the commencement of the 2027 election campaign marks the beginning of a critical period in the country's political calendar. While political parties are preparing to sell their candidates and manifesto to the electorate, voters say they want more than campaign promises. From the economy and employment to insecurity, education, healthcare, and infrastructure, Nigerians are looking to the presidential aspirant for clear and realistic solutions to the challenges confronting the country.
Like this, as Nigeria dey like this, nobody dey happy. Even me, you know, say me at the drama, I know how much I dey buy for every day. I know they happy. This our president, you know, try at all for me. I don't know another person. For me to vote for her, I no go try am. I would like to vote for person where
he fit Nigeria. Like Peter Obina, the man, for me, my spirit, the catcher that he did okay for us to rule Nigeria.
Beyond political rallies and promises, some voters say they expect candidates to explain how their proposed policies will improve life of ordinary Nigerians. They want campaigns to be issue-based, peaceful and free from ethnic or religion sentiment, with candidates focusing on what they intend to do differently if elected.
The last 4 years, they have not done anything. There is a bad road everywhere. So education was bad. All these schools, there's nothing to show about it. So what are we voting for? I cannot vote. Now God will be the next president for Nigeria. Now God will control Nigeria. I know that God knows, but God will touch one person's mind. Let the people that are there, they should set aside. Then let another young people to be there.
Positions are like your father will never change their color. So we only ask that God will not touch their hearts. They can promise heaven and earth. What they want to do is in their minds. So nobody can change that except God intervene.
As the race officially gets underway, the question for the aspirants is not only who can win the election, but who can convince Nigerians that the leadership will deliver meaningful change. Oyindamola Olukuto, Voice of the People TV.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to Voptv. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to Voptv. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Voptv. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Voptv.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching Voptv. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching Voptv. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, Voptv.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching Voptv.
This is Astelba and you're watching Voptv.
A big shout out to Voptv. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an overbloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on NigeComSat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo, and girls
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk. 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands. Come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda
For Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to Voptv. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Voptv. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Voptv. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
For many Nigerians, the commencement of the 2027 election campaign marks the beginning of a critical period in the country's political calendar. While political parties are preparing to sell their candidates and manifesto to the electorate, voters say they want more than campaign promises. From the economy and employment to insecurity, education, healthcare, and infrastructure, Nigerians are looking to the presidential aspirant for clear and realistic solutions to the challenges confronting the country.
Like this, as Nigeria dey like this, nobody dey happy. Even me, you know, say me at the drama roa, I know how much I dey buy for every day. I know they happy. This our president, he no try at all for me. I don't know another person. So for me to vote for her, I no go try am. I would like to vote for person where he fit Nigeria. Like Peter Obi na the man. For me, my spirit, the catcher that he dey okay for us to rule Nigeria.
Beyond political rallies and promises, some voters say they expect candidates to explain how their proposed policies will improve life of ordinary Nigerians. They want campaigns to be issue-based, peaceful and free from ethnic or religion sentiment, with candidates focusing on what they intend to do differently if elected.
The last 1 year, they have not done anything. There is a bad road everywhere. So education was bad. All these schools, there's nothing to show about it. So what are we voting for? I cannot vote. Now God will be the next president for Nigeria. Now God will control Nigeria. I know that God knows, but God will touch one person's mind. Let the people that are there, they should set aside. Then let another young people to be there.
Politicians are like leopard that will never change their color. So we only ask that God will not touch their hearts. They can promise heaven and earth. What they want to do is in their minds. So nobody can change that except God intervene.
As the race officially gets underway, the question for the aspirant is not only who can win the election, but who can convince Nigerians that the leadership will deliver meaningful change. Oyindamola Olukuto, Voice of the People TV.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Mazinze, aka G Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV. Ching!
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Voptv, and a big shout out to Voptv. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Voptv The Gathering. Shout out to Voptv. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Voptv. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Voptv.
Hello everyone, my name is Enita Oluwole. Keep watching Voptv, stay subscribed, do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching Voptv. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, Voptv.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching Voptv.
This is Astelba and you're watching Voptv.
A big shout out to Voptv. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so make you. Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect.
Hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters. First, the headlines. Tinubu recalls APC Presidential Campaign Council list. NAF intensifies airstrikes in Sokoto. Amnesty seeks rescue of Niger mosque worshippers. Okonkwo speaks on Tinubu Atiku subsidy plan. Tax crimes fraud top Nigeria's 2025 financial crime reports. CUC pickets Abuja hotel over workers' rights. In business, global oil prices drop amid US-Iran tensions. In sports, Chukwueze named man of the match in Milan win. And in the world of entertainment, fears as Ogogo is laid to rest. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has reportedly directed the reconstitution of the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council for the 2027 general elections following criticisms of the initial list released by the presidency on Saturday. The directive followed concerns from senior party members that the composition did not adequately reflect the APC's hierarchy, geographical spread, and political structure. Tinubu reportedly directed the presidency led by his chief of staff alongside the National Assembly leadership and the APC National Working Committee to review the list and address the identified gaps before releasing a new one. The development came hours after the presidency announced a 223-member campaign council with former Zamfara State Governor Senator Abdul Aziz Yari appointed Director General. The initial list sparked concerns over the exclusion of several prominent party members, including Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives Benjamin Kalu, who is the highest-ranking political office holder from the Southeast. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development Festus Keyamo, who was a prominent spokesman and Director of Public Affairs during the APC's 2023 presidential campaign, was also missing from the list. Other notable omissions include former Plateau State Governor Simon Lalong, who served as Director General of the APC Presidential Campaign Council in 2023, National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, who headed stakeholders relations, and former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, who served as National Youth Coordinator. Former Ogun State Governors Benga Daniel and Ibikunle Amoso, as well as former Edo State governorship candidate Osage Ize Iyamo, were also absent from the initial list. Still on a political note, the Ogun State chapter of the All Progressives Congress has reaffirmed Senator Solomon Adiola, popularly known as Yayi, as its governorship candidate for the 2027 general election. The party made the clarification in a statement signed by its state chairman, Yemi Sanusi, following claims by Abayomi Honye that he remains the APC governorship candidate. The APC described Honye's claim as false and urged members, supporters, and the public to disregard it. Meanwhile, APC chieftain and former federal lawmaker Kayode Oladele has criticized Hunye's continued pursuit of the party's governorship ticket and his recent unveiling of a running mate. Oladele described Hunye's actions as an exercise in futility, saying the APC had concluded its nomination process and forwarded Adeola's name to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. But Hunye, speaking at a news conference in Abeokuta on Saturday, said he had not withdrawn from the race and was challenging the court in the process that produced Adeola as the APC candidate. Away from political matters, the Nigerian Air Force has intensified air operations against terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other criminal activities across the northwest. This is contained in a statement by the NAF Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Ehimen Ejodame. Air Commodore Ejodame said the increased air presence in Sokoto State was aimed at supporting ongoing joint security operations. He said the strengthened deployment was critical to tackling asymmetric threats, as terrorists and bandits often exploits difficult terrain, mobility, and concealment to evade ground forces. The Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, said the NAF would continue to optimize air power to support joint operations. He stressed the need for timely intelligence, responsive air power, and closer coordination with ground forces. But this report says Amnesty International has called on Nigerian authorities to urgently secure the release of worshippers abducted during Friday prayers at a mosque in Kenya, Dekara District, Borgu local government area of Niger State. The rights organization said in a statement on its verified social media handle that an unspecified number of worshippers were abducted during the August 21 attack, while residents estimated that more than 80 people may have been taken. Amnesty urged the authorities to intensify efforts to rescue the victims and address the growing wave of abductions targeting rural communities in northern Nigeria. The Niger State government confirmed the attack, saying suspected terrorists stormed the Kenya mosque while worshippers were observing Juma at prayers. According to the State Commissioner for Information and Orientation, Obed Nana, the attackers abducted an unspecified number of worshippers in Gidanzana and Manyak communities, while some residents fled to nearby areas. The government said efforts were ongoing to establish the exact number of people abducted. Moving on, Kenneth Okonkwo, spokesperson for the 2027 presidential candidate of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, says President Bola Tinubu misconstrued Atiku's proposal to restore petrol subsidy if elected in 2027. The actor-turned-politician made a comment during a television interview dismissing claims that Atiku plans to return Nigeria to what he described as the corruption-ridden subsidy era. Atiku had said on Wednesday that he would restore petrol subsidy if elected president, arguing that the Tinubu administration had failed to account for funds saved from the subsidy removal. The comments sparked criticism on social media, with some opponents pointing to Atiku's reported pledge during the 2023 election campaign to remove the subsidy. Reacting, President Tinubu described the proposal as evidence of serious ignorance of governance and economy, but Okonkwo defended Atiku's position, saying it was a plan to make petrol more affordable without returning to the old subsidy regime. He said the proposal would instead leverage Nigeria's local refineries by ensuring they have access to crude oil at a fair price. In another development, tax crimes and fraud accounted for over 50% of financial crime intelligence reports disseminated to law enforcement and regulatory authorities in Nigeria in 2025. The figure is contained in the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit's 2025 annual report, which highlighted continued risks to Nigeria's financial system and increased regulatory monitoring of financial transactions. According to the NFIU, tax crimes involving direct and indirect taxes accounted for 30% of the intelligence report, making it the largest category. Fraud followed at 21%, meaning both offenses accounted for 51% of reports across the top designated offenses. Money laundering accounted for 15%, while illegal trafficking in narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances represented 10%. Bribery and corruption, as well as terrorism and terrorist financing, each accounted for 8%. Illegal currency trading and organized crime each represented 3%, while human trafficking and migrant smuggling each accounted for 1%. The NFIU said fraud remains a major financial crime risk, with growing threats from Ponzi schemes, fraudulent crowdfunding, cryptocurrency investment scams, and hacking-related fraud. Away from that report, the Hotel and Personal Service Senior Staff Association, an affiliate of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, on Monday picketed Abuja Continental Hotel over alleged abuse of workers' rights, unfair labor practices, and poor working conditions. The union also accused the hotel management of preventing workers from unionizing and exercising their freedom of association. The workers arrived at the hotel as early as 6 a.m. but were stopped from entering the premises by security personnel. They subsequently began picketing at the entrance, blocking access to the hotel. Speaking to journalists, the union said several attempts to engage the hotel management over the issues had failed, leaving it with no option but to commence industrial action. Police and Department of State Services personnel were deployed to the premises as the contest continued. Elsewhere, a highly contagious eye infection, commonly known as Apollo, has spread across Bauchi State, with the Speaker of State House of Assembly, Abubakar Suleiman, among those affected. Suleiman disclosed this in a Facebook post, saying he woke up with the infection and urged Nigerians to take precautions to prevent its spread. He advised residents to maintain proper hygiene and avoid sharing personal items that could facilitate transmission. Apollo, also known as conjunctivitis, is a contagious eye infection that can spread through contact with infected people, contaminated surfaces, or personal items. And with that, we've come to the analysis segment of the midday news. Joining us in the studio to analyze the stories is Darlington Agomore. He is a public and political affairs analyst. You're welcome. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining.
It's my pleasure.
And that's all virtually. We're also joined by Ihinose Omuaka. He is a public affairs analyst and development communication expert. You are welcome. Good afternoon. All right, I believe that in the course of the conversation and the midday news, he will join us. But let's begin with the studio. We're going to be talking about the APC Campaign Council reconstitution, Mr. Darlington. Now, the initial APC Campaign Council had 223 members, and the concerns were raised about the exclusion of prominent party figures and whether the list adequately reflected the party's geographical and political structure. Now the question is, does this suggest that political balancing is still a major factor in how Nigeria's big parties build their electoral machinery? And can a campaign council that does not carry key stakeholders actually deliver effectively? Mr. Darlington.
Yes. What happened is that if you check, APC has colonized Nigeria. So what's supposed to be a national institution have now been taken over by APC as a political party. That is why those things you mentioned are there. Like the chairman of Nigerian Revenue Service. On what ground should you be their financial whatever? The man at Zach, Mr. Zach, on what ground is he there? Look at all the people that have to do with national institutions. This man co-opted them into his campaign council, who is supposed not to be. And maybe why he's asking them now to reconstitute it, because people are raising eyebrow. In fact, one Dino Melaya is threatening to go to court to sue the NRS man, because ordinarily these are people that should be neutral in this matter. Neutral, especially in a campaign situation. They should be neutral because they are serving Nigeria, not APC. But he had co-opted them into his campaign council. And of course, when the man at the helm of affairs in our tax profile is there, you know what will happen. All the tax money, everything is in his hands. And so, you now make him a member. I mean, he doesn't need anybody to tell you what is going to happen. And that is corruption of the highest order. Corruption. It's unfortunate, seriously. I hope they will get it right. Now that he's talking of reconstituting them, I hope everybody that has to do with government ought not to be a member of any campaign council. Simple. You're supposed not to be.
All right. Now, the presidency has asked the party leadership and the National Assembly leadership to do a reversal on this particular thing. Now, does this not show healthy responsiveness, or does this not show healthy responsibility and accountability on the part of APC? Or does it show that there are too many faults in the original copy?
There is nothing like responding. When the other people reacted, and they are going to, in fact, they are threatening to go to court. Maybe that is what they are afraid of. If not, when they were constituting these people, didn't they know that ordinarily some names are not supposed to be there? They're supposed to know. Anyway, let us even see what they are coming up with. Maybe by that time we'll now conclude this analysis, because right now I know Tinubu very well. What he tells you is not what he is. He will tell you one thing and do another thing. So let us see whether these names will be in there. Let us see. Very heavily corrupt people, better do. And then all the governors will be the coordinator in all their different states. I mean, it's like APC is just telling you that they own Nigeria. They own Nigeria and they can do whatever they like. That is the body language of this president. It's unfortunate if he should get away with it. Very, very fortunate.
All right, let's take this conversation over to Amnesty that is seeking rescue of abducted mosque worshippers. Now, this is a little concerning because its spotlights are insecurity and also the part of people or those terrorists targeting religious worship. Now, reports have suggested that more than 80 worshippers may have been abducted, although authorities have not yet confirmed the exact figure. What does the authority or the uncertainty around all of this, even the number of victims, what does it say about the security and intelligence situation in these rural communities, Mr. Darlington?
It means that things have been done about security. It is not getting better. It means that this insecurity has become a weapon, a political weapon in the hands of the government. Because look at it this way. The people that adopted these people or kidnapped these people, who are they? Who are they? You and I know the religion they profess. You and I know where they came from. And so, that they kidnap Muslims who are sleeping in the mosque is just to divert our attention. They are just to divert our attention.
So this is a strategy.
It's part of it to tell you that kidnapping is both Christians and Muslims. Is that not? What other message are they sending to you and I? No, tell me, what other message? Because before now, it has been heavily against the Christians. Heavily against the Christians. So this particular one now is just for the optics. To tell everybody that Muslims are being kidnapped to, I mean, what else? It's a very, very childish gimmick. Because who are the people that kidnap Muslims? Are they Christians? Hold on, are they Christians? When members of a political religion say, well, go and kidnap their members, are they joking or are they serious? What do they want to achieve?
What if these people are neither Muslims nor Christians?
It cannot be possible.
So you're insinuating that they are Muslims?
They are, that is 100%. Because, I mean, if you are shouting Allah Akbar when you are cutting people's throat and kidnapping, what does that tell you? Who does that? Is it not a Muslim faith? The daddies who don't even know what they are pursuing. On what ground would they go and kidnap Muslims in there? Let them fish out the people that did it and let's see their religion. Let's start from there.
All right, let's take this conversation over to our virtual guest, Ihinose Omwaka. Now, we have been talking about the amnesty seeking of abducted mosque worshippers. Now, I'd love to ask, Nigeria has experienced repeated mass abductions. We've experienced that in school. We've experienced that in villages. Highways are not left out. Now, it is brought into the religious setting, and this is not even news anymore. Now, at what point does this repeated occurrence of these incidents suggest that our current security strategy needs a fundamental rethink rather than simply more military redeployments?
Points. point has been existing even long before now. You understand? So it's what all of this boils down to is still what we have been saying time and time again. It the failure of governance under this present administration or under this APC-led administration from when they entered power in 2015. You understand? So when we say at what point, it's as from that point where they took over power in 2015. That was when it had gotten so bad. You understand? So it keeps deteriorating. And what all of this shows is that today it is cool, tomorrow it is even when people start saying that okay, this one does not concern me, it doesn't affect me. Understand? It continues to get to you closer by the day. You understand? Nobody, as far as you are residing in anywhere in Nigeria, nobody is safe. You understand? At point we're saying that okay, it was only farmers that were being affected. Then they start getting into they now went into schools. We say okay, it's only school children. Now they were going to churches to kidnap and kill people. We say okay, it's only Christians that were affected. Now they are going to mosques. You understand? Before you know it, it is it's like cancer. It will affect all parts of the body eventually. You understand? The only thing that government needs to do is to wake up to its responsibility of securing lives and property. It is not the issue about recruiting more persons to join the armed forces or the security agencies. Is Nigerian government, is this APC-led government, are they really sincere in fighting insecurity? That's one other question. You understand? Time and time again, they've come out to say, okay, we know those who are responsible people, but nothing is done. We know those who are, we know the sponsors. Even when international organization, United States of America, UAE, have even named certain persons. Have those persons been arrested? The answer is no. You understand? So it is those people who benefit from this insecurity, who are collaborators and those people who are even in government are responsible for this the increase in insecurity. By the time these persons no longer see or no longer see that maybe certain persons are profitable when you kidnap them, now start going for those, even those people who are even collaborators and sponsors. In the long run, they will not be safe. You understand? Even government officials, we have heard about commissioners, senators, House of Assembly members in the north who have been kidnapped and killed. You understand? So is it when it will get to the presidential villa before they will not say enough? You understand? So it's sad. You understand? So nobody is safe, even the president, no matter how secure he is, or no matter how he build around himself to say he's safe, it doesn't concern him. You understand? It will eventually get caught up with everybody. So just like what I usually say is that we're all teams of this issue of insecurity, even government officials. Because at the time these people continue to see that okay, these people that we have been attacking, these villages, communities that we have been attacking, is no longer profitable. They will now redirect their approach. You understand? And in directing the approach, you don't know who becomes their victims tomorrow. You understand? So it's a clear call for government officials. You understand? To wake up to its responsibility of ensuring that lives and property are being secure. Don't just name the sponsors. Go after the sponsors. You understand?
Yeah.
Go after the sponsors. Those people within the corridors of powers who continue to benefit from contracts, security contracts, and they now see that yes, this is profitable. Go after those kind of people. Block loopholes. You shall strengthen your mechanisms to ensure that you stifle the source of funding terrorism and insecurity across the country.
Thank you very much.
Until genuine efforts are made, we'll continue to bear the consequences of security in the country.
Thank you very much. Genuine efforts made by the government. Thank you very much, brother. I'd have loved you to continue, but unfortunately we have to wrap up the analysis segment now due to time strength, where we've been speaking with Darlington Agumore, a public and political affairs analyst, and we've also been speaking with Ihinose Omoaka, a public affairs analyst and development communication experts. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your inputs and opinions on the media news stories today.
My pleasure.
For you're still watching the news on Voice of the People television. Still ahead, early morning fire raises shops in Oyo. Please, the stories will come after this break. Do stay with. Welcome back. About 300 shops were reportedly destroyed by an early Monday morning fire popular on Orania Market in Ibadan, northeast local government area of Oyo State. Eyewitness said the affected traders included dealers, furniture sellers, second-hand clothes vendors, and others. The state's chairman of fire services and special advisor to Governor Shea Makinde on Firearms Maruf Akinwande confirmed the incident in an interview with journalists. However, Akinwande said it was too early to determine the exact or exact number and the value of goods destroyed. Here in Lagos, the Waste Management Authority has sealed some markets and places and plazas around the Boipaja axis over repeated environmental infractions and failure to comply with its directives. In a statement by its Director of Public Affairs, Mukaila Sani Lomar, said the enforcement was part of efforts to tackle indiscriminate waste dumping in the area. The agency said its project-wise team sealed Rock of Age Ajerogun One Market, Ayobo Market, and Oba Plaza. According to the managing director and CEO of Loma Muiwa Badegesi, the enforcement of complements ongoing waste evacuation and environmental sanitation efforts across the axis. He said operational teams had cleared accumulated waste from several lands, including Oluwaga bus stop, Ayobo Road median, Atanla by CCN, Ayobo Police Post, and Megida bus stop. Badege said Loma would continue to combine waste evacuation with monitoring and enforcement to prevent cleared locations from becoming waste black spots again. In education, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAM, has introduced an online system allowing candidates for the 2026 Unified Matriculation Examination, UTME, to verify and upload their O-level results from home. The new service, initially covering results issued by the West African Exam Council WAEC, is expected to reduce candidates' reliance on computer-based test centers, especially during peak periods. Under the new arrangement, JAM will electronically verify candidates' results with the relevant examination bodies before uploading them to their profiles. In a statement by its acting director of Public Affairs and Protocol, Fabian JAM said the initiative would make the process faster, safer, and more convenient. The board said the system would also help prevent the submission of fraudulent or unverified votes and eliminate errors associated with manual entry of subjects and grades. JAM added that integrated its e-facility platform with bodies would allow candidates' results to be checked against official records before being uploaded. Oil prices declined on Monday and continued tensions in the Middle East. Over the weekend, Iran and the United States became embroiled in a fresh trade dispute after President Donald Trump announced plans to tighten economic sanctions on Iran and its allies under the proposed economic sanctions. Iranian responded by vowing to retaliate against the proposed sanctions. The development reportedly led to a decline in vessel traffic during and through the Strait of Hormuz, affecting the global energy markets. Brent crude and West Texas Intermediate fell by 1.84 and 2.25% respectively to 92.6 and $85.17 per barrel on Monday. Brent and WTI had risen above $94 and $87 per barrel respectively over the weekend, due to higher domestic petroleum product prices. Nigeria international Samuel Chukwueze was named the man of the match as Milan opened the 2026-27 Serie A session with a 2-1 away win from over Torino at the Stadio Olimpico de Torino on Sunday. Playing as a converted right wing back, Chukwueze was a constant threat down the right flank and capped his performance with a brilliant assist and second goal, finished by France international Adrien Rabiot. The Nigerian also created 4 chances, the most by any player in the match, while recording numbers for touches in the opposition box and possession won. The performance provides an encouraging start to Chukwueze's campaign under new head coach Ruben Amorim, his loan spell at Premier League club Fulham last season. An unfortunate event, tears flowed in Ilaro, Ogun State on Monday as the remains of veteran Nollywood actor Tarzan, popularly known as Ogogo, were laid to rest. Family members, friends, colleagues, and sympathizers gathered for the burial rites of the 66-year actor who died on Sunday. The video from the funeral procession showed mourners carrying Ogogo's remains to his final resting place in accordance with Islamic rites. His friend and colleague Yinka Quadri was seen in tears as mourners consoled him. Among the Nollywood stars who were in attendance in the burial were Jide Kosoko, Faithia Balogun, Femi Adebayo, Mr. Latin, Toyosi Adesoya, Ireti Osayemi, and BC Omo Logba Logba. The burial took place a day after Ogogo's remains were taken to his hometown of Ilaro. Veteran actor Jide Kosoko announced his death on Instagram, saying Ogogo died at 3 p.m. on Sunday at the age of 66. Meanwhile, Nollywood stars have continued to mourn and producer Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo. Ogogo, who was known for his roles in Yoruba language films, began his acting career in 1981, performing plays under the tutelage of Awo Ademola Fagbemi while working as an auto mechanic. He left his 13-year job as the Lagos State Water Corporation in 1994 to pursue acting full-time. His major breakthrough came with his performance in the hit Yoruba movie Owo Blow, which cemented his status as a hero. Mourning the veteran actor, renowned actor Jide Kosoko said Ogogo left an indelible mark on Yoruba cinema. Actor and producer Femi Adebayo also hailed Ogogo the true pillar of Yoruba cinema, praising the stories and lessons he passed on to younger generations. Other actors, including Saidi Balogun, Funke Akindele, Bolanle Alowo, Kunle Afod, Odunlade Adekola, Wunmi Toriola, and Toyin Adewale, said they also paid emotional tributes to the actor. They described him as a legend whose impact and legacy in the Nigerian film industry would not be forgotten. Joining us on the midday news to discuss the life and of veteran Nollywood actor Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, is renowned actor and broadcaster Jide Alabi. Thank you very much for attending the midday news.
Well, I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, very quickly, how did you receive the news of Ogogo's death, and what was your immediate reaction?
It was a shocking news that came in, even though few days the children came out to say they needed help with regards to the hospital. We all saw that online. But whenever they say and they say stage 4, is always a dicey situation. So all we can say is may his soul be accepted, and give and grant the family, friends, and colleagues the fortitude to bear the huge loss. Ogo is a well-beloved person, apart from being an actor. You need to get close to him to know why everybody loves him the way, everybody has been mourning right now. So, unfortunately, we cannot question God. So, rest his soul.
All right, thank you very much. Now, what does the passing of Taiwo Hassan mean to you and the Nigerian entertainment industry? And also, what do you think Nigerians remember him for the most?
I think, first of all, let me start from the latter. Nigerians will remember him for most importantly, most talent. Ogogo, you all knew him as an actor, and not just a mere actor. When you say an actor, complete, that he would act and flow well on stage. Don't also forget that he also chants. It's not everybody that can chant, especially in Yoruba, and his talent is rich in that aspect as well. And not forgetting that as a younger person, he was a boxer. In case most people don't know, he was also a boxer, fine one at that. So Nigeria's lost another icon, a talent, somebody that will really miss.
Thank you. Now I spent more than 4 decades in the entertainment industry. First of all, what do you consider his greatest contribution to Nollywood, and how important was his development and popularity of Yoruba language cinema?
Well, he's done his bit. He's contributed to upholding the culture of Yoruba and supporting the entertainment industry in Nigeria. He's been there, done that. So we're going to miss all the influence on the younger generation. So many younger actors today want to be like him. So many people have passed through him and learned, from his talent. And for those who've not learned, they're going to miss him. Right now, all you learn from him now are those things he's done in the movies he's done in the past. So it's a huge loss to the entertainment industry, not just the Yoruba movie industry, but the entertainment industry at large in Nigeria.
Very correct. Now, quickly before I let you go, deep enough was done by the entertainment industry and the government to support Ogogo during his illness? And what does his experience tell us about the challenges that Nigerian entertainment are facing when dealing with serious illnesses like this?
First of all, the industry is such that most people don't know. Always support each other well in the industry. And at the end of the day, when we saw the video that the children came out, they said, no, this is not about money. Getting the right facility that would take him in and take care of him. It's unfortunate that, in Nigeria, the healthcare system is modeled the United States. Unfortunately, even the United States health system is not top notch. And we find ourselves in this situation whereby hospitals are not equipped, brain drain, as most doctors and nurses live in the country because of the economic situation. And we cannot but continue to a situation whereby, people will be ill without the right facilities. I hope the politicians will take note of this. Nigerians are suffering, especially in healthcare. And this is an area that we should take more seriously. The British model is better for us to follow because in England, you can walk in hospital, whether you are rich, whether you're poor, whether you have money or not, it doesn't matter. As long as you are ill, go in and they'll take care of you exactly the same way they take care of any billionaire or rich that goes into the hospital. I think that's what we were doing in Nigeria before we brought in the American model, which of course is all about money, and it's unfortunate.
That's very unfortunate. Thank you very much, Dide Alabi, for being a part of the midday news analysis as regards Ogogo's death. Thank you very much. We do hope that families get comfort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to use this opportunity to also pray that God Almighty will be with his children and give the families especially the fortitude to bear this huge loss. And for all those lovers of entertainment as well, let's continue to pray for his children as do not quarrel God, but we pray also that the government will look into the healthcare situation in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jide Alabi. Thank you. That was beautiful. Well, with that, we've come to the end of the midday news on Voice of the People television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. To send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photo, videos directly via WhatsApp to 0813-871-4129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. Praise Peters. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Ibenini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Voptv, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at To The Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Enito Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light sef they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg sef they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze teme ka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on Voptv, the place where stories come alive and matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. I'm your special host, Precious Akimanu, aka Call Me Prezi. I see the waiting, I see the be. So today is really special. Like I always say on the for a special time. Trust me, we have a lot of stories. And guess what? I'm not doing this alone today. I'm here with someone special, like my show is always special. Yes, somebody special, and her name is Jessica.
Thank you.
So Jessica, how do you feel this morning? Tell me.
Fine. How are you?
I'm good. So how's the week been for you? You know that sometimes when we talk about weekends, we always say, everybody's always happy when it's weekend time. You know, everybody has the time to go for Owambe, weddings, parties, you know, try to enjoy themselves. So tell me, how has your weekend been for you?
It was amazing, actually. It was very amazing, but very short.
So just whisper to me. Did you go anywhere? Somebody clock it. I like the sound of when I hear things like, "Oh, I went to have fun." I love to see women. We love parties. When we talk about Owambe like this, you see the way women will just
always fun.
Dressing. Everybody will just come out in their full.
You have to dress
Jesus!
to feel now. That's the Owambe style.
People push you. It be like say, "Oh, don't worry. We are going to be coming with the full energy next time because trust me, it's time about parties and the rest. And I'm always so happy to talk about it because later now they'll say, Prezi, you too like venti. I like ventis. When I see party, they cook you rice, give you something. You don't want to enjoy yourself now. All right, guys. Today on the Spotlight Show, we're going to be talking about a lot of things that are happening around you, and we have a lot of that has been going on, particularly for the death of Ogogo. It's really a painful thing, and talking about the last week, I spoke about him about cancer, and it's really brought my heart that I always talk about things that are happening to our Nollywood stars, and it's really not something to be happy about. Thing, and I'm not happy. I always say this, that we should always put our prayers for our stars. They have been there. They have always blessed our screens, and it's not to be happy about. I pray that God continues to strengthen his family, and I ask God to give them the grace at this time. All right, and next on our list, about Nigerian influencer Priscilla Ojo and her Tanzanian husband Juma Jukes have finally unveiled the face of their son Rakim as his first birthday. So the couple had kept their son's face private since his birth, choosing to share special moments from his life without revealing his identity publicly. However, on his first birthday, they don't decide to give fans a closer look at their little baby boy, sharing his face with the attracting congratulatory messages and reactions across social media. Please tell me what not to love about these people. What's not to love? Jessica, tell me what is people. See, when I talk about Priscilla Joe and Chuma Jokes, see, if I talk about the love that these guys really, really share, you know when somebody is met, you will know. There's no two ways about it. Coupled with the things that are going on now, that somebody's ex is just posting pictures. Do you understand?
Ex will not be move on.
Let us know. Is it our Juma Jokes that you people are saying free Juma Jokes? I don't understand. Free for waiting.
The way we've been treating him.
Like, see, to all my Nigerian ladies, please clock. We are
the best. We are the best when it comes
please,
to men.
When if we say if we don't see us agree, say we they try.
Yes.
I don't understand what's going on. Taking pictures and videos. See, let past remain in the past. And we're in the present now. Present things, and we're moving forward.
Yeah.
Abio.
Yes, no.
But come to think of it, I actually love this boy. Really looks like Iyabujo. Abi.
Iyabujo. I think he looks like his grandmom from Tanzania. Looks mom.
Wait first. No, look at this guy. This boy.
No, he looks like his grandmom from Tanzania.
Hey, you be like saying only me die the day for because I don't understand. Me, I already not talk say this boy our glamour, our body glamour.
There'll be a bit of a resemblance, but it's more from his father's side.
But this guy get how many distinct countries? You get Tanzania, you get Nigeria,
Canada.
Hey, blood of
Jesus.
But actually, it's really lovely to see that Jima James has actually and finally unveiled Rakim's face. And then a lot of people have been saying, oh, Rakim, we just they shout Rakim. And a true Iyabojo, we just they shout Rakim. Because now she carry her son. Now she carry her picking son for her head.
Yes.
She carry this picking for her head.
Amazing being a grandmom for the first time.
But that woman too young to be. The way she always vibe with her. Please.
She took her own personal picture with him.
I beg. This is to all grandmas. Seriously, I beg. Serious.
No, the Gen Z grandmoms are not here to joke because if the mother is slaying, we have to slay too. That's what they are
slaying
doing.
is something else. Yeah. This is 1 year for Rakim, and it has been so lovely right from the time he came into the world. To bless the parents, it has been all beautiful. A lot of people have actually said happy birthday to Rakim on his 1 year birthday, and it's actually amazing to see that this handsome boy has when they say the handsome ones are not yet born and the beautiful ones are not yet born. So like this, did they talk about? Yes. Like this now, very soon now you will say this boy don't grow, come to be a man for himself. I want to get married. You see that time when ladies will now be doing all their shenanigans and the rest of them. Well, it's well, but trust me.
There is respect now.
Extra spec. Wow, this is really beautiful to see this beautiful family. For Priscilla Ojo and Jima Dukes, I'm so happy. Happy birthday to Rakim, Prince Rakim, right?
Yes, Ayomide.
Oh, Ayomide. That's
Ayomide.
You know when you start thinking that, I don't want to go there. But happy birthday and a big happy birthday to Rakim. I mean, this is really lovely to behold because I love this guy. He's sweet. When you sound like this, I visualize. This is a beautiful family.
Came all out for him.
Actually, congratulations to Priscilla George and our handsome little boy Rakim. Okay, and on to the next story. We are talking about the United States federal judge has Trump administration's policy suspending immigrant visa processing for nationals of 75 countries, including Nigeria. So the ruling means the blanket continue in the form challenged in court. So, however, this does not mean that Nigerians automatically qualifies, but somehow applicants will still have to meet the normal requirements, the appropriate immigration process. So the Trump administration can also appeal the ruling, meaning the legal battle may not be over yet. But basically, this is a good place. You understand? For people who want to shout, I want to jackpot, it don't reach now. Actually, the jackpot, everything, when I want the jackpot, I don't they shout these things. But it's actually a good thing for when I talk about the U.S. consul appointing someone as their U.S. consul, which is going to be overseeing U.S. and Nigeria. Truth be told, a lot of people really loved the fact that there was the new person heading the seat, and it's actually lovely because it's going to pave way for people that want to travel. So I think this is a good stance for people. I feel I just have that feeling that it's a good stance for people to want to travel and the rest of them. So guys, a lot of people wey want Japan don't they shout. You see the kind of happiness where they rotate everywhere. But so we're gonna go over to the comment section to see what people have for us. A lot of people are so excited about this particular news, and we'll take some comments from the comments. And yes, somebody said, I love a country where the court is bigger than the president. Unlike, why you can't put them for?
Oh, they are shaming us.
See, some people not just get joy. You see, when I talk about the comment section here, sometimes I say, waiting these people, they really una go just they plan one kind thing like that. Not be say una want Mona, they calm down. Relax. Take it easy. Take it easy. All right, and somebody said a country where rule of law works. Actually, see, when I don't they praise, when I don't they do personal self, when I don't they praise but people should really calm down. And yes, somebody said there are some comments in here screaming, "My God is at work." I told you that some people are happy, and even as a Christian myself, I find some anyways, this is what a proper working country looks like. It has nothing to do with religion or faith. Sadly, Nigeria has down so far that citizens don't believe we can have a working system except through miracles. You know that moment where somebody said, "What God cannot do does not." You see that time when you know those days when they actually have movies where you see, oh, my son just came back from over there, and the children, the mother will start dancing. Working God. Oh my God, this is actually a good stance for for Nigeria. So yes, Clarice Beauty said there is immigrant and visa. So this ban was lifted for immigrants visa. They haven't said anything about non-immigrants visa. So B1 to B2, tourism and medical, you need to explain this further so people get knowledge of it either which way. It's a good sign. So that's what I'm trying to say. So yes, so Lesh 024, we have more comments. And yes, somebody said, really true, God of awesome wonders. And DJ Estimate said, God bless America. Amen to that. A big amen. And Temi King said, it's too much. Share we fit travel or what? He reached to ask, my brother. He reached to ask. And somebody said, Tati BG said, now praise God. This one really touched me. Wait till me that. All right, and Mena 10 said he will still come up with another plan. Your prayer needs another. You reach to calm down. And official, somebody said it be like my US dream will be manifesting soon. Hey, yeah, amen to that. Actually, a big amen. And yes, Stephanie Ugoma said even God will create us get compassion. Child, what a compassionate God. All right, and yes, we have more comments. A lot of people are so excited about this. People are still talking. And yes, somebody said, all this English, can we travel or not? We can. No worry, English. That's all right, and somebody, Vintage Thrift Shirt said, a country where the judicial system works. People should stop saying that. I always have this Nigeria, though we are having some little. You see, Nigeria is a beautiful place. Let's tell ourselves the truth. No matter the fact that we're having a little. Yes. Jessica, you say it's when we have kidney. The blood of Jesus. This one hits me. Even me self shock. I shock. Jessica, you say when we have money. But not be lie, you.
Can you enjoy Nigeria when you have money? Because we suffer.
Blood of Jesus. But true, they will just tell Nigeria is a very fine place. It's a very beautiful place to stay. You know, when you get, you see, sometimes you just get to visit your neighbor. When you travel outside, everybody they maintain their lane. No time to come and say, oh, you're going to see your neighbor, you're going to visit Kenny. How to make money, how to settle down, how to do all that things you're going to visit. No time for that. So it's only this place that we can actually see that we are having, you can visit your family and still be happy and stuff like that.
Nigeria is actually a very happy country.
I'm telling you. But I like the fact that you said it's only when you have money. Very, very, very important, very necessary. All right, let's take more comments and a lot of speaking about this particular thing. And yes, Vintage said a country where the judicial system works, and Elano Sanctuary said immigrants visa will apply for B1 and B2. This is specifically for people trying to immigrate, family members of US citizens applying for consular services. And the Abaga said, I tell Una say I will handle her. Okay. Jason Abaga, you said now you tell us say you will handle her. I don't understand. Explain more, please. Suro said, finally, I fit go America. Hey, yeah, you see a lot of people. See, is it that you go to Japan and live in this Nigeria. Please be down here. We're gonna stay here together, running for you. I mean, no, I don't know why you're going anywhere. Please, let's build this great country together. We actually love Nigeria, but for people that travel, this is a good stance for them. I mean, it's a good one. And yes, so we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we still have more out. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
My name is Mama Corey. I'm the model producer, and I'm VOPTV, man. Keep watching. Don't change it down. Thank you. God bless you. My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY is
Hi, everybody, to Government Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls with Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stick to, I don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a brother Shaggy about with Melody Poppy Blast Game Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why I want you. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People. Hi, guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flying forever, living. Keep watching VOP. Thank you. Hi, people. Jimmy Elvin on here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
And yes, welcome back to the Spotlight Show. And yes, it has been here with you guys. And yes, next on our list, we're talking about the relationship of, we also know these people known online as the feral throuple has. So as Jeffrey and Chidima have announced the end of their 3-person romantic relationship with Precious. I don't know why I be saying my name now in the first call. So yes, so the couple revealed that no longer in a 3-person relationship, and that the feral throuple is now made up of Jeffrey and Chidima. It's no longer throuple. They describe the development as part of how relationship can evolve. Just has reportedly asked for videos involving her to be removed from the couple's social media page. So the development has since sparked reactions and conversations online. So this actually that has been trending a lot of time, that they do things together, they travel together, they even do the do together. My question, because I don't know what's going on. Person go say, how do you people even imagine this? People are now turning, polygamy into something else. So marriages are now feeling, so people are now feeling so comfortable to say, I'm okay to have, multiple wives, like 5, like 6, and every one of them will be, it's now funny. Get married to one and say, the other person is just somebody that you just get attached to. Like, what is going on? With you now, they say no, this is not. I can't call this Gen Z.
It's not giving Gen Z, because I'm not sure a Gen Z lady will take that.
But is that the last person that they even joined in the group now is answering my name? Like, what is going on? I don't seriously.
Well, it was obvious that like Precious was like an outsider there. The videos, if you watch it, you see. So just giving he loves Chidima more. And Precious was just there to like satisfy his fantasies. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Crazy. Like, I want to do this, and Chidima doesn't want to lose a man. So she will just do it now.
Hey, blood of Jesus. So you go just there. Person go there. You said you're not wanted. And place where you go there where you know they wanted. So why did you even enter into that kind of relationship? You know, it's like seeing some people talk about the fact that they love, when they are big. I have a lot of couple. In fact, a lot of couple. I will even talk about myself. A lot of couple have tried to,
they've normalized it now.
Yeah. They want to have, they're talking about their sex life, and now they're saying, somebody else has to be into. So if you cannot actually make out with your wife if you don't be like.
Personally, I feel like the women are not okay with it, but because they want to make the man feel.
No, they now say that they are trying to make it fun. Is it? Because wait, is it something I'm not even understanding? Because I have a friend that told me a story.
Yeah.
That she went to visit. Okay, she had this person that she met, and they were having this conversation about dating and the rest of them. So for a while, they started dating, and she didn't know he was married. Actually, yeah, she didn't know he was married. Guess what? So this particular friend of mine had to go visit the guy. Visiting the guy now, she now saw somebody that just walked into the casually, and she was like, okay, who is this person? She said, that is a friend. He did not know that person is his wife.
Wow.
So the man's plan tried to woo my friend and try to actually want to make out so that the wife will now join. But before you know it, they started bringing like things like let them have enjoy themselves. And my friend said something is not right here. Something is not okay. She now waited for a while. After some time, the girl tried to touch her. She said, Auntie, remove your hand. What is going on? Hey, blood of Jesus. Remove your hand. That's how she carry her slippers and her shoe and run out. So that these things are happening. It's happening everywhere. A lot of people do this, and they now normalize the fact that that you cannot just stay with only one lady. You can. They will say, a pussy is not okay. A waiter is not okay. They can taste different soup. I stop you there. You don't do that.
So women can taste different soups too.
Time when you won't go taste different, you have course wahala.
There's no wahala. It's just that
blood of Jesus.
Women, it's easy to manipulate them.
Yeah.
Because a woman cannot just tell her husband, so the man will be like,
even the twins themselves, they will start. Do you know how do even people feel when they are making out with their partners and you get to see the tearing? Hey, blood of Jesus!
It's actually so irritating because it's touching you and it's touching this person, and I really don't understand because I don't know how they do it.
Sometimes I imagine. I mean, they want to blow trumpet and say, Jesus come. I say, make God never come. I beg. We never feel waiting we come.
Plenty.
Because trust me, a lot of things are going on. Is this the way our parents,
No, they didn't do that. Men were hiding to cheat. But they were still marrying the women, but not like, okay, I'm married to this person as the second wife. Not to me and my second wife and the first wife doing it together.
At least they'll say, okay, this wife will spend time with me for 1 week. The other one will spend me. But this time around, they don't even care. Sometimes I'll be like, what is going on?
It's actually very irritating, and I don't know how they do that. And I don't even know who thought about that.
When they were and they were like saying a lot of things. They are so good together. They enjoy themselves together. I'm like, okay, let us see if this thing will really last. Did you watch
the podcast where the pastor was judging them? It was.
They now feel so comfortable about this whole thing. I mean, it's Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I don't know how you.
No, you see, when there is an extra tire, it's crowd. Because obviously
that's the word right there. 3 is a crowd. Even when they are even joining you and your spouse, they say it's 1 and 1 equals to waiting.
Yeah.
So sometimes I'll be like, I ask myself questions because I see a lot of young men try to have fun with their fellow men. I said when God created Adam and Eve, He did not create Adam and Adam.
He had a reason.
You are not making my God to feel like He did not know what He did. God created
No, have
Adam.
you heard of the one of like two men with one woman? Like this one is even better.
Hey,
that one is
blood
very
of Jesus.
nasty. It's very, very, very. Oh God! Like a lot is happening.
All because you want to have fun, and maybe satisfy your sex drive. That is a lot. That is a lot. Oh, is it? See, sometimes I don't even blame people that actually say, "Oh, I don't want to get married now. I just want to have a break. I just want to take time to actually look at the man or the woman." Because trust me, now things like this they make people they run. They put fear in people.
You may actually wait, and you see that's the thing. I feel like Chidima was scared that she was being accepted precious. Do you understand?
There's nothing
Just to
like
make
scared
him feel
there.
happy.
It's a lie. I don't feel that there's any scared there because she doesn't look scared.
You know,
She looks like somebody that was actually enjoying the fact that
she wasn't. She was just faking it. She wasn't really free.
Yeah.
She wasn't really free with Precious, and Precious was not supposed to free because she was always still. Like the videos, it was not really from the it wasn't really from the heart. You would know that these people they just want to do this. Maybe they were getting money from social media.
Yeah.
They were getting the fame.
That I don't think. In fact, when I just saw that video, it says a lot. It said a lot. But we'll watch that video actually. Let's see what this trouble has actually become right now. Because Chidima, they've actually said something. So let's see this video and see what they have for us before we go over to the comment section.
Change a three-person relationship. Today, Farah Thorpe is now Jeffrey and Chidima. There's all dramatic story or reason behind it. Simply put, relationships evolve, relationships change, but we all tried our best.
We genuinely gave it our best. I didn't really see this coming. We felt like we'd be forever. It just didn't work. And we've decided to move forward. And we wish everyone the best. So get what we want from this moment onwards.
We still believe love could be in several ways. We believe in polyamory, polygyny, and we also believe in ethical non-monogamy. And yes, we are still open to finding a third. And that's why we created Farah Society. If you want to find your next business partner, a couple, or a third, join us at Farah Society today.
Through the link in our bio.
Bye. No longer relationship. Today, Farah Thorpe is now Jeffrey and Chidima. There's no
Did they even share link?
Looking like
business will not be smarty. Did they
like
share
a
link for a person to even?
It's going to be a community now. Yeah. That's the link.
You know that time when they said blood of that time when
the lizards.
What be this? Waiting be this? Tell me. Because see, I was telling you that this thing doesn't look like Chidima was really into it. Not she don't look like person where they say they are really interested. Now she they even instigate the talking and everything.
Maybe they just got tired of Precious. Maybe Precious was falling in love.
And that's how they'll be getting tired of the other people.
I just want to have fun without like falling in love. Maybe Precious was being attached now.
It's very difficult to manage one person. Imagine managing two people. Like, do you think of it?
Yeah.
You wait, they say, oh, you one day with one woman. You know, say one person self now war. You they learn the person character. You don't even know this person, but that you are learning each other's character, knowing what you guys like, what you guys don't like. All of a sudden, you say one, don't do you, now two.
I know one thing about women. No matter how strong one act, there's always jealousy. You know, got something for Precious and did not buy for Chidima. The next thing, this one is carrying at least. There are things like that.
But I don't think it's basically this fact.
I feel one person was feeling loved and the other person was feeling
like... The truth is that Jeffrey will always go for it. That first wife, not the first wife.
always go for the love of his life. And
Actually.
Chidima was the crowd.
So Precious.
So Precious was the crowd.
Bele baby, you need to go and
She
find
has
her.
moved on.
Actually, just move on. Because, see, you're not wanted there. And even it's not even about the physically saying this for a lot of people that have been in a relationship where they are not even accepted. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I don't think it's safe for you to be in a relationship where you're never accepted. The relationship, be where you go feel get peace of mind.
And people kept telling Precious that like it wasn't working out because she was not looking really happy. She like her happiness was like because most of the videos she was just
there.
Yeah, and people like they told her they will leave you one day.
They can't press the move button for somebody, but I mean it's really fun.
And actually, the man is the one enjoying everything.
He did not lose it.
He did not.
Actually, he did not lose. All right, we'll take some comments from the comment section. A lot of people, they are so interested in this one. So, basically saying, oh, really? Does it really matter that they left? Some people are still saying better. And they love the idea that actually Precious is no longer with the comments from the comment section. And yes, some arena stock said, when I download this Insta, I only choose... okay, I only choose sport and how do I keep seeing strange things? My sister, it even shocked myself, not be only you. Okay, and somebody else said, right, take more comments from the comment section. And somebody said, understand these people who are mad don't ever know they are mad, just underrated. Okay, and we have more comments from the comment section. We have a lot of comments, and somebody said they are using the dark one to explore their fantasies. Ew. That's actually somebody said they are using and Ella Emmanuel said this. I said this before, no one like to share. We told this and no peace. Yes, and that's so Precious. That's a good one. And Chini 005 said, is it because the other one doesn't have dreadlocks? Hey! Think of it, the dreadlocks is dreading.
Yeah.
All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about the couple that actually splitted recently. Now don't use that girl, do practical, use and dump. I swear. Not be small at Amen 06. God bless you for that. All right. Said, is this really an important thing or a post? We are cooked though. Not be small cooked. See what's entertaining you guys. I mean, it's really somehow. Saki Ibe said, I no sure say this babe na Igbo born. Why you call the put? See, no just start with that Igbo thing now. No just start. And Lizzie Prince said, I be space for bed, not too much. Precious decide to go find a space. But hey God, at Lizzie Prince, you know just get joy. It's the fact that it's big. Jessica, you're just giving me the best. Jessica said your issues and doubt. Okay, all right. And somebody else said, after I done day with Precious, waiting no good. Ew. And like I don't know how she actually fell for this kind of imagination. You get? I mean, that's funny. Let's take more comments. We still have a lot of comments. A lot of people are still talking about this couple that actually has been, talking a lot about them being love their 3 persons, and they love the fact that they are polygamous in nature or polygamous in nature. So it's their thing. And Don Zico actually dropped. He actually said, I think the problem started from when Jeffrey went to podcast. Okay.
That's where it started.
Okay. This she's spiritually married to. Like, do you get the fact that they are saying spiritually? I don't understand. Which one is spiritually married
to?
The
podcast was very messy. Like, I was ashamed on her behalf.
Jesus
I was
Christ.
like, the shame, it gripped me.
Because you are spiritually married to somebody. God help you. And yes, she said to go ask Even the wicked that don't favor people. Okay, it's well. I will take one more comment from the comment section. And QT said, you guys have explored and realized it's not right. However, we the viewers are waiting for the dragon. Okay, it can't just end like that. This is not what we signed up. I'm waiting for that too, because I mean, when they start the thing, I don't know as it take the beat. All right, to another story. We're still moving on. We're talking about a lot of things. I'm talking about Nigerian fashion influencer Diane Eneje has entered her Voptv era. You know, when they say we are off the market. Yes, her engagement to businessman Pascal Godwin. So Diana shared beautiful moments from the proposal, including a stunning engagement ring, God abeg, and described the moment time forever. So yes, the proposal actually took place in Cape Town, South Africa. The same South Africa we people run, God abeg, in a romantic outdoor setting. So the announcement has been messaged from fans, friends, and followers across social media. See, when I see fine man and fine woman with diamond ring, that day, Jesus, see fish, just
The guy understands her. He knows that she likes being came out being extra because it was extra, and you just know that he knows his woman. Like,
see, in fact, from now on, Jessica, I'm not extra. It be like say when would they do things simple now? You know, they really. I want to be my extra level because trust me, they don't say President, you too like venting. Yes, it good to it. Tell me whether they do
good. Like, this is what Diane would do because people were saying, oh, she planned it by herself, but this is someone that knows his partner.
Yes. The part where people are actually saying things like that is because they feel they vex. Say she gone body with fine man.
But like it was like last year, I think that she was dating him, and she has been hinting, you know, on her Snap and her YouTube videos.
Like say we're not gonna give an update again.
You know, it's only soft girls that are winning now. People like
soft era. Like you people should tell me what we are not knowing, please. I mean, get different of where they back where we never know.
Because the love and the ring was so pretty.
Oh my god.
This is what she would like. Like, he didn't even think about it twice.
See, it's good to marry somebody that knows you. I used to say this. I say this all the time. I said, marry a person who will give you peace of mind. Not be headache go one finish you.
Yeah, he's always allowing her to shine on her own. It's not always trying to like
peace of mind. Even when we know say the guy na fine person, he still wanting babe. No, some people they feel so intimidated. Even self get couples where they feel intimidated that their wives are over, shining over them, and it's something that it's something to raise eyebrows. But I go tell you say very wrong. I know they even agree. Say maybe you did that kind of relationship. Yes, because I've seen a lot of time when you see because your wife is earning more than you, tell I don't think I can stay in this relationship. She's under me.
She's not carrying herself because she's making money.
She's not carrying herself because she's making money.
Something, I'll be like, oh, because you're providing. Yeah, it's because you're providing.
If you ask me, if you say yourself, you go tire. But trust me, it's not what it's that you be in a relationship where you're not even, like I said before, stay in a relationship where you're accepted.
Yeah.
Once you're accepted, like that man will all things that
and
will make you proud.
I think
even the woman, I'm not saying this basically for the men or the women, but I'm generally speaking.
Yeah.
You understand? Relationship that's healthy now like this, they take no one. Yes, I go tell you
very
truth.
healthy.
Now like this, you go take no one. Peace of mind go dey. You know, say your man no go dey stress you.
So she had peace because she didn't. It was not secret actually, but it was private. Yeah. She'd know that there was a man in her life. But men, they want you in the morning you post there. Good morning, Shelma.
This is just an example of the Odogo. When we talk about Odogo people, now like
example.
Seriously, you talk now, talk small and do.
Yeah, this was talk and do. Because she was always getting her luxurious stuff.
You don't know the things your woman needs. You know that your woman needs care. You know that not be one you go use nagging and complain finish her life.
And you're not posting it. You have other
And to the
men in
ladies
your
too, you
life.
will use nagging and complain and finish your man. Don't be saying
They make it easy for ladies to nag.
Jessica, are we in this?
Because if it's doing well like Pascal, she will not.
Hey!
You know, see, it takes two to make something work out. Do you understand?
Yes.
You cannot be acting rough and like I'll be swallowing it. I know she knows her what now. It was not.
So, to all the ladies, single ladies, please know your what.
Know your what, oh.
Know your what. Now then, you do not ask you what do you bring to the table.
You now start explaining.
You not be explaining.
Me, I will sell the table.
Well, we're gonna sell that table and sell you
I'm going
joy.
to sell the table and sell you. What's the
So
table?
trust me.
Because if you ask me, what are you bringing to the table? Oh, I'm bringing money. I'm helping your life. Most of them, you don't even know. Oh, my baby is sad. Okay, let me just treat her well. Let me talk to her. Just know, oh, I'm helping your life.
You know, when somebody starts talking like that,
Nigerian men talk like that.
blood of Jesus.
Majority of them.
Seriously.
The table, they're always asking, what do you bring to the table? They're only bringing financial support.
And when they just do one thing for you now.
Oh, that's not what I did for her. After what I did for her. And you see, like a man was saying, oh, it's not just to give birth. Men will pay for the hospital bill. I'm like,
we are no longer in that era where we say, oh, the woman's job is to
no,
do
Nigerian
everything.
men now, they're princesses.
The man's job is this one, that one. See, it's collaboration. If you do, the woman will do. If the woman do, you self go do. No, you don't expect say make everything just there on where the woman head there or where the man head there. And I've seen a lot of ladies that say, I don't think I have the strength to work. I just want to be a housewife. Yeah, I just want to be a housewife. They don't send you to be housewife. Now,
I come up from be a housewife. I'll be bored.
I ask myself sometimes, how do you manage to do it? I don't know. A lot of people do that, but maybe
I can't be one.
That is why these are things you need to discuss with your partner before, you know.
No, some men actually like
housewife. I mean, if your husband say, oh, or your partner say, oh, I don't want you to work again.
We'll sign an agreement. They pay me monthly.
You now go discuss. I'm not something you go discuss. You want me to be a housewife and you're not giving me anything to.
Yeah, and you sit down and be lazy.
You now be sitting
and
down
when
and
it's frustrated, you come and pass the aggression.
I will not do that. No, seriously, because that use that as a leverage to say, oh, I don't think I want to work. I just want to be in my baby girl era. This is easy to talk the odogo. Even when you talk yourself, you don't even have you to talk.
I know every time is when he's frustrated, he'll meet you at home and you're lying down, you're not doing anything. That's when insults start coming in. You start, oh, you're lazing around, but you're the one that told me to sit down and think.
Lord of Jesus. It's good that even as your husband or your partner is trying to get something to the table, you too, you're working hard.
Even if you say chin at the front of your house.
I mean, men find that really attractive for their women. I mean, that's a good thing to them. So, for Diana Edneje, I would say big congratulations to her and her partner. I think 26 has been a long time of engagement, a lot of weddings. I'm telling you, a lot of engagement, a lot of weddings. Like, we are going to be experiencing
back to back.
But please, people should allow the singles breathe because it seems we are choked up this period. We cannot breathe again.
Any small thing, love.
Please, people when they talk say, we don't need men. See them now, they don't leave you, they go follow man. Actually,
you see, the problem I have is most of them will come online. No, we don't need men, and when they
don't let them deceive you. Love is beautiful. Oh, seriously, love is very beautiful
when you meet the right person.
Actually. All right, over to our next story. We are talking about right now. Nigeria's biggest Afrobeat stars are set to take the global stage as Davido, Thames, and Wizkid headline the 2026 Afro Fest in the United States. Headline different days of the festival, with Davido performing on September 4th, Thames on September 5th, and Wizkid on September 6th. So the festival is also expected to international acts including Tiwa Savage, Ira Star, Olamide, and other global stars. So it's another major moment for Nigerian music on the international stage. See, when it comes, I know that Jessica, I know you're whiskey. That's why I know what to ask you. Yes,
Yes.
Because the way you be dragging me right now, I'm like, calm down. We are not battlefields. Joe.
Yes, we're in a battlefield though.
No, we cannot be in a battlefield. I mean, if it's Whiskey, if it's Davido, if it's Thames, if it's Burna Boy, if it's Olamide, I love all of them amazingly well. When it comes to music, they're just making us Nigerians proud. And when I see things like this, I see now.
Young John is there.
This is really cool. I really love the fact that I see things like this. I mean, it's really exciting to see that Ira Star, Kodye, the likes of Whiskey, Thames, Davido, and Whiskey with Davido's songs recently has been, it has been a hit. I mean, I know that Jessica will always want to talk about Whiskey, but trust me, Whiskey, the Oremi Atata. This is really exciting. I mean, it is a really good stance for all our stars, and it's really beautiful to see that all out internationally to make Nigeria proud. Because trust me, it's a beautiful thing. All right, we would have taken some comments, but right now, we close the curtain for the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it has always been an amazing time here on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please forget to follow us on all our social media handles at Voptv Live, to subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, call me Pressy, as it may be. I know I didn't do this alone. I was here with my darling angel and special baby girl that joined me today,
Jessica.
All right, it's a wrap of next time on another episode on the Spotlight Show. Bye for now.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka G Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to Voptv. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to Voptv. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Voptv. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Voptv.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching Voptv. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching Voptv. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, Voptv.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching Voptv.
This is Astelba and you're watching Voptv.
A big shout out to Voptv. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Shokoloko Bango shey.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze teme ka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 081-387-14129. Now the news in detail. A mission to monitor a ceasefire between Congolese forces and Rwandan-backed rebels began on Monday in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. It is the first field deployment under a monitoring mechanism established by a Qatari-mediated peace deal signed last year. The deployment comes after the alliance Flew Congo and the March 23 movement AFC M23 carried out a rapid offensive last year and seized the region's two largest cities. The two sides signed a peace deal in November 2025 that set out a framework for a comprehensive peace agreement and for ceasefire monitoring. The mission is taking place in Minembwe town in South Kivu province, where fighting has surged in recent weeks. Both AFC and M23 rebels and government forces have accused each other of violations. On Monday, AFC M23 accused government forces of shelling a village near Minembwe, causing civilian casualties and displacing residents. Government and AFC M23 representatives also met in Switzerland last week and agreed on a new roadmap for negotiations. Officials say this points to renewed momentum in the Doha peace process, which is running alongside United States-mediated talks between Congo and Rwanda aimed at boosting Western investment in the region. In another development, Uganda and Burundi are in talks with Israel to send troops to Gaza. The deployment would be part of a United States-US-backed international security force proposed under President Donald Trump's Board of Peace to support the ceasefire. Uganda has approved the move in parliament. Burundi says talks are ongoing, but nothing has been finalized yet. Moving on, Botswana says it has intercepted some of its citizens trying to travel to Russia to join its military in the war against Ukraine. International Relations Minister Fenyo Butale told lawmakers on Friday that 22 Botswana have so far been drawn into deceptive recruitment schemes. He said 8 of them were stopped at the point of departure at Seretse Khama International Airport in Gaborone, Botswana, or Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg, South Africa, and Bole International Airport in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Butale said the citizens were lured in and did not realize the danger they faced. He added that through collaboration with other countries, authorities were able to stop and return them before they were sent to fight. Now to politics. African National Congress ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa says the party has done extremely well in transforming the lives of millions of Black South Africans since the end of apartheid. Speaking at the ANC's local government elections manifesto launch at Riverside Park near Deep Sloot in Johannesburg on Sunday, Ramaphosa hailed the ANC for gains made in delivering basic services since the advent of democracy. He acknowledged the party faces several challenges, but said it has made significant progress in ensuring millions of South Africans have access to basic services. Elsewhere, Ghana's Minority Caucus in Parliament has rejected allegations made by Sami Gyamfi, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Gold Board. In a statement dated August 22, 2026, signed by Deputy Minority Leader Patricia Apiage, the caucus described the claims as entirely without basis. The statement was in response to comments Gyamfi made between August 17 and 22 about Gold Board's finances and the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, which Gold Board administers. The caucus said Gyamfi's remarks included personal attacks on members, including Minority Leader Alexander Fenyo Makin. It added that it would not respond in kind but rejected the characterizations outright. Away from that, but still in the West African country of Ghana, the leader of the Anglican Church in Ghana has spoken out against the government's plan to implement harsher laws criminalizing and the LGBTQIA plus community, Archbishop Cyril Cordina Ben Smith told newsmen that homosexuality should not be criminalized. Is preparing to implement a new law that makes simply identifying as a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and other person a criminal offense. The law would also outlaw any advocacy on behalf of sexual minorities or anything deemed to be promotion of LGBTQ activities. Archbishop Ben Smith said the Anglican Church in West Africa does not condone same-sex relationships, but that does not mean it is the government's place to criminalize them. Moving on, Pope Leo has called for international action to help contain an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Speaking to pilgrims in St. Peter's Square on Sunday for his weekly prayer, the pontiff said he was remembering the DRC and urged the international community to respond in a way that also involves local communities in prevention efforts to save lives. According to United Nations officials, the outbreak has spread rapidly across a vast area of the Central African country and is causing a record number of infections and deaths. More than 2,500 people have died so far. And this is the DRC's 17th Ebola epidemic. In late July, it became the biggest in the country's history in terms of confirmed cases, surpassing the previous record outbreak from 2018 down to 2020. Meanwhile, Congo's Health Minister Samuel Roger Kamba said more than 50,000 doses of Ebola vaccines are expected today. The Democratic Republic of Congo has already received the first batch of 16,520 doses of the Erebo vaccine, the health ministry said last Friday. Kamba said the doses would strengthen the government's response and help protect populations with support from partners. The World Health Organization, WHO, announced Thursday that 70,000 vaccines will be supplied from the global Ebola virus disease vaccine stockpile. The vaccines will be used for a phase 3 clinical trial to study the impacts of the Bundibugyo virus and for frontline and health workers. There is currently no approved vaccine or specific treatment for the Bundibugyo virus. Erebo is licensed for use in outbreaks of Ebola virus disease, previously called Zaire Ebola virus. According to the latest Health Ministry updates, confirmed infections in the current outbreak have reached 5,290 cases, including more than 2,500 deaths. And with that, we move to the analysis segment of the African News. Joins in the studio to make sense of the stories is Darlington Agomore. He is a lawyer and a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining the African News.
Thank you, Prince.
Good afternoon.
And how are you?
Very well, thank you. All right, that's not all. Joining us virtually is Professor Emmanuel, where he is a professor and former head of Department of Religion and Cultural Studies at the Benue State University, Makurdi, Benue State, Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining the conversation. All right, I believe that in the course of the African News, he will join in. Well, let's begin from the studio. Mr. Dutton, now, the DRC M23 peace deal, let's talk about that. The Doha peace deal was signed in November 2025, but fighting has continued and M23 has captured major cities. Now, this is a bit concerning, but what has really been achieved since that agreement was signed?
Nothing. It's just a talk shop. In fact, the agreement was not even meant to succeed because of all the ground rules was drawn out. And so, how do you go to Doha to sign a peace agreement, leaving the theater of war? Apparently, I was thinking that they should have come here, call the warring parties to come and sit down and talk. Please, the people that are mediating, the arbitrators should have known the true situation of things, known what is going on, come to make inspection before they will now begin to talk about peace. Please, let me ask this question to even the mediators. On what ground will M23 rebels be making peace deal with the government of DRC? That is, you are called a rebel group and a non-state actors making a peace deal with a constituted government. Do you need anybody to tell you that that peace will not stand? Because you are talking of rebels, rascal individuals, those who lay out, those who have no constitutional authority, those who have no basis. I mean, if you sign an agreement with such a group, all ground will it stand? Who is their president? Who, I mean, it so sound funny. Seriously, signing a peace agreement is like, I don't get it. So that what will happen? So that terrorists will now keep quiet or take over the government or what? That peace agreement, I said it last year that these people, they are not serious. I'm not joking. They are not serious. You are signing a peace agreement. Look at where it is now. Because you are signing an agreement with a non-state actor, people that have no basis in law. That is no basis at all. It's like signing an agreement with armed robbers. No, it's like government saying that this armed robbery is too much. Or yeah, let's call all the armed robbers and make a peace deal with them. On what ground? Whom are you talking to? Who is their? Where is their office? Where do they stay? Which territory did they occupy? You know those things. It was not meant to succeed, and it's not going to succeed. Because if M23 rebels now gain upper hand in DRC, what now happens? They will take over the government or what? I don't get it. And then start having a diplomatic relationship. Is that what you're saying? It is only in Africa that such nonsense can happen. I mean, nonsense can happen.
You can see the agreement as some form of effort from the government to resolve this conflict. Do you think that this is literally baseless and literally unnecessary?
You don't look, there are people you're supposed to make peace with, not people of that nature. I mean, we are talking of rebel groups, non-state actors, criminals. In fact, call them criminal, that's what they are. Criminal, marauders, who are plying their trade from one country to the other. They are mercenaries, for God's sake. Is that the people you are making peace deal with? Mercenaries who fight from one country to the other. No, seriously. I said it is only in Africa that you can hear this type of situation. No other country in the world, it can't happen. So you as a government, you don't have the political will, you don't have the military might, you don't have the stamina, you don't have the power to deal with criminals in your territory. Is that what you're telling me as a government? Then you have no reason to be in existence. That's simple as that.
Now, the DRC has accused Rwanda of backing M23. Rwanda, on the other hand, has repeatedly denied supporting the rebels. Now, can there really be lasting peace in Eastern Congo without directly resolving the role of Rwanda?
Look, if you discover that a country is constituting a nuisance in your own territory, yes, there are international apps you should report to. Rwanda cannot deny backing M23 rebels. It cannot deny it. They have come out on several occasions to say yes. Why is it that they are speaking from both sides of their mouth? When America intervened under Donald Trump, of course, when they were going for that peace deal, Rwanda was called upon. Paul Kagame came on that peace deal. So why did he go? If he has nothing to do with the M23 rebels. If he has nothing to do with M23, all things that have stolen from DRC Congo, they are taken to Rwanda. Rwanda is now the depository outstation of what they looted from DRC. So will Paul Kagame deny that? He cannot, because he's the one keeping custody of all that was taken by M23 rebels in DRC Congo. So on what basis will you deny that you are not involved? On what basis? You cannot deny that. The facts are there. The facts are there. It's not that both to DRC Congo, they are very praise. That government is very weak. I mean, when I say weak, eh? In qualification term, that country is. If not, even as small as I am, I can't take that. I'm not joking. A rebel group. I will do everything there. That see war. Nobody will tell you to surrender or you get out.
All right, now let's look at the part of the government in all of this. Now, this conflict, they cannot deny the fact that this conflict has displaced millions of Congolese, and it has happened over the years. What then should be the priority of these negotiations? Should it be about power sharing? Should it be about territorial control? Or should it just be about getting these displaced civilians safely back home?
Good. That is where I call this thing an futility. Because, I mean, since they have captured most of your stronghold, your mineral-rich areas of Congo, of course, it will boil down to power sharing, so that they be controlling the mineral resources in that territory. That is it. These are what? Mercenaries.
So the negotiation so far has just been about power sharing and not really to the interest of the people.
Of course. With their paymasters backing them. And government, the constituted government does not know what to do. It's so appalling, seriously. Very, very appalling. It can only happen in Africa.
According to you, if power sharing is the goal in all of this, don't you think that this conflict is nowhere close to being a resolved one?
As long as mineral resources are involved, it cannot end, except the government to take a frontal action against these rebels. That is just the simple truth. Except the government wake up one day and say, look, we die here. That's the only language these guys will understand. Because the mineral resources the rebel groups are controlling will not let them go. It will not let them go by peace deal, no. Because when they gain one territory, they will look for another one to add to it. They will look for another one to add to it. Then when they have become so powerful, they will now threaten the whole of that region. That is what, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. By the time this guy become very powerful with the money from these mineral resources and all that, they will go far. And it may be too late for DRC government.
All right, so at this point, should success be measured by the signing of another agreement? What should we look out for in the next few months to see if this was a genuine part of the government, or would it be another futile peace agreement in the next few months?
The time I checked, there have been 3 interventions on this matter. Donald Trump has been involved, where he is now exchanging mineral resources for peace. Yes. Donald Trump said, look, if I'm going to bring peace here, you are going to give me, and I think they agreed. Where that agreement ended, I don't know. There have been several from Dubai, I think so. Yes, there was one from Dubai. One from, I think, either Canada or UK or so. All of them ended in limbo.
So this one will be no different.
It will not, because the character you are dealing with. Look, just use Nigeria as an example. How many times have state governors entered into agreement with this and bandits? Within 1 week, it will collapse. Because you are not looking at the evil spirit that is guiding, that is directing them, the evil spirit in them, the kind of cause they are pursuing. It will not let them do something positive. And so when you are dealing with such a person, you have to be very, very careful. Because even if they agree, they are just buying time. They are buying time. It's a matter of before they will go back to business as usual. That's just the truth. So if you're a government and want to respect yourself, don't go into this agreement. Tell them, Shebi, you people want to war. I am ready for war. Wait for me. That is the only thing. Wait for me. And then you gather all you need to gather as a government. Even you can hire your own mercenaries and face them. That is consistently face them.
So you're saying the right way to go is to face the conflict head on?
Of course, because all agreement has failed.
Wouldn't that be making so many of the citizens get more displaced in their homes?
No. The thing is that you go to the rebel enclave, you know where they are, you know the territory they are controlling. Go there, go and meet them. Take the word to their doors, the word to their compound. Take it to them. That's the only way, because you have tried all your best, they refuse. It's like where you have entered into so many deals with these bandits and terrorists. Did it succeed? Did it succeed? That is what they represent. It's like trying to remove the black spots on a leopard. You know, it can no longer be a leopard again. It can never, no. So the black spot is what a leopard. That's the identity. So these people, their identity is terror. Their identity is violence. Their identity is brigandage. And so you want them to leave it all of a sudden and become what? No, tell me, what would they become? They will not leave it because that's from where they eat from. That's what they are known for. Because they are mercenaries, remember. They fight from one area to the other. From one area to the other. So if you now tell them to stop and sign it, what would they be doing? Tell me, what would they be doing? Because that's their business. How would they stop it? It's not possible.
Thank you very much for your opinions on this particular story. Well, let's move this conversation over to Botswana. Now, Botswana has stopped citizens from joining Russia's war. Now, Botswana says that 22 citizens were caught in deceptive recruitment schemes, with 8 stopped at airports in Botswana, and these include Africa and Ethiopia. Now, what does that tell us about how international recruitment networks are targeting Africans?
Look, as the poverty and hunger in Africa, you are talking to yourself, more youth will join. Even they will use unorthodox route and method to join them because they are paying them. Is that not what is attracting them? No, is that not what is the attraction? Remember when Boko Haram here was recruiting our soldiers, our boys of the money they are paying them. Remember? So it is the attraction is the money. And so as long as this poverty and this poverty and hunger is prevalent enough, you'll be wasting your time telling our African youth not to go and look for greener pasture. Whether they will come back alive or not, it doesn't matter. At least, before anything, they would have collected some of the cash that Russia is offering. Yes, that's just the truth. And so, when you stop them from Botswana, have them from other countries. You are just talking about Botswana. How about other countries that are going there? If you say they should not go, provide them with job now. Provide job.
Now, Africa has a major youth unemployment problem, like you said, and Russia reportedly offers foreign recruits financial incentives. Now, how much of this problem is really about deception? Is it really about deception, or is it about economic desperation on the part of the youth, knowing that cannot be really, really satisfied?
How can it be deception? You mean you don't know what you are going into? There is no deception here, please. Before you go, you know. So anybody trying to put deception there is trying to be economical with the truth. Before you move, before you even step out of your comfort zone, trouble zone, you know where you're going to. I mean, it cannot be job per se. But yes, if they say you are going to join the Russian army and you are going to pay you this, do you that incentive, and you said, I will go, because something must have attracted you before you accepted. There must have been some things, some things that is in the package that will make you say, okay, I'm going. They cannot just come and tell you, we have a job. You ask, what job? What is there for me? And so when they open the package and tell you, you say, why not? I'm going there. And so this idea of a deception, what is the people that are fighting in Africa here, are they not young men? No, are they not young men that are fighting all over Africa in one way or the other? And so instead of for nothing here, why don't I go to where I will fight and get paid? That is their mentality. Instead of fighting and dying for nothing here, let me go to where I will get paid good money. Simple.
Now, this is quite surprising, because if someone knowingly accepts money to fight in other countries' war, knowing that their safety is not so guaranteed, their life is not so guaranteed, even after the financial incentives that they might take, don't you think that this is a serious national problem, or is it just about employment?
When you are a mercenary, you care, all those things are secondary in your life. Because when they go there now, they become mercenaries. Yes. So all those precautions is not necessary at all. It is not, because that is the life of a mercenary. You will fight something to the other wherever you are recruited. You don't care about the danger and everything, because that is your business. I mean, when you are doing your business, do you consider the risk? No, it is your business, it's your life. You have taken it. And so, whatever comes, you take it. That is the life. These soldiers are away their life when they are recruiting them officially. Every military man, whenever you sign it in a paper, you sign it that your life is now in the now die for the federal government or whatever. And so, I mean, it doesn't matter. But the thing is that the attraction in it, instead of you to die miserably in your family home or your country, that is die of hunger and misery. Why don't I go and use my life and do something responsible? That is the thing that is driving them. You go outside, you may likely die. You stay in your country, your death is certain. If you don't die of hunger, you die of strife. So which one is better when you weigh all the options?
So going to die in another man's country for just a war is better.
If you now succeed and bring something home, you are not talking. Isn't all of them that died there? So even the way they fight their wars, they observe certain ground rules. Here, there are no rules. Most of the war they are fighting in Russia is missiles that are doing the battle, drones. Physical contact is less, and so the likelihood of coming out alive is there. Yes, it's there. But here, they use brute force in their war. If they shoot you gun and you refuse to die, they will cut off your head. So which one do you prefer?
All right, so some African nationals have previously been recruited to foreign countries, and we're moving towards being solution oriented now, knowing that things like this really shouldn't be. So should African governments be doing more to regulate overseas offers, and especially when they are channeled towards military involvement and military services, or should they allow this to continue happening?
If you want to be that extreme, you may be somebody's right to freedom of movement, freedom of association. In fact, the right to work, the right to you may be infringing on so many rights, which is in human rights charter. Yes, the right to work. The right to work is your inalienable right. It's your entitlement. So why would anybody say you should not go here, you should not go here? If you are willing to go and you work, fine. There's no boundaries. Africa
So
cannot.
there is something called right to war.
Yes. You don't know? Why do you have ILO? It's an organization of the UN. International Labour Organization. International Labour Organization. It's your right. You don't know? Right.
Causing damages of lives and properties.
Really? It depends on how you look at it. It depends on how you look at it. If you are fighting to save a situation, is that illegal? If you are fighting against a rebel that is fighting a government, is that some terrorists came to invade a country and the government said, please come and help us and fight this people. Is that illegal? I don't think so. I don't think so, because the world we live in is a dangerous world. If you want peace, prepare for war, because it will come. Yes, it will come. So, are you going to wish it away? No. The only thing you need to do as a government is what? Mobilize to make sure that this evil does not exist. This evil does not succeed. By the time they deal with them, they will think twice before they will not come up again. Or they will. Can't you see it? Have you seen any fly perching on a hot iron? No. Have you heard or seen anywhere since the creation of a terrorist group entered America and they are fighting them in American soil? No, tell me the truth. Can that ever happen in this world? It will never. No matter how dreaded you are as a terrorist, you cannot enter America and come out alive. It is not possible. It is not. And that's what we are saying. If a country cannot take control of its territorial integrity, then that country does not have any reason to exist. That's the truth. Because the first thing is to protect life and property. If you cannot do it, then you have lost your respect, both within and outside.
All right, thank you very much. Well, let's take this conversation over to Where Ramaphosa says the ANC has transformed the lives of millions of Black South Africans since apartheid. Now, South Africa has expanded basic services, but it still has extremely high unemployment and inequality. How should voters measure the ANC's overall record?
Performance. I think that so far they have tried, at least for being number one economy in Africa today, is something they should cheer. Yes, South Africa, and they have achieved it. Their GDP is the highest in Africa, and that's why they are number one economy. So, is that not an achievement? Is that not that people are now trooping into South Africa to have a share of the greener pasture? Is that not an achievement? So they should be proud of ANC. They should be proud of them. They were not there before, but now they are there. That means somebody is working. At least the corruption in South Africa is far, far lesser than what we have here.
High unemployment and inequality rates.
Because now, look, the unemployment in South Africa, I don't think is organic as such. The unpaid labor in South Africa is high because their youth don't want to do anything. This is where I feel that ANC, Ramaphosa and the people concentrate. Open up technical schools so that this youth can acquire, skill, manual skill to do things instead of lazing about looking for whom to drive out of South Africa. This is what they should do. If they open up skill acquisition centers so that these youth can go there and acquire skill, it will be of help to them. Instead, those who come to help them to fill the gap. That is just the truth. That is the only way to go. Because the youth, of apartheid, and then for reasons of administrative purpose, the white man that control me did not allow them to acquire, all those things. They did not, and so the mentality has been with South Africans. That mentality, it has been with them. So they need to open up. Now that blacks are in charge of the government, this is one area they should concentrate. The last time Ramaphosa tried redistributing the land, Donald Trump will raise hell, but he should not stop. He should not, because there are certain areas of South Africa that the whites are dominating. They should now make sure that blacks have expanded space. They have such areas, because if they acquire those skills that is needed, they can have access to it. That's just the truth. They can.
All right. So before we wrap up the analysis segment, let's conversation over to Ghana's proposed anti-LGBTQ law. Now, this law goes beyond same-sex relationships and could criminalize as LGBTQ and advocacy on behalf of sexual minorities. Now, according to speculations, where should government draw the line between protecting cultural and regulating individual freedoms? And it is also a little bit of a concern that the Anglican Archbishop has said that the church, yes, does not support same-sex relationships. At the same time, they should not criminalize it. Where do you think that they really stand in all of this? And does that position show that opposing homosexuality and supporting criminalization are actually arguments?
No, when people are speaking from both sides of their mouth, you don't take such people serious, because you don't know where they stand. Now, if you don't criminalize, how do you now enforce the law? How? In Nigeria here, we said if you are caught 14 years, no argument, no pleading, nothing, you must go in years. That is the law. And so why won't you criminalize it? Because if you don't, people will offend. People will go against the law. There's no two ways about it. And so such a talk, I don't take such people serious. Personally, I don't like people who speak from three mouths. It means that those people are very deceitful. You know that this thing is wrong. Condemn it. Don't come and start telling me if this one, maybe. No. You have to be very, very intentional about it. That is the only way to enforce that law. Let them do that law and make it a criminal offense for you to do it. Maybe some like the sentence that is awaiting them, they will think twice. But you cannot say you should not criminalize it, then you now say you don't want it. People will now offend and say, after all, what are you going to charge me? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't.
All right, thank you very much. Well, we'd love to continue, but to wrap up the analysis segment now, we have been talking to Darlington Agomo. He is a public and political affairs analyst and also a legal practitioner. Thank you very much, Nagomo, for being in the African News today.
My pleasure.
Well, you're still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. When we return, landfall kills 30 in Conakry. These and more stories coming your way after this break. Please do stay with us. Welcome back. A landslide at a landfill in Guinea's capital killed 30 people. The government said on Sunday that heavy rains overnight caused a massive mound of waste to collapse. The waste engulfed nearby tents and shacks in the midst at around 2 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time GMT. The statement said 6 people were seriously injured and 16 others sustained light injuries. Rescue workers are meters to clear the site. The incident happened less than a week after the government announced plans to close the landfill and relocate the waste due to dangers during the rainy season. Also say landslide and flash floods occurs each year in crowded, underdeveloped cities across parts of West Africa. Elsewhere, Tunisia's Coast Guard has recovered 11 bodies after a boat carrying Tunisian migrants sank over the weekend. The National Guard said on Sunday others are still missing. The boat, which left early Thursday with 15 mostly young people on board, sank off the Tunisian coast. Only one person survived. By authorities, he drifted at sea for 48 hours before being rescued by a commercial vessel. According to the Tunisian Observatory for Human Rights, those on board included 7 members of the family and the man with his pregnant wife. All were from Ben Gardain in southeastern Tunisia. Coast Guard, military, and civil protection teams supported helicopters are continuing search operations. Dozens of young people gathered in Ben Gardain on Saturday to demand that the search be accelerated. We will take another quick break and the African news returns with business and other stories. Please do stay with us. Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned. Now in business, the South African rand opened stronger on Monday, trading near its best level since the start of the Iran war. At 0636 Greenwich Mean Time GMT, the rand was at 15.99 to the dollar, up 0.2%, boosted by a weaker dollar and higher gold prices. As benchmark 2035 government bond also firmed, with yields down to 8.565%. Investors now await key U.S. inflation by Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Walsh later this week. Elsewhere, two major uranium mining permits to national companies. One permit goes to Compagnie Minière de Recherche et d'Exploitation Pomerex for uranium production in Agadez, with the state holding 40%. The move comes 2 years after the military government revoked foreign permits and created state companies to uranium assets. Officials say the goal is to manage uranium resources in full sovereignty and boost jobs and state revenue. Now in sports, Ethiopia's Yomi Keljelka has broken the men's half marathon world record, winning athletics road race in Buenos Aires on Sunday in 58 minutes 51 seconds. The 25-year-old knocked 29 seconds off the previous record in 20 set by Uganda's Jacob Kiplimo in Lisbon earlier this year. Gedelsha has previously held the record with a time of 57:30 in October 2024. Gedelsha also holds the world record for the men's 10,000 meters road race and is a world track silver medal 10,000 meters. Earlier this year, he became one of the first men to run a sub-2-hour marathon in record-eligible conditions, finishing second to Kenya's Sebastian in the London Marathon. Sawe won that race in 1 hour 59 minutes 30 seconds. The new half marathon mark is subject to official ratification by athletics. And to wrap up the African news, elsewhere, former world boxing champion Zolani Tete has been shot dead outside his home in South Africa's Eastern Cape province. Police and the country's sports minister said the 38-year-old was resident in Dansane Township on Friday when two armed men wearing balaclavas got out of a vehicle and opened fire. A 27-year-old woman with Tete was shot multiple times and taken to hospital. Police have launched an investigation and the motive remains unclear. Tete won the international IBF Junior Bantamweight World title in 2014 and later won the World Boxing Organization WBO Bantamweight crown. He is best nationally for his 11-second knockout of fellow South African Siboniso Gonya in Belfast in 2017, the fastest stoppage in a world title. Killing has renewed attention on violent crime in South Africa, which still has one of the world's highest murder rates. And with that story, we've come to the end of the African news. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV. On Facebook, we are Voptv, and on other social we are at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Do send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or video WhatsApp to 08138714129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise. Good afternoon, and thank you for watching.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Just Equal to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so make you. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Voptv. Now
You have more than a voice. Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another special edition of Health Check, your trusted platform for conversations that help you understand your health, make informed decisions, and ultimately make you live better. I am Praise Peters, and you're watching VOP TV on Free TV, and we're streaming live on YouTube at VOP TV Live. This is another episode of our special Health Check series. You know, I promised you this, right? This is where we're taking a closer look at some of the major health issues affecting individuals, families, and societies. And in our last episode, we explored mental health and the psychological pressures that many people are quietly carrying. And trust me, it was a very wonderful one. But today, we're turning our attention to another category of health conditions that can be just as silent, but potentially devastating. And what we're talking about today is hypertension and diabetes. Now, these are conditions that many people associate with old age. But unfortunately, increasingly, we are seeing younger people being diagnosed with them as well. And the frightening part is that you can have high blood pressures or elevated blood sugar for years without knowing it. Maybe that's why it's called the silent killer. Well, no dramatic warnings, no obvious signs. Sometimes the first indication is a serious complication. But today, we're asking, why are preventable diseases killing silently? Why are these diseases coming onto the younger folks more and killing so silently? And joining me to unpack this is Dr. Eze Chisom. He is a health professional with experience spanning clinical medicine, public health, clinical research, and digital health. His experience also includes emergency care, public health relations, and telemedicine. And he currently serves as a director of medical operations at My Cyber Clinics, where he supports clinical governance, physician recruitment, and supervision. medical education, and the delivery of technology-enabled healthcare. Thank you so much for being a part of Health Check today.
Yeah, welcome. It's a pleasure. One more time.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure. Well, how are you doing?
Yeah, it's a wonderful day.
I understand that the medical profession can be quite overwhelming.
Yeah, sometimes it can be.
Tell me about it.
It can be tasking. Imagine seeing a whole lot of patients in a day, 20 to 30, just in the morning shifts, but less during the night. So it can be overwhelming sometimes. But thank God, with God's grace and then with the help of our assistants and nurses and other colleagues, yeah, we pull through.
Brings me to the question, do doctors take good care of themselves as much as they take good care of others? Be truthful.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I think doctors make the worst patients.
Oh my God. They've just confessed. Okay, you tell us to sleep, but you don't sleep.
Exactly.
Tell us to, rest. Do you rest?
I rest. I try as possible. Yes, I rest.
Okay, all right. Well, we could go on and on, but we have to move to the conversation of today. So it's great to have you with us once again.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so today's conversation is particularly important because these are conditions that can affect someone who looks completely healthy. And that's why it's quite astonishing, because hypertension is literally identified as the silent threat, the silent killer. Now, doctor, let's start with hypertension before we go into diabetes. Now, a lot of people still think of high blood pressure as something that happens when you're older. Are we wrong to think that way? I mean, we are seeing cases of younger people now. What's going on? What's going on right now?
Yeah, I think it's because of the recent industrialization of our environment and our society. People are more engaged, people are more busy, and then there is poorer health-seeking behavior among the youths. Now, some other factors, like environmental factors and other behaviors that are not supporting health, can contribute to developing hypertension in the young. Now, hypertension is a chronic disease whereby there's a sustained elevated blood pressure greater than 140 over 90 millimeter mercury over a period of time. And this can be caused by so many factors. There are some modifiable factors and non-modifiable factors that can lead to this. But majorly, in the young, it is usually due to stress and some other factors, depending on the individual. So you cannot particularly say this is the cause of this person's hypertension or not until you get the person's medical history, examine, and then get the final conclusion.
Yeah. All right, so is lifestyle adding a lot of, is lifestyle majorly a reason now for hypertension, or is it, can we label it as genetics, or is it just basically stress?
Okay, I think I'll try to simplify it further by dividing the factors that causes hypertension into two. We have the modifiable factors and the non-modifiable factors. Now, the modifiable factors are factors that you can change, you can alter on your own if you make sincere efforts, such as sedentary lifestyle, smoking, taking alcohol, abusing some illicit substances. These things can predispose to having hypertension. They are modifiable because you can choose to do better. Now, the non-modifiable factors are factors that you have little or no effects as regards to change. For instance, a family history of hypertension, increase in age. The older you are, the more susceptible you are to developing hypertension.
Wow.
Yeah. Then finally, being an African, Africans have more predisposition to having hypertension. It is just a natural phenomenon. It's just based on race, based on our genes and our genetic makeup. It's not our doing.
So our genetic makeup makes us susceptible to being hypertensive?
Yes, our genetic makeup and contributing to some other multifactorial features such as our lifestyle. We stress a lot, our diets, yes, and
we
also
have a
sedentary lifestyle.
culture.
Exactly, that is it. So you are already predisposed based on your genes, based on your racial predisposition. Now, couple the fact that you now attribute it to some other modifiable risk factors, then boom, hypertension sets in.
You know why this is quite scary?
Yeah.
It's really scary because this particular ailment can happen to someone and they'll feel completely normal. I mean, they will carry on with their daily activities.
Yes.
Why is that? I mean, I believe that all of these illnesses or conditions should give you signs so that you would go to the right healthcare professional to help you with this. But what if you're not feeling anything? I mean, this person is feeling very, very normal and okay, yet their blood pressure is spiking up.
Yes, the problem is that I think I need to explain something so that people will understand what really causes this hypertension.
Yeah.
Now, your blood pressure is a product of your cardiac output. Cardiac output is the amount of blood your heart pumps out in a minute, multiplied by your peripheral vascular resistance. That's the pressure or force in which blood flows through your vessels. When you multiply the both of them, you get to blood pressure. Now, in a situation whereby your cardiac output increases, your peripheral resistance level, the force increases, it will now make your blood pressure to shoot up. Now, in some people, or most times, they don't have symptoms. You wouldn't know until you check. That is why we are advised to go through some regular health checks. Check your vital signs as much as you can. Check your pulse, check your blood pressure, check your respiratory rates as much as you can because of the factors I listed earlier, which can predispose you to having hypertension. So the more you check, the more safer you are. When you've been noticed to have some form of elevated blood pressure, your doctor might decide to place you on some medications or on some non-pharmacological treatments that can increase your chance of living and then find a way to manage your blood pressure because it's actually managed, it's not cured.
Oh, it can be managed but not cured.
Not cured, yes.
Well, this brings me to ask that if it's not possible to know that this particular thing you're susceptible to it or it could be spiked, are there obvious signs or are there signs that we should look out for? And knowing that younger people are now at risk of having this particular condition, knowing that there is the stress and hustle culture in the country now, at what age is it appropriate or most appropriate to start checking your vitals? Because I don't want to believe that someone around age 15, 16, 20 should start checking their vitals.
Well, I think everybody should check their vitals. Even as young as a child that is 2 years old can have hypertension.
Really?
Maybe because of another factor. There are some factors, there are some other health conditions that can actually cause hypertension. Hypertension is a systemic disease. For instance, when a child has like cancer of the kidney, it's called nephroblastoma. Most times they come down with hypertension because because your blood pressure, is regulated by your kidneys. The person has a kidney problem, now the blood pressure shoots up. So you don't say, because I'm young, I wouldn't check my blood pressure, I wouldn't check my vital signs. That's actually very wrong. You need to be checking your vital signs as much as you can. Now, some signs or some symptoms specifically can actually come up in some people. Some people can notice that they're having some form of persistent headache, easy fatigability, tiredness, especially those that are predisposed to chronic stress, people that are usually having busy schedules, people that are always on the move. People like that are people that should pay particular attention to their blood pressure. Also, people that live a sedentary lifestyle, they work remotely, they stay in the house 24/7, 365 days in a year, they don't exercise, they have never exercised in their life. They've never engaged in any physical activity. They just stay at home, eat, take alcohol, sleep, scroll on TikTok and Instagram and laugh. People like that too should be wary of their blood pressure.
On the contrary, stress triggers hypertension. Sedentary lifestyle also triggers hypertension.
Yes, that is why.
What do we do then?
That is why there's a middle ground. That is why there's a balance. Have physical activity in your life. Don't stress too much, but don't rest too much. Just
don't rest too much.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't be inactive. I think that's the word.
Okay.
Yeah,
don't be too
inactive. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Let's go into diabetes. Let's talk about diabetes. What is changing about the way diabetes is presenting, particularly among younger Nigerians now? And one of some of the early warning signs that people should pay attention to when it comes to diabetes.
Okay. Diabetes is different from hypertension. Diabetes is a systemic disease, but it's mainly metabolic in origin. It has to do with some endocrine mishaps in the body. It's caused when the hormone that's supposed to regulate your blood pressure, your sugar level, called insulin is either inactive or does not, or enough is not produced. That's what causes diabetes. Because normally when you eat, your body has a way of releasing the hormone called insulin, and insulin drives the blood glucose, which is the end product of digestion, into the cells. Now, when insulin is not inactive, or when enough is not produced, the blood glucose, which is the byproduct of metabolism, now remains in your blood system, causing you to have a form of elevated blood glucose. Now, the major symptoms you should look out for are things like, okay, let me use the medical term, polyuria. Polyuria is when you urinate high volumes of urine, large volume of urine. I think that's the word. Then polyphagia, when you eat large amount of food. The reason is that your body does not have enough glucose in the cells because your blood glucose is already in the bloodstream. So there is what they call cell hunger, and then that triggers you to getting to have more increased appetite, and you're always hungry. Then also they take a lot of water because of the pooling of glucose in your bloodstream. That has high concentration and which draws water away from the cell, and that triggers test mechanism, making them to always crave for water. But there are also other signs. There are also other complications of diabetes, which we'll discuss further as we talk.
All right. Is it a myth that when you hear diabetes, the first thing that comes to your mind is too much sugar?
Yes, it's a myth, and thank you for raising that, because I think it's important we debunk such myths. No matter the amount of sugary content you consume, so far as you have a working insulin, your body is working normally, you're supposed to metabolize that. Taking 2 bottles of Coca-Cola will not predispose you to having hypertension, for having diabetes, sorry. The problem is when your insulin is inactive or does not work as it's supposed to be, then that is what causes diabetes.
So it's not really about the sugar intake.
It's not about the sugar intake, because if you take 4 wraps of food, which has high carbohydrate content, which will still lead to more glucose content, once your insulin is very active, you're going to develop diabetes.
All right. Well, you said there are some people that have never worked out in their lives, right?
Yes.
Right? There are some people that they are so sedentary.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I want to defend my people.
Okay. Yeah, shoot.
Some people cannot just do too much. They
Okay.
get tired easily and all of that. What kind of easy workouts can they do then?
Yes.
That's to avoid being sedentary, because there are some people that cannot stress themselves as well.
Yeah,
so how
sure.
do we put a balance to this?
Okay, now, there are easy ways of exercising, as simple as taking a walk. Yeah, you can make like 8,000 to 10,000 steps a day in a very short duration. Just take a walk. The problem is that we think exercising has to do with going to the gym, lifting weights, running on the treadmill, or cycling. No, there are other activities you can do. If you love swimming, swimming is a very good exercise. It's actually a very recommended aerobic exercise. If you can swim, if you love swimming, fine. If you can walk, fine. If you can cycle, fine. Just mere doing something that is different. For instance, if you want to go to somewhere that is nearby, instead of picking a bike or taking a ride, you can just take a 5 minutes walk or 10 minutes walk. It wouldn't change anything. Yeah, so that is a way of actively making sure that you are locomoting and your body is active. Yes.
All right. So just like hypertension,
Yeah.
is diabetes also very silent in the sense that you might have it and you will not know?
Yes. Most times, once you have diabetes, you may know based on the symptoms. However, early detection is key, because you might be having elevated sugar levels, but if you do not check and if you're not observant enough in the way you live and in your activities, you may not notice. Because some people don't pay apt attention to their body system. Maybe when they are seeing the signs, they'll be like, I think this is normal. Yeah, so that is why you're encouraged to go for regular health checks. Check your blood pressure, check your sugar level, possibly check your blood level as well.
Possibly check your blood level as well. Well, we'll continue to talk about this, because sometimes the issue isn't that treatment does not exist.
Yeah.
It's that people don't know they have the condition until the damage has already been done.
Yes.
So when we return, we'll look at the lifestyle factors behind the growing problem and why stress, diet, and inactivity are becoming major health concerns, even for younger people. We'll also look at the practical steps on how to deal with this condition as well. Well, we'll come back after this short break. Please do stay with us.
health matters, and getting quality medical care has never been easier. With my cyber clinics, you can consult licensed doctors, book appointments, and access healthcare services from wherever you are. Simple, convenient, and reliable. Visit www.mycyberclinics.com or WhatsApp 070-7321-3692 to book your consultation today. My Cyber Clinics. Healthcare everywhere, anytime, for you.
Welcome back to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. Meanwhile, when you or someone you love needs to see a doctor, the last thing you need is the stress of traffic, long queues, and waiting for hours, right? Yeah, so that's why there is My Cyber Clinics, and we believe that quality healthcare should come to you, not the other way around, because from the comfort of your home, your office, or wherever you are, you can always connect with licensed doctors to book appointments, to receive experts and medical advice, and get the follow-up care that you need all through one trusted platform, and that is My Cyber Clinics. They are making sure that healthcare is more accessible to you, more convenient, and more human. Of course, you are committed to transparency in pricing as well, and that's why you will always know the cost of your healthcare. If you want to visit this particular platform, visit www.mycyberclinics.com and send a WhatsApp message to 070-7321-3692 to book your consultation today. But we are still discussing hypertension, diabetes, and the growing burden of non-communicable disease. So, doctor, let's dive right into the conversation again. So, now we're talking about lifestyle. We live in a society where being busy is very, very, very normal. It is normalized. I mean, it is quite unfortunate that even the kids that goes to school are expected to go to work after coming back from school when they're expected to rest their head and everything, which makes it a little bit complicated to manage because a lot of people are struggling with so many financial, issues and all of that. So, sitting for long hours and sleeping less than we should is normal. Of course, youth now. We can stay up for like 2 a.m. Tell me what we are doing. Z-World. Some people are just chatting, scrolling on TikTok and all of that. So I wanted to emphasize on how strongly our modern lifestyle is contributing to hypertension and diabetes, just so that people would know that what they are now regularizing or normalizing is actually detrimental to their health.
Okay, I think the problem is things are becoming a little bit more easier these days than before.
Okay.
For instance, you can wake up in the morning, assuming you work remotely, you work from home, you order food from Child Deck, and while ordering food, you don't order real food, you order processed food. Now, that comes in, you eat, you sit down on your laptop and work for like 6 hours. In the evening, instead of going out to go and exercise or do something else, you might decide to just watch a movie. And later in the day, you sleep off. And that's the summary of your day. You do that for 1 day, you do that for 3 days, you do that for 1 week. Now, tell me when and how the person will be able to exercise. You don't eat well, you sleep less, you don't move about, you're always inside because you need to work. That I agree. So that begs to say that it's important to incorporate physical activity in your schedule, no matter how little. It can just be like for 5 minutes. You can just take a walk right in your estate or just down to the junction. Or if you have a bicycle, you can actually cycle. If you love swimming and have a pool in your house, you can just go swim. You can actually get a treadmill in your house. So I think it's necessary to incorporate physical activity and exercise in our daily life. Just the way we remember to eat. Also remember to exercise because you read to nourish your mind You meditate and pray to nourish your spirit. You eat and you exercise to nourish your body. So this is the triad of human existence.
Talking about food, I think we are really guilty of that.
Yes.
I mean, you come back from work and you're like, you know what, I don't want to cook. I'll just order takeout.
Yeah.
Or I'll just make noodles. And I don't know how healthy is noodles.
Noodles is healthy, yeah.
Noodles is actually healthy.
Yeah, it depends on how you eat noodles.
How you prepare it.
Yeah, you can actually garnish it with vegetables. Yeah.
All
and
right.
eat it less.
All right. So that brings me to the question of diet. How do we avoid the wrong kind of diets that can spike up these conditions in us, and what can help us further?
Okay. Lately, so many people forget to incorporate vegetables and fruits in their diets. We normally feed on carbohydrates in this part of the world, and even less of proteins. So it's important to pay attention to what you eat. Within 2 days, try and take a fruit or at least a vegetable. That is why even when you're preparing your noodles, you need to use vegetables, carrots, and the rest of them to just garnish them. And also, it's important to know that your noodles, your normal noodles, has a very high sodium content, and sodium has a relationship with hypertension. Yeah. So pay attention when you're taking your noodles and try and take it as less often as possible. Don't let it be a regular meal. You can actually go for real meals. Vegetable soups are there, fruits are there, and the rest of nourishing diets that are also rich in fiber. You must not stick with bread and the rest of the staple foods around. Yes. All
right. Well, I have a wonderful producer, and I'll expose him. He just asked me now to ask you. What about people that just use pepper on their noodles? Is it healthy? Is it okay to just use pepper on your noodles?
Yeah. If you are a fan of using pepper, you can use pepper, fresh pepper, dry pepper, yeah.
There are some people that have told us that the people that eat noodles, they are less, okay, how do I put this now? The people that eat noodles have a higher risk of having infertility. How true is that?
No, that's a very big myth. There's no relationship between infertility and eating instant noodles. Please, I think we should tone down on the amount of meat we we put out there. I mean, it's a lot. Like every day you hear something different. Please, let us debunk that today. There is no relationship between infertility and taking instant noodles.
I mean, everybody's a doctor now.
I beg.
They are beg for me. All right. Well, let's move over to the fact that diabetes and hypertension have a high risk of being in genetics.
Yeah.
So the people that their parents have diabetes or hypertension, are they at a higher risk? Is it a must that they are going to and definitely develop these particular conditions? Or is it something that can be managed through their own deliberate lifestyle changes?
Yes. People that have hypertension and diabetes, maybe the family has it. They just have a family history of having these chronic diseases. However, it is not a must that they must develop it, but they are predisposed to. They have a very high chance of developing those diseases. However, their lifestyle decisions will actually help them or mar them. So it's important that if you know that you have a family history of hypertension or DM, please pay attention to what you do. Try as much as possible to limit the non-modifiable factors I talked about earlier: smoking, alcohol, sedentary lifestyle, consuming high salt intake, and the rest of them that will predispose you to having those chronic diseases. Yeah.
Wow. And this is where I think accessibility becomes really important, because knowing your risk is one thing,
yes,
and actually getting professional advice about that risk is another. So for someone who notices that they are gaining weight, they're constantly stressed,
yeah,
they have a family history of diabetes or hypertension, but they are not sure of where to begin, how important is it to speak to a healthcare professional before an actual problem develops?
Okay. There are different digital platforms available now, yeah, on your phone, on your laptop, on the websites. For instance, like my cyber clinics has licensed doctors, and you can actually come and book a consultation and then see a doctor if you have any complaints or challenges regarding your health. Then again, an additional feature to my cyber clinics is that they have a health curated artificial intelligence called Choma. You can log onto the app and ask Choma some questions, and Choma will answer you correctly.
More like Siri.
Yes. But the difference between Choma and Gemini or ChatGPT is that Choma has been medically curated. It has been fed medical information, so they can give you a near 100% results when you ask for explanations on some certain things. And then it can further direct you. Another beautiful feature about Choma on my Cyber Clinics app is that whatever we feed to Choma, it can actually store it, just like your medical history. For instance, I want to say
Not like Choma is having your medical records.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
Make it easier for subsequent other consultations.
Thank you. And then Choma can actually tell you when you need to see a doctor. So that is the advantage of my cyber clinics over most of the apps or digital health platforms there. So whenever you download the app, you must not necessarily see a doctor. You can actually ask Choma, this is my problem. The Choma will not be like, oh, I think you need to see a doctor right now, or you can do this and this and do this, and then
so virtual healthcare does play a huge role.
Yes, it plays a significant role, especially in our current age.
Wow, so you necessarily don't even have to go to the clinic for this. So, for example, can someone have an initial consultation with a doctor through a platform like My Cyber Clinics, and they discuss the risk factors and determine what screening or physical evaluation they may need?
Yes, you can come on to My Cyber Clinics. When you see one of the doctors on the platform, they'll be the one to listen to your medical history, and then if you require a physical examination, they can recommend you to go to a nearby physical clinic for physical examinations and then further investigations before follow-up. Because that is the shortfall of virtual consultations, because you are not able to perform physical examinations. So they are partnered with some hospitals around and can easily send you to a hospital nearby for follow-up and then more investigative care.
All right, what about patients that they already have been diagnosed with cases like this? Can My Cyber Clinics also help them with further treatment or medications option, knowing that a physical a health agency or medical organization have already diagnosed them?
Yes, we offer follow-up services. But the difference now is that when you come onto the app with a situation like this, you need to let us know your medical history. You need to let us know which hospital you attended, what drugs you are on, just a complete overhaul of your medical history so that we'll know this is where you are, and then this is what you're taking at the moment. Then henceforth, we can now continue.
All right, would you say that it is healthy for people with these conditions that have a high risk, when they're beginning to have a controlled level of all of this, is it okay for them to stop their medications midway since they're already starting to feel better?
Thank you for asking this question. Let me sit up to show you that this is very important.
Okay.
I think this is the major problem with managing these chronic diseases. For instance, if you're hypertensive and you're taking your blood pressure medications, after a while, your blood pressure might be controlled and you might be deceived to stop taking your medications because you think you're fine. When you stop taking those medications, your blood pressure shoots up again. Like I said earlier, these chronic diseases are managed. They are not completely treated. Yeah, so you need to be taking your medications as prescribed and then go for routine visits to the hospital. Your doctor can actually tell you that, oh, if you'll be taking 10 milligrams of this drug, after a while, over a controlled period of time, and then your blood pressure looks normal, they can reduce the dose to like 5 milligrams daily or 5 milligrams on alternate days. Find a way to modify it to be a little bit easier for you. But don't just stop taking your medications abruptly because you feel you're better. That is what causes resistance and then rebound hypertension or rebound diabetes in patients.
Wow, so it can also spike up even higher when you miss out on your medications.
Exactly.
Wow. All right, so does My Cyber Clinics then offer follow-up services in this regards to make sure that this particular patient is not just diagnosed and given medications, but she's actually following up?
Yes, we offer follow-up services. And there are new features on the app right now that can actually help you to remind yourself.
Because I know Nigerians, they probably would get carried away, work activities and everything.
Exactly.
So that's definitely a very beautiful one.
Both digital remembrance, like help you to remember it via the app if your data is always on, or we can help you to incorporate it in your daily plan. For instance, our doctors are trained to explain to patients to incorporate these medications to your daily routine. For instance, you can pair taking your medication with a particular habit that you do daily. If you're the type that wakes up early in the morning and says your prayer or does medication every day, you can actually pair that habit with taking your medication so that you will not forget. So that immediately after praying, the next activity for you is to take your medications. So that's another way of behaviorally training patients to remember to take their medications.
Wow, thank you very much. Well, this is really a very beautiful initiative if you ask me. But one question is on my mind. Is there ever a point where this case can be so critical that it's impossible to reverse?
Well, like every medical condition out there, once there are complications, there are points that it gets to, and reversibility is now a problem. So that is when palliative care kicks into play. But it depends on the extent of the severity and complications attached associated with it. That is why early presentation is necessary for treatment and diagnosis.
All right, thank you very much. Well, we are beginning to see the bigger picture now. These conditions may be common, but that doesn't mean that they are harmless. And sometimes the most dangerous thing about them is precisely the fact that you don't feel sick. Well, we'll go on another quick break, and when we return, we'll talk about screening, prevention, and what you can actually do to know your numbers before they become a medical emergency. Please do stay with us. We'll be back.
Your health matters, and getting quality medical care has never been easier. With my cyber clinics, you can consult licensed doctors, book appointments, and access healthcare services from wherever you are. Simple, convenient, and reliable. Visit www.mycyberclinics.com or WhatsApp 070-7321-3692 to book your consultation today. My Cyber Clinics. Healthcare everywhere, anytime, for you.
Welcome back. You're still watching Health Check on Voice of the People Television. Well, as you just saw, you can always visit my cyber clinics at www.mycyberclinics.com or send a WhatsApp message to 070-7321-3692 to book your consultation today. Well, back to our conversation. We're still talking about hypertension, diabetes, and the growing epidemic of non-communicable disease with Dr. Eze Chisom. So, doctor, let's make this very practical.
Okay.
For someone watching who has never checked their blood pressure or blood sugar because they feel perfectly healthy, what would you say to them? Because there are some people that will tell you, oh, I've never visited the clinic before, and they take pride in it. But as well as that's really a very good thing, what is your message to them? And how frequently do you advise that they should start going for their checkups?
Okay, sincerely, I'm going to advise everybody to go for a routine check at least 2 times in a year or 3 times in a year, assuming you don't have any underlying chronic illness, either hypertension or diabetes. But if you're hypertensive or diabetic, I think you need to be going for regular visits as instructed by your doctor. So it's important that you pay attention to your blood pressure, your vital signs, your sugar level. This can also be done in the hospital and also on outreaches. Most times you can see medical outreaches performed around your area and your community. Sometimes some pharmacies have a blood pressure machine, or you can actually get one for yourself. You can actually get a manometer and have it at home. Once in a while, just put it on the electronic ones and then look at your blood pressure so that you know and have an idea what it looks like. Now, when you check your blood pressure and you notice that there's a problem, that's the reading is not normal, because the normal blood pressure should be less than or equal to 120 millimeter mercury for the systolic parameter, and less than or equal to 80 millimeter per mercury for the diastolic parameter. So whenever it is higher than this, I think you need to see a doctor. If you cannot see a doctor, you can actually hop onto my Cyber Clinics app or on their website and then see one of our licensed doctors by telling them what your complaint is. Or you can actually ask Chioma, our AI intelligence, on the platform, and then they'll answer you quickly.
Wow, that's really beautiful. But let's say this person starts to have their own reading, and on a particular occasion they have a high reading. Does that one high reading automatically mean they have hypertension? Or when you have your numbers, you still have to take it to my Cyber Clinics consultation or any of the doctors that they know for a proper evaluation of that number?
Okay, so this is where medical knowledge comes into play. Having just one value in one sitting of an elevated blood pressure does not make you hypertensive. You need to have been checked over a period of time and then at least monitored to say that, oh, this person is hypertensive. You need to check your blood pressure like over 4 hours within 2 weeks or less to know that, yes, because one single reading cannot conclude that you're hypertensive, because if you engage in any physical activity and quickly come and check your blood pressure is going to look elevated because you just indulged in a physical activity. So that is also why doctors advise you to rest. Once you come to the hospital, rest for like 15 to 30 minutes before you check your blood pressure. Okay. And then there are special protocols and procedures in checking your blood pressure, which is left for your doctor to know. And they do that. So that's the difference between seeing a doctor and then going elsewhere to seek medical care.
Wow. All right. Now, how can cyber clinics basically come into this for people who have never used it before? And how does, beyond the initial consultation, how important does follow-up also play? What role does follow-up play in this? And how can cyber clinics really make this happen? I'm asking this question because of people who have never used this platform before, who have never even come in contact with it. Let's say they want to do it right now. Okay. What first steps should they take? How should they go about it? How should they follow up? And what do they do? And how do they navigate this particular opportunity?
Okay, right. So it's actually simple. You can actually download the app on Play Store or App Store, then fill in your details and your medical history, and then you're good to go. It's very simple. The user experience on my Cyber Clinic apps is very relatable. Even an elderly can easily access.
Easy to use.
Easy to use, yes. Wow. And you can actually ask questions. And also, there are videos on YouTube. If you type my Cyber Clinics on YouTube, that can show you how to register if you find it difficult to do that on your own. Just like a guide already set up there for you. Then again, my Cyber Clinics from time to time, they make sincere efforts to host outreaches all over the country. Physical outreaches to also see patients as well. So these are the ways they can be able to reach out to people, especially in underserved areas. Yeah.
All right. Well, now you have all of the information that you need to access these particular wonderful application to help you have your diagnoses or consultations with a certified medical personnel right in the comfort of your home or even in your office or whatever the case may be. It doesn't matter your age, you can definitely access this platform anytime, any day, and it will definitely do you a lot of good. But before we wrap up this conversation, what would you say to anybody watching right now if you could convince any Nigerian to start doing 3 things to reduce their risk of hypertension and diabetes? What would those 3 things be? Because we are moving towards preventive measures than actually treating the whole thing. So how do you expect them to manage the situation and help themselves so that they would not fall into the category of high blood pressures and high diabetes pressures?
Okay, the 3 major hacks for every individual out there, for every Nigerian out there to do in order to improve your health and avoid these chronic diseases. So far as you don't have the non-modifiable factors, you need to make sure that you rest often. Sleep for at least 6 to 7 hours a day. Watch what you eat. Eat healthy. Engage more with vegetables, fruits, and food that are rich with high fiber content. Then finally, exercise regularly, as much as you can. Engage in a little physical activity, at least once in 2 days, as much as you can. If you can't jog, you walk. If you can't run, you cycle. If you can't play football or any other sports, you can swim or find something that will always keep you physically active. So rest or sleep, your diet, and exercise are the three major core triads to make sure that you do not have or you're not predisposed to having these chronic diseases. And once you do this, it's just like a hack, and the doctor will stay away from you.
Okay, coming from one of the best doctors in town, the director of medical operation in cyber clinics, my cyber clinics, he has told you, please adhere to this. Remember, eat, rest, sleep, and good nutrition, good diet. So today's conversation has reminded us that some of the most dangerous health conditions don't always announce themselves. You may feel healthy, you may look healthy, and still have numbers that are quietly telling a different story. And that's why knowing your numbers, understanding your risk factors, and seeking professional medical advice early, just like my cyber clinics, can make such a significant difference. Dr. Eze Chisom, thank you very much for wonderful insights.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Well, to everyone watching, don't wait for your body to force you to pay attention. Know your blood pressure, know your blood sugar when appropriate. Pay attention to your lifestyle. And if you're concerned about your health, speak to a qualified healthcare professional. But better still, just apply to mycyberclinics.com and you'll get all of the services you need right at the comfort of your home. Because prevention is not about waiting. It's just about making sure that you are healthy. Don't wait until something goes wrong. It's about finding out what's happening before it does. Well, this has been Health Check right here on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. Until next time where we bring you another wonderful, exciting episode, stay informed, stay intentional, and stay healthy, because sometimes the most important health check is the one you do before you feel sick. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is Voptv. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabiola, and a big shout out to Voptv. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Just Equal to the Garden. Shout out to Voptv. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Voptv. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Voptv.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching Voptv. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching Voptv. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, Voptv.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching Voptv.
This is Astelba and you're watching Voptv.
A big shout out to Voptv. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Healthcare professionals, researchers, and innovators gathered at the Landmark Center in Lagos for the World Health Expo 2026, showcasing technologies aimed at improving healthcare delivery. Among the innovations on display were advanced diagnostic and scanning systems, automated laboratory equipment, oxygen delivery devices, and medical training mannequins. Exhibitors also showcased infection control solutions, including hospital-grade disinfectants, sterilization products, and many others designed to improve patient safety.
We provide support services. We import equipment, medical equipment, to meet the yearning needs of Nigerians and meet all their needs in the hospitals and medical places and the laboratory as well.
I think Nigeria is the big demand for the medical equipment. Yeah, so we visit many hospitals in Nigeria, more than 100. So we see the basic medical equipment is not enough, such as our digital X-ray machine. Many bigger hospitals still don't have. They use the analog one. So we think they need the digital X-ray machine.
This is the ultrasound Akusin Sequoia. It's the latest from Siemens 2026. It comes with upgraded features and AI features specifically. For this machine, it measures for you automatically. Yeah. So, and also it tells you the organs you are measuring. So if you are the liver section, it tells you are the liver, the sagittal aspect, transverse aspect. If you are in the spleen, the kidney, to tell you this is the right kidney, this is the left kidney. For the cardiology, it measures for you your LAA, RAA automatically.
This machine is able to do ENA panel. You know, in the past, if you have systemic lupus, ENA issues or ANA issues, the samples are sent to Turkey, they're sent to UK. They were never done in Nigeria until recently that we introduced the autoimmune device. So right now, if you have a case of autoimmune, you can be diagnosed in Nigeria and get treatment. What these have successfully achieved is that it has reduced patient waiting time. So in place of waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get results for a sample that be sent abroad, labs now do this in Nigeria. So you can walk into a lab that offers this service and get a shorter waiting time, thus improving the patient outcome.
GNCR represents 27 leading medical equipment technology brands
that are leaders in their area of specialty. So for example, Canon Medical for imaging equipment, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, Electa for linear accelerators for cancer treatment, Gettinger AB for everything you need in your operating theaters, in your ICU, from the ventilators. So our solutions start from when a patient enters the hospital, from the ambulance that brings him to the hospital, to the stretcher he's on, to the bed he would lie down on, to when he gets into theater for surgery, the table he's on, the anesthesia machine, the instrumentation, everything around that, till he goes back to the ward and goes home on a wheelchair or walking out. We have equipment that can support the continuum of care from beginning to the end.
Stakeholders say the expo reflects Africa's growing embrace of precision medicine, medical automation, and technology-driven healthcare solutions.
Today I've gone around, I've seen machines, equipment that have AI in our robotics coming into their software. So they are futuristic machines. And this program, like I said, bring in time pass. Nigeria is always where we have things that happen 10 years in other places before they come to us. These days, this program, they are bringing this technology very close to us. So it's really, really helping us in the health sector.
They add that continued investment in innovation and capacity building will help improve healthcare access and outcomes across the continent. Today marks the final day of the World Health Expo 2026, bringing to an end 3 days of innovation, collaboration, and discussions aimed at strengthening the medical healthcare systems and improved patient outcomes. Stakeholders are now living with new partnerships, fresh insights, and renewed commitments to bringing healthcare delivery across the continent. From the Landmark Center, Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini. And this is Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Tabela and a big shout out to Voptv. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to Voptv. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Voptv. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Voptv.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching Voptv. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl.
Voptv. Now, you have more.
Hello there and welcome on board. Welcome to another edition of People's Voice on Voice of the Television. We're seeing stories shape the narrative, and of course today we're dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the airline and sparking conversation across the nation. All right, all eyes, is actually, on that particular, fake agency that we've been talking about. And I was surprised that we have a new, a fake agency presently, in the country. Fake agency in Aso Villa, Tinubu orders arrest as billions go missing. Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Politicians and voters are warned against vote buying ahead of 2027 general elections. Legal practitioner Jennifer Obia has warned politicians and, of course, voters against vote buying and vote selling ahead of the 2027 general elections. She described the practice as a punishable offense under Nigerian law and urged a citizen to reject money or other inducement from politicians. The warning comes as political parties and candidates intensify preparations for the 2027 polls. All right, away from that particular on fire got 5 shops in Ilorin Market. About 5 shops were destroyed on Sunday in the fire outbreak at Ita Amodu and, of course, Niger Junction, Ilorin Kwara State, to be precise, where the fire service said the blaze started around 1:36 p.m. In a story building with about 10 shops and residential flats, mattresses, sofas, and some other, goods actually fueled the fire. Firefighters with support from the Federal Fire Service contained the inferno by 5 minutes past 2 p.m. The cause is still being investigated. The agency urged traders dealing in combustible goods to observe stricter fire safety measures. All right, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 081 387 14129. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we dissect the conversation here. Fake agency in Aso Villa. Tinubu orders arrest as billions go missing. Don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice over Television. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the arrest of Prince George Nwabueze ahead of the National Brand Development and Made in Nigeria office after the ICPC but the unit allegedly operating illegal inside the office of the secretary to the government of the federation. 3 federal permanent secretaries were also ended, while Nwabueze denies the claim, saying the program has existed since 2010. In a separate development, FCT Sanyesom Wike said it does not need a rule on the APC Presidential Campaign Council to deliver votes for Tinubu in 2027. Speaking in Abuja, Wike said it will lead President's campaign in Rivers State and FCT through its pro-Tinubu Rainbow Coalition. And of course, meanwhile, the Allied People's Movement is beyond the EFCC over an alleged 12 trillion gap in subsidy savings. APM cited conflicting figures of the 15.8 trillion given by Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele and 27 trillion earlier stated by Wale Edun, and called for both officials to be questioned. The Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and, of course, ICPC are yet to issue final statements on the investigations. We're now being joined by one of our guests who happens to, grace the program sometime last week, which I'm happy that's here again. And of course, as someone actually said that it was somewhat soft, as regards to that of the APC's conversation. I'm talking about Dr. Moshood. Doctor, good afternoon to you.
Yes, good to see you.
Doctor, today I just hope you won't be that, as soft, unlike what you did last week. You were at some point, I was told that you were, petting some of your conversations. We have Dr. Moshood Abiola here, who happens to be a PMP professional. Doctor, you're welcome to the program. All right, quickly, I'd like us to dive into the conversation. And the reason why this is because, first, I know we had a similar case, which we talked about a few weeks ago as regards to another fake agency, first official fake agency, that got people talking in this administration. And now we are a year again. How serious is this for a local agency to allegedly operate for 16 years inside, that particular, office of the Secretary to the Federal Government of the Federation without illegal backing? What does this say about, the internal control in the presidency? Because you would also agree with me that about in 2016, the ICPC exposed over 300 ghost workers and fake parastatals, during the Buhari administration's IPPIS audit. If you remember that, case then. And the problem of, ghost agency is not new in Nigeria's, bureaucracy. But I'd like you to give me your broader, perspective as regards to the conversation. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. You see, I'm not surprised that we have such fake agency existing within the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. I must tell you that if ICPC probe further, you'll be surprised at what they will discover. We have certain government officials. See, these agencies cannot exist in isolation. Cannot exist in isolation. And that is why Mr. President took the right step by sanctioning the 3 permanent secretaries in the office of the Secretary of to the Government of the Federation. I'd expected similar thing will have been done in the first case, whereby certain official government ought to have been suspended in time of the case involving Prince Adeyemi case, the first one that we had this year. So I expected something like that to be done in that. But maybe Mr. President has learned something from that. That's why he swiftly suspended 3 whole permanent secretaries indeed. So what this tells us is that is in rot. system, especially the federal government. We have a lot of loopholes within the system, and this has nothing to do with politics anyway. It has to do with the individual, the integrity of individuals that are responsible, that the Constitution has entrusted with the responsibility of running the government. Just what you said now. These have been existing for 16 good years. That is, this rot predates Buhari administration during Yaradua, Jonathan government, then Buhari 8 years, then Tinubu 3 years plus. So you can see that this has nothing to do with the president that was there before. It has nothing to do with Jonathan. It has nothing to do with Yaradua. It has to do with people that hold government, that hold power in trust on behalf of me and you, that ought to have do what they need to do. Perhaps some of these people, these individuals, are motivated by personal gain, personal interest. Because when you look at this, by the time you see the full report of this fake agency that recently been arrested, you don't be surprised that billions of naira have been appropriated to this government agency. And you ask yourself, how did they get this vote and how did they spend the money? So certain individuals in government have been benefiting from this agency for the past 16 years. Don't forget that before now, there was another committee in charge of government properties, stuff like that. That it was the Minister of FCT, Wike, that alerted federal government about that, and the president had to issue a proclamation of disbanding the committee. And this is agency, and this is a committee that have been selling government properties. So only God knows who they have been selling this things to. So in the last 2 months, we've had 3 fake agencies existing. Though the one that the FCT minister elected was actually established. But the truth of the matter is that the committee has outlived its mandate, its usefulness, and it has been forgotten. And when the mandate expires, the committee continue to exist on their own, and they continue to claim legitimacy. So, and that is why you see this one. This one is bigger because it has offices in almost 20 states of the federations, and it has staffs in all these offices. And these people are being paid salary, allowances, emolument, and stuff like that from this common patrimony of I and you, that we are even crying that we don't have money, and yet we have enough to feed and fund and sustain agencies that has no bearing, that has no value to our life. So it is quite disheartening. I felt bad when I saw it, and I believe Mr. President should widen the probe, and perhaps we could see more of agencies like this that have been existing without constitution backing, without presidential backing, and for the president to disband or to suspend 3 permanent secretaries, it shows that perhaps he's ready now to do what needs to be done, and you see these 3 permanent secretaries cannot claim not to be in the know of this agency existing.
Fake agency, or the other fake agency that's from Prince Adeyemi. In one way or the other, it was linked and tied to not just the chief of staff. Later, it was back to the secretary to the government of the federation, because that is where letters come from. That is the only office that handles all MDAs, that manages every a situation in the country as regards to MDAs and all of that. Now, that being said, you talked about the Jonathan era, the office of the special advisor on Niger Delta and, several presidential task forces in the Jonathan era were also criticized for overlapping, mandates and, of course, lacked a budgetary approval. Did you remember that particular situation as well? Now, the one I want to really, bring your attention to, can you remember what happened, with that of NAFDAC? When, I think, yes, Professor Dora Akunyili, as a then between 2001 and, to 2008, public officials were also sanctioned for aiding counterfeit, drug rings. The crackdown, of course, restored, public trust in Nigerians, drug regulation as at that particular time. But my question and my worry, President Tinubu has actually ordered, the arrest and suspended 3 permanent secretaries immediately. Is this a decisive action, or does it point the deeper institutional failure in this government? Because it just looks like it keeps getting worse to an extent when it comes to situations like this. If it is not about fake agency today, to be about padded budgets, where do we go from here? I'd like to respond to this, please.
It shows that there's a rot in the system. Honestly, for me, I think Mr. President should go further. I expect a sanctioning of the secretary to the federal government, to the government of federation himself, because he, just like Mr. President, and rightly as you said earlier, he is solely responsible for managing all the MDAs. In fact, if you are appointed today, your letter of appointment will come not from Mr. President, not from the Chief of Staff, from the Secretary of Government of the Federation. So he has the absolute record. Any appointment you cannot find in the record of the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, then that appointment does not exist. So it is difficult for any agency to exist without the knowledge of the Secretary to the Federal Government of the Federation. It's impossible. If you exist without his knowledge, then you are fake. So if we have an issue of this, what Mr. President should do is to beam brighter searchlight into the office of the Secretary of Government of the Federation and see to what the Secretary himself is doing and what the PAMSEC and the directors are doing. Because it is embarrassing. It is something that you think will never happen, that we have agencies of government. It's little to say we have SA to government, to the president assisting, or maybe SSA or PA or whatever. That is minimal. But when you say agency means a semi-federal government existing somewhere with directors, with HODs, with secretaries, with civil servants, it shows that we are not ready in this country. It shows that those that we ask to run the government on our behalf, they are not ready. It's either they are not ready, or they are deliberately compromised, or they are just being mischievous, or perhaps they are just looking after their own personal interest. Perhaps they just want to enrich themselves by floating an agency that has no bearing, that has no local standing. And they believe by doing so, they will be able to have access to unrestricted access to government money.
Okay.
And by so doing, they can afford to buy property, have access to billions of naira, and be able to do whatever they can do. Because I don't know why should an agency, when you say agency is a mini federal government. Some agencies are bigger than some states. Just imagine this recent one has offices in 20 states. Do you know what that means? 20 states. And each of these state offices has personnel.
Doctor, you said, do I know what that means? I don't know what it means because I don't work with them.
You are
now,
journalist.
doctor. No, of course, that was just on a lighter note. Now, doctor, I want to quickly mention this, and the reason I want to mention is you talked, at length as regards to, billions of naira, the amount, sometimes that is being real out from these particular agencies, or the amount they actually, get from the federal government purse. You would remember that we also had a particular pension fund scam some time ago. Did you remember that particular issue? Where they defrauded about, they defrauded the system about, was it 273 billion? Around 2012.
Yes, I remember.
Yes.
I remember.
Now, we are not making this look like it is, this particular administration thing alone. This is about a Nigerian situation now. But one of the biggest questions any random Nigeria or anyone or even people in other climes would ask, when we have actually seen, this same case over time has become a precedent to an extent in different, agencies or through different channels, what risks does this pose on an unverified, offices operating at the out of government for years, doctor, for years, and they also benefit and they get, budgets every year?
What it means is that we do not have culture of integrity in this country. We do not have culture of integrity. We do not really fear God. Nigeria is a religious nation, but we are irreligious. We do not really believe in our faith. Christianity preach against this. Islam preach against this. Even those idolaters, when you hear some of them, they still have certain level of certain principle that portray integrity. But if all of us abide by what our faith has preached or mandate us to do, I don't think with this this will happen. I remember the case you talked about, that pension. That I remember. I'm trying to remember the man's name. The man is from Borno or Adamawa or so. That this man became so rich by he dipped his hand into the pension funds, and he spent the money the way a man he likes. And unfortunately, of recent, when we're talking about when we're talking about the former CBN governor, what his name, and I see the man also grant an interview, telling the Nigerian government that he can help to track Emefiele, that he can help to track looted funds where Emefiele must have hidden all this money, that he can help to pick them out. And I look at it, I look at myself and say, this man should have been crucified by now. This man should have been tied to drum, barrel, a public, and then be executed publicly. And these are people, because people do these bad things and nothing happened to them. Let me remind you, if you remember during OBJ time, we also have police fund issue whereby Kemi Martin, something like that, was asked to raise funds to build barracks and enhance the welfare of Nigerian police. This man went around, make money in the name of the government, using Nigerian government infrastructure and the name of the president at the time also. And he made billions, and he only remitted a fraction of the billion he generated. And this man, nothing happened. He was tried and he was let off. So, in order to answer your question, what this shows is that Nigeria is a sick nation and is a country that is in need of redemption. We need to redeem this country. Otherwise, I tell you, if Mr. President, the current government, do not use these people as scapegoat by using big armor on them, I tell you, more damning thing will happen after now. Because if these people go scot-free without going to jail, without being given perhaps 20 years or 30 years imprisonment, without option or parole or any possibility of coming out of it. If they continue like this, I tell you, bigger one will come in the in the near future. Because what more do you want when you have an agency functioning under Secretary of Federal Government? To the federal to the government of the federation. That is presidency. Secretary Office OSGF is part of presidency. So when you have an agency operating at the heart of presidency, then what else do you want?
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that, wonderful submission. In as much as you said the government should use, a very big armor. I don't know how big the armor should be, but of course, your point is well noted. Now, let's come back to, corruption, of course, and accountability. Let's talk about the subsidy, 12 trillion gap. First, you would agree with me that we had what we call Occupy Nigeria protests in 2012. Can you remember?
Yes, I do.
Now, the 2012, fuel subsidy probe was, about the House of Rep funds that about 1.7 trillion, was claimed for subsidy with little documentation. That actually led to the Occupy Nigeria as at the time. Now, moving on to 2015, the EFCC prosecuted officials over $2.1 billion arms deal scandal, where conflicting figures, of course, were also used to hide diversion of funds. I don't know if you can remember that particular situation. Now, if we are to look into this particular conversation of APM, asking the EFCC to probe a 12 trillion discrepancy between 15.8 trillion naira and 27, a trillion in subsidy savings. How plausible is such gap? And of course, what should Nigerians make of this particular, situation? Because when you look at this, whole situation that is just repeating itself, it is becoming the new normal. But Nigerians are frowning at it. And I would also like to ask, should both, the current and former finance minister be invited by the EFCC? Or should we just, take this one as a political grandstanding ahead of the 2027? What's your take?
Well, I think considering the savings, perhaps I should do a little education about savings, subsidy savings. These subsidy savings are not actually like something that has to do with federal government alone, because each when you see the spike in the money being shared by federal government, state, and local government, is as a result of the savings that we have had in the subsidy, whereby the money that ought to have been used to pay for subsidy, is not available for sharing. I think we need to educate ourselves on that. So that is to say, if at all there's any discrepancy between perhaps the EFCC, ICPC, and or perhaps the police too have to come into this and look at the figure by inviting not only the minister, by in fact, Minister of Budget, not just Minister of Finance, Minister of Budget, and then also Chairman of PAC also must be invited. Then perhaps the National Assembly also have to be invited, because the Appropriation Committee of National Assembly also superintend over this savings, because it's only by them having this figure they can be able to do proper appropriation for the budget of the federal government of the country. So all these people I mentioned need to be invited and be interrogated, and the Minister of Finance must take a lead in this by coming up with a figure. About 3 or 4 days ago, I joined online the briefing of the Minister of Finance, whereby he did that with the Chairman of National Nigerian Revenue Service. DMO was there, and the Minister of Budget Planning also was in attendance, and other agencies of government that has to do with finance. They were all there. I expect also the Secretary General of the Federation also to be invited in all this. So I just add this one him to the list too. So these people need to be invited and for them to speak to figure and let us know what since the subsidy removal was done at onset of this administration, that was from May 29, 2023 to date, I expect the Minister of Finance, including the former Minister of Finance that was there before Wale Edu. Also, all these people must come together to tell Nigerians what happened to this figure. Whether it, whether it's real, whether it's imaginary, if it's not imaginary, if it is real figure, be able to tell us where this figure has gone into. Because I can imagine having this much added to Nigerian budget. I imagine what this could have done into the lives of Nigerians. Having said that, I'm actually even disturbed by what the governors are doing as regards the money that are being made available to them. Just about 3 days ago, we had them sharing trillions of naira. And you see Nigerians still crying about not feeling the impact of this current administration. And I tend to wonder, these bills that are going to the cover of the state government, what are they doing with it? I saw data caught my fancy. And I saw data having 101 billion for just a month. 101 billion. And you see debtors still crying that they are not be able to feel the impact of the government. So what are they doing with this money? So if, for the sake of this argument, the 27 billion missing is real, for the sake of this conversation, and supposing it's real and it's added into the what is available to be shared among the states, you can imagine what more the state and local government will get.
Okay.
The short one that the one that we are sharing that have been shared that we believe was perhaps we are even shortchanged as a result of this gap that we say we have now. What are the state government doing with this much that they are having? These are conversations that I want us as Nigerians to have. As much as we ask the federal government to give us, we tie them to accountability, for them to give us account of what they use the money for. Then we should put our energy. We should put our energy. I want the journalists, people like VOP, stations like VOP, to engage state government in what they are doing with this much they are having. Look at what Delta is having. Look at what Rivers is having. Look at what Lagos is having. Look at what Baesa is having. Look at what Oyo, Kaduna, Kano, what they are having. It's much. And when you go to this state, you ask yourself, what are they doing with these billions in savings? Because these are subsidy removal has spiked up what they receive on monthly basis. And now if you're having much, if you're having 40 billion before, now you're having 100 billion. Then what are you doing with this spike? I think these are conversations we should be having when we are building our searchlight on the missing, on the money that ought to have been accrued to us that we are not getting. Then the one that we are getting, what are our leaders, what are they doing with it?
Now, I love the fact that you touched on this particular, conversation as regards to what are they doing with the federal allocation, funds. This conversation has been ongoing for a while, and you remember that a particular one was actually blowed off by saying that all, APC governors diverted their FAC, money and reserved it for campaign, and they didn't use it for the states. And none of them has actually come out to deny it or to do any, disclaimer or what have you. None, as we speak. And perhaps that's the reason why we had it in the dailies where it was said that about 100, a billion naira was used for Osun election, and some APC, chieftains also mentioned, or some APC members said that some of them had not seen such amounts before in their entire life. That being said, we're also told that about 1 billion was still remaining, at a particular party leader's, house. Away from that particular one, you talked about, some funds and how far it can go, in different local governments. APM also mentioned that 12 trillion naira could build a 300,000 refinery, or a 1,000 kilometer of railway. And I'd like to know, is this comparison realistic, or is it just, to stir public anger? And the reason why I'm asking you is because the Dangote refinery cost about $19 billion, if you know, when it was mentioned. Nigeria spent over $25 billion on the refinery to turn around maintenance since 1999 with little results. So, if we are to talk about this situation, if we are to look into the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, which was created, the LMPCL was, were meant to, be commercial entity, partly to end, opaque subsidy, accounting. Now, if I'm to ask you, Doctor, what mechanism should exist to ensure subsidy, savings are tracked properly, transparently, and not just announced, as figures? Because almost everything that we have in Nigeria is just about figures. They will tell you that the reforms are yielding results, but we don't know how it is actually reflecting in the life of Nigerians. So I'd like to take it up from here.
I think for me, one thing I would like to see Mr. President do before his term, or even this first term we end, is that subsidy savings should be separated from the actual money, the actual allocation, let me call it federal government allocation to the state, whereby subsidy savings can be tied to projects across the country, can be tied to something measurable, something that Nigerians can see that this is what this particular fund is being used for. That is, having said that, going to talk about the refineries. The refineries are being the pipe dream, a kind of opportunity for government, the past government to siphon Nigerian money, to change Nigerians. Look at what happened. The last turnaround maintenance that was done. I listened to the Senate inquiry into the how the fund was used, and I saw the exchange of words between Senator Adam Oshomole and the representative of the management of NNPCL about how the funds are used. For me, as a Nigerian, as a patriotic Nigerian, I do not want to see any government, I don't want to see government putting any penny, any Nigerian money in maintaining these three refineries. These refineries should be sold to investors, and the investors should be allowed to run this refinery. Nigeria has no business, Nigerian government has no business putting Nigerian money into this refinery, because these three refineries or four refineries as they may be, because I think we have two in Kaduna, we have two in Port Harcourt, one in Kaduna and one in Warri. So these four refineries should be sold. Nigerian government has no business maintaining this refinery, because I tell you, this refinery has become a cake, that become like Yoruba would call it like agbano. Don't know. Apologies to those that don't understand Yoruba. Agbano, like fetching water into basket, so you can't expect it to hold water. It will not hold water. So this refinery should be sold, and we have no business maintaining it. And just like we sold the NAFCON in River State, near River State, and surprisingly, NAFCON was sold. I can tell you, NAFCON is a profitable venture as of today, because the Indians that bought the NAFCON, they are able to turn it around and is now employing thousands of Nigerians, is now producing, and then it's profitable. This to be sold like that as well, so that we don't need to see these figures flying around in the pocket of these our leaders taking Nigeria for granted, using our money to fund their lavish lifestyle. Talking about the funding of politics of election in the country, for me, I always feel bad each time we have general election or governorship election, presidential election, whereby you see the amount of money uh, flowing in the circulation. You talked about APC governors dipping hands into facts. If this is proven to be true, which I expect EFCC, ICPC to go into this and see if truly this actually happened. If it's happened, if it did happen, I expect civil rights organizations, I expect people of conscience, lawyers of note to go into this and challenge this in court, because it is wrong for Nigerian money to be used for private elections, because these are private elections. Nigeria has no business, Nigerian patrimony has no business being used to fund re-election or election of any individual, not only APC in this case. I tell you, if you pay attention to what happened in Osun State, Accord also used government money to fund the election. That's why you see EFCC saying they were having court order to flag or freeze the Osun State government account with First Bank then, because they claim that the way Amana fund were flowing out of the account was heart rendering, and that's why they quickly have to be on attack, get court injunction to freeze the account. Mr. President quickly weighed into that and asked that the account to be unfreezed. But what am I saying in essence? All parties in the country, APM that is also now talking about missing subsidy savings. Go to Oyo State. Go to Oyo State and see what is happening. The APM government there, should we call it PDP APM government? There is PDP on paper, but APM in action. Oyo State governor is also spending from the state cover to fund and support the APM governorship candidate presently, Abimbola, in Oyo State. So we should have a system that checkmate governors, that checkmate political actors, that stop them from having access to to the government money in financing their own personal ambition. It is wrong for any government officials, be it minister, be it governor, be it DG of an agency or whatsoever, to have access through our common patrimony to finance your own personal selfish political gain, selfish political agenda. You have no business. Nigerian boss has no business in funding you. I think we should go to a point whereby civil rights organizations, we have that clout enough to sponsor bills.
Doctor.
Yes,
Doctor, we're pressed for time. Doctor, can you hear me? Doctor, we're pressed for time, so I'll just want you to slide into this conversation of the APC appointing campaign DGs and of course coordinators here and there. And Wike actually mentioned that he doesn't need to get any position from the APC, that his Rainbow Coalition would actually give president a run for his money, or of course it would actually make him win both in Rivers and Abuja. Now, you would agree with me that in 2022, we saw some people coming out like they wanted to have a coalition, but at some point, it was scattered. And that was the reason why it looked like everybody had to run their race. But the G100 are also trying to see how to come together, in as much as people from Obi camp are saying, no, they don't want anything. Now, the 2015 merger that formed APC succeeded because it had a united, a front. And everybody agreed to just one particular person, to lead it. Do you think that any other coalition can actually beat, the APC, can win the APC, presently, with how the APC is quite loud with, their movement? And not only that, Wike coming out to tell us now that he can win both FCT and Rivers. We've also seen former PDP governors like, Odiu Zokalu and, I think as a time, even Saraki, they had issues in delivering their own state as at the time. But Wike said that he would deliver, these two states for the president. Saraki has gone through it, being a campaign DG. Tambo has gone through being a campaign DG, and they failed in their states. Do you think that this is a show of strength or a sign of friction within the ruling coalition for Wike to be here or there and is actually making all of this assertion? In just 20 seconds, please. We're about to round off. Doctor, please go ahead. Oh, Doctor, it's really, unfortunate. I was told that you had a network, situation there, and I would have wanted you to respond to that. But I'll keep the conversation for you. Next time, God's willing, when next we are able to talk about that particular one. This is how far we can actually go as regards to the program. And of course, coming up next is a locker room. And I would want you to stay put to enjoy, that particular one from my team. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Odo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Ibenide, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Voptv, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at to the Gathering. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Enito Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the best of the baddest VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your
Voptv. Now.
All right, welcome to the locker room on Voice of the People television. So much to talk about the exciting world of football. And of course, what a weekend it was of blockbuster action all around Europe, most especially the English Premier League. And someone said that beating championship side is not for everybody. It's not for all city of us, all of us. Okay. Anyway, my name is Jerry Apelohai. It promises to be exciting. And there are lots of conversation to deal with as far as the exciting world of football is concerned, because on Locker Room, we prosecute football matters, we look at the headlines, we take a look at all that made the news as far as the big stories in the exciting world of football is concerned. The Nigerian Football Federation is in the news, when I say for the wrong reasons, but definitely looks like September will be a month to remember as far as the Nigerian Football Federation is concerned for the year 2026. I'm not alone. I'll be having my wife joining us virtually as we take a look at what's making the news as far as the exciting world of football is concerned. It promises to be exciting here on, and definitely we'll be looking at what's happening as far as the Gasol board is concerned. Will they still be in charge in the month of September? Will they be leaving the hot seat as far as that one is concerned? We'll peruse that and more on the show on this beautiful edition of the Locker Room. Okay, whether you're watching us on Free TV or joining us live on VOPTV Plus via YouTube, you can have your say, share your opinion, and join the conversation. So make sure you subscribe to VOPTV Plus on YouTube, turn on your notification bell, and stay with us throughout the show. And of course, on Locker Room, you also get to be a part of the show via the studio line, which will be beaming on the screen for you to be a part of this special edition. Of course, before we get down to business, let's take a quick breather. The Locker Room, we'll be right back. You're welcome back. Just like we promised, we're here and we're ready to serve you hot, juicy details as far as the exciting world of football is concerned. Mayowa is now with us. Mayowa, how was your weekend? I know how your weekend went, but I'll just say, how was your weekend? Hope it was all fine. Hope it was all fine. Okay.
What you are doing there, but I mean, it's not the start that a Manchester United fan would expect. Would expect that after spending a whole lot of money to reinforce the midfield, the likes of Tillemans and Anderson will probably come in and do the magic, and that was not to be. I think it's a wake up call for Michael Carrick. However, I think it's one of those games. One game down, 7 more to go. That doesn't define our season. So, I mean, I'm fine. It's sad that we lost, but we move.
One game down. Okay. More to go. Okay. More game to cry about. Anyway, I'll leave that to next weekend to decide when it comes to Old Trafford. Let's start off with Nigerian football. It's as at a crossroad right now as we look at Nigerian football. The Ibrahim Mosogoso led board of the Nigerian Football Federation is one member resignation away from being dissolved. Uh, Pressure has been mounting on the board to step down following the recent failure of the women's team of Nigeria to qualify for the World Cup, the first time ever. It is also coming on the back of the failure of the men's team to qualify for the World Cup for the second consecutive edition. But Goso is defiant and wants to run for office in the proposed September 21 election in Latvia. And of course, that plan will most likely be shelved, according to reports, which says that 8 of the 13 board members have decided to quit the board. Okay? The resignation of a 9th member will lead to the dissolution of the board, and it will pave the way for the National Sport Commission to set up an interim committee to run Nigerian football for 3 months, pending when fresh elections will be held. Okay? Mariwa, the thing is that I've always said that you cannot fight government. That's how it is. And if Goso thinks he can fight 200 million Nigerian-backed government, I think he has to have a rethink. What do you think?
Well, I think, to be honest with you, I think I'm surprised that I'm hearing that, board members are resigning. I think they shouldn't have stayed this long. The moment we failed to qualify for the World Cup the second time in a row, that was the time they were supposed to resign. But now they decided to wait, extended their failure to the Super Falcons, and now they are resigning. Well, to be honest with you, I think that's the best move for us at the moment. The board has failed. They have failed to deliver. And there is no reason for them to continue to stay on the board. However, the big question is this: why is it that when the NSC said they were about, instituting a committee to run the NFF, that was when people started resigning? I'm hoping it's not that the NSC interfered with the resignation of those board members, because there was a particular news. There was a news going around that FIFA was set to ban Nigeria because of what the NSC wanted to do, scrapping the election and saying they wanted to set up a committee and just which would mean government is interfering with football, which is against the FIFA statute. So I think, to be honest with you, it's more like the Yorubas will say or Jacob, meaning the voice of Esau, the hands of Jacob. I hope that's not the case. However, I think this is a step in the right direction. The board has failed, and I don't know the reason why Guso and the remaining guys still staying are still there. They should all resign, and let's set up a caretaker committee to take our football forward in the next 3 months.
Yeah, it's really a difficult situation, but we also got feelers that most of the board members were actually invited to the Aso Rock, and you know what that meeting was all about, if you can read between the lines. And for the Goso himself, why is Goso hell-bent on sinking Nigerian football when he knows he cannot perform? Is it by force that he continues as the NFF president? Is it that even if Nigerian football is down the drain, he doesn't care because he wants to stay inside the NFF president? Why should our leaders have such kind of mentality?
Okay, well, I see. At the risk of sounding like, let me sound like a devil's advocate. Him resigning is a matter of choice. He has a tenure to run, and in a sane climb, we would expect him to resign because of the failure. We saw what happened with Italian FA when they failed to qualify for the World Cup again. What they did was everybody resigned, including the coach and everybody. They had to go to bring in people that have fresh ideas. However, if we are looking at it, Gusau is not under any obligation to resign. Is it the right thing? Is presentation the right thing for him to do because he has failed? Yes. However, based on the terms and conditions of how he got elected, he is not under any obligation to resign. So for not doing the right thing because he has failed and can't take us forward. On the other hand, if he doesn't resign also, he's still within his right not to resign. But in Senate climb, people like Gusau should have resigned immediately. We found ourselves in the kind of failure we found ourselves as regards our football. And that's very, very important is this. Before the summoning of those people to the to Afro Rock, state government chairman, they were coming out to say they were backing him. What changed? What changed? Since people will see failure and say they want to back it, you will not expect Gusau to resign when nobody is turning against him. And that's the reason why Gusau has stayed on. I think the reason why Gusau stayed on is because, he has a whole lot of backers that felt his failure is more like a success to them, and they want to continue with him. And that's the reason why, we are still seeing Gusau as the NFF president, if you would ask me.
Yeah, in as much as Gasol surrounded himself with a lot of board members from the various FA who are also corrupt, who are benefiting from his stay, because the man knows that he's not capable. He's doing everything to grease their palms and make sure that they perpetuate him in power. But that does not mean that all Nigerians should be stupid. Yes, if some people are benefiting from the rot and the corruption, the government doesn't need to stand idly by and watch Nigerian football go down the drain just because one man is benefiting from that failure.
Well, the thing is this. See, there is a thin line between the government interfering and not getting a ban. The rules are very clear. FIFA already stated it. Government should answer football. Government should answer football. They don't have any right to interfere in football. However, it also begs the question: the same government you are telling to answer football, the same government is practically bankrolling the NFF. Is the NFF truly independent? Can they generate funds on their own? No, that is not the case. That was why we had the news of EFCC probing the 12 billion naira that the NSC gave to the NFF. Nobody has been able to give an account of it. So, not as government has every right to interfere. We also need to look at the FIFA ban, because the FIFA ban will not do us any good. So it's better they've adopted the method of calling those people to Afro Rock, and that something might happen to you and those people are resigning. I think that's the best way to go, because the government come out, which is the NSC, like they come out and interfere, we get banned, and that does not go well for our football and our players.
Yeah, and of course, actually, Maiwa, it's not only 12 billion, 5 billion is also involved, making it 17 billion naira that the ICPC and EFCC is investigating the Nigerian Football Federation Board on how they spend the money, because players are still asking that their wages have still not been paid. All the money that was meant to settle all of that has still not been settled. So where did the 17 billion naira go to? Yes, if Gosol cannot explain, definitely he has to resign and start fighting the his case with the EFCC and ICPC. Okay. Anyway, the days of Ibrahim Boso Gosol as the president of the Nigerian Football Federation are numbered, following discussions and, of course, allegations as far as that one is concerned. Of course, there's also the adoption of a new leader for Nigerian football by the presidency. We exclusively gathered that Gosol's tenure could possibly come to an end on Wednesday, when a board member who is presently abroad returns and makes his resignation official. It will bring the number of board members who have thrown in the towel to 9 out of the 12. And by the statutes of the Football House, the board will be dissolved accordingly. And already, contract has been made with who will lead the normalization committee after presidency rejected the choice of the former NFF Supremo, Amaju Pinnick, I beg your pardon. The committee will last for 3 months and will organize fresh elections into the board of the NFF. And already there is a candidate who has been anointed by the presidency. And of course, with this report, we can exclusively reveal that his name was sent to the National Sport Commission, NSC, by the presidency, owing to his past association with the president of Nigeria, talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And contrary to talks in the media and suggestions that former Chelsea, Monaco, and Saudi Premier League director Michael Menalo should be made president, the option was never on the table, and the former defender, who was a part of the Nigerian team to the 1994 World Cup, is seen as an outsider and won't be able to pull the amount of support like the candidate picked by the presidency is concerned. Okay, that name, yes, is still under wraps. We're still working to get that name that's been anointed by the presidency. But if the president anoints someone, it's good as go. Maiwa.
Well, I think this is a double-edged sword. To be honest with you, anointing somebody
does not solve our problem. The big question is this: can the person actually do the job? Anointing someone is not the same thing as doing the job. Can the person actually do the job? Is the person capable of doing the job? And that is the reason why I'm a bit skeptical. Yes, they said it's going to last for 3 months and rest of that, but you and I know when the person gets there and sees what's going on there, you want to make it last more than 3 months. You want to probably throw his hat in. Will the president select somebody that that is capable and able to take our football forward? That would be my fear, because we've seen the presidency appoint sport ministers in the past, and these sports ministers, they've not been able to accomplish anything when it comes to our sport, especially when it comes to football. We've seen the likes of Dalong and the rest of them, Sunday Dare, and they didn't achieve anything for us as sport minister. So are we sure that the presidency will be able to pick somebody who will actually do the job, and not just pick somebody because he wants to reward somebody politically? That is my fear.
Rewarding someone politically, yes, that should also be unfair. But they've been talking about Michael Emenalo. What do you think about that name? If he is being spoken about, would he make any effective change? On the fact that Michael Emenalo has mostly been abroad, that could be a reason why he should not be considered because of the political terrain. But do you think someone with a fresh mentality should be in a better position to change Nigerian football if we are sincere about moving forward? Hello, Maiwa. All right, we're trying to get Maiwa to connect with us back there because I definitely want to hear what he has to say about the choice and the talk about Michael.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Clear.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is this: you cannot have a bad foundation and be building on a bad foundation. The house is going to collapse, and that's just the honest truth. Emenalo is just one man. The board is already rotting. A whole lot of people that work underneath in the NFL, they don't know what they are doing. And if you are bringing in an Emenalo to head that kind of organization, they are going to frustrate this effort. I think if an Emenalo will succeed because of the kind of environment he has grown up in, because of the kind of environment, he has grown up in an environment where they do things the right way. They will need to hand him over. They will need to hand over the keys of the house to him for him to do a top down, overhauling. That is when you'll be able to succeed. But if you bring an Emenalo in and you have, a foundation that is poorly laid, Emenalo will not succeed. They will frustrate him out of it. Remember the case of John Fashanu? He was part of the NFL board. He wanted to contest. They didn't allow him to contest. They didn't allow him to contest peacefully. He was part of the board. They frustrated him out, and he went back to England. Where's John Fashanu today? He said he's not going to participate in Nigerian football again, and that was the end of John Fashanu. So if they bring in Emenalo and they don't allow him to do a total overhaul of the system, it will just be exercise in futility, because these guys he will need to work with people, and people already working in that board, in that federation. You and I know they are one of the most corrupt people we have in the country.
Wow, definitely, yes. Michael Emenalo definitely would have been a good choice if we are really sincere about moving Nigerian football to the next level. But let's talk about world man Samuel Chukwueze. He has expressed his willingness to continue playing as a right wing back for AC Milan after impressing in the unfamiliar role. The Nigerian international, who spent last season on loan at Premier League club Fulham, made a positive impact as Milan secured a 2-1 victory over Torino at the Stadio Olimpico Grande on Sunday night. And Chukwueze provided the assist for the Rossoneri's second goal, capping an impressive display on the right flank. The winger looked comfortable operating as a wing back, using his pace and energy to support Milan's attack while also carrying out his defensive responsibilities. Chukwueze has now declared that he is ready to embrace the new role and is happy to play wherever he's needed by the team. Yes, talking about sportsmanship on the part of Samuel Chukwueze, he has looked at the handwriting on the wall. He better sink and swim with Milan, because definitely you get more opportunities to even play in Europe. What more can he do? And he has embraced his new role and he's doing very well. Some players would have rejected the opportunity. They would have started looking for a club side just to play regular football without any meaning.
Well, the question is this: he get choice. He not get choice now. If he decides to say he doesn't want to play, he doesn't want to play the new role. I think Amorim is a very tough coach. He doesn't mind kicking you out. They'll probably kick him out. However, I think this is not the first time we are seeing people transition. Remember, a Gareth Bale started out as a back and progressed to becoming a forward. We saw our own Victor Moses also transition from being a right back to also a midfielder and also a forward. So I think it's a good one. It shows his versatility. It shows his versatility, and then it's going to be, one of the players that Ruben Amorim can rely on to show up anytime it's needed. He can, play as a defender, play as a wing back, and also join in the attack. And this is the hallmark, of a good player. I think also it will also help our team as a national team because we'll have a player that can play in multiple positions and can deliver results. Somebody is injured, he needs to step into a particular role. A Chukwueze will be able to do that. So I think it's a good one. And also, it's capping it up with creating assists, creating chances for AC Milan and AC Milan scoring. And also, remember, AC Milan is also in Europe. They will also be playing European football and we'll get to see Chukwueze. So I think it's a win-win for him. And kudos to him for him to be able to adapt. One of the hallmark of a good player in this era is your adaptability. If you cannot adapt, you will never make it in a modern team. And, Chukwueze has been able to do that. And I think it's going to last a bit longer under Ruben Amorim.
And the fact that he came out with the man of the match performance, that also speaks a lot about Samuel Chukwueze's new role as a wing back. Who would have thought that he would be able to function in that position?
Well, it's more of going against the tide. Ideally, if there were space for him in the AC Milan team, they will not deploy him as a fullback. They will not deploy him as a wing back. The reason why he's been deployed as that is because his preferred position is already clogged up. There is no way he will be able to play regular football. Probably maybe he'll be churning out 15 minutes appearance, 10 minutes appearance, and that does not do his stock any good. Remember, he was on loan with Fulham. That loan did not pan out. That's the reason why they didn't sign him. A lot of people Marco Silva left. Maybe that's the reason why Chukwueze would not be able to stay in Fulham. However, if it was very important for Fulham, they would not let him go. They would have probably, kept him after the loan. So I think it's a good one that he's able to pivot and be able to adapt to other roles. I think his adaptability will probably give him more longevity and probably give him more stability with the AC Milan team. So I think good one for him. And kudos to him for him not taking it as an attack on him. He took it in, adapted, and now he's working out for him very well under Ruben Amorim.
All right, of course, we hope that they'll be able to go for the title this season. Definitely, it's going to be a big competition against the likes of Inter Milan, as well as Atlanta, who also got a good result over the weekend under Maurizio Sarri. And definitely, the Serie A I'm talking about the Serie A. It's very, very competitive. Maiwa.
Well, definitely, it's very competitive. Amorim is has a whole lot to prove. The United project did not work out. It affected his confidence a bit. I think Amorim coming to AC Milan, it's a breath of fresh air. Even Rafael Leao that has been struggling with AC Milan under Ruben Amorim, he seems to be flourishing. I was able to watch a couple of their friendlies, and I saw a different Rafael Leao. It means yes, Rafael Leao is Portuguese. Probably maybe the Portuguese connection is working well for him. I think Amorim has a point to prove, and he's building a team to be able to do that. They had a fantastic result. Yes, it's the first game of the season. We've seen teams go five games in a row and ended up struggling to get a place in the Champions League. In the case of Liverpool last season, I think he's starting on the right note, and I hope he's able to keep up with the momentum. I think I want to see how Ruben Amorim. The Manchester United project did not go well because of a whole lot of other things. I'm hoping to see how he's able to navigate, the challenges with Italian Serie A.
All right, let's go back to the Spanish La Liga. Spanish champions Barcelona cruised to a 5-0 win over Elche on Sunday in the La Liga opener, with Rafinha and Fermin Lopez scoring twice each and Anthony Gordon setting up 2 goals on his debut. After watching Jose Mourinho's Real Madrid defeat Espanyol 2-1 on Saturday with the late winner, Barca's display warned the Portuguese coach that the Catalans will not relinquish the title easily. Maiwa, yes, The Clasico is already hotting up. As far as these two teams are concerned, what a statement, 2-1, but they say that's not enough. Let's make it 5. And it was convincing coming from the Catalans.
Well, I think different results for different coaches. Jose Mourinho had to wait till the 90th minute before, he was rescued and was able to win that particular game. It would have been disastrous for him if he had drew that game. Madrid struggled, and again, a lot of people will call the tactics of Jose Mourinho into question because a lot of people feel his football is outdated, and we are seeing it play out again in Madrid. Probably, maybe it's just a glitch in the performance. Maybe they'll be able to do something better. But for Barcelona, I think they are not stopping. They are not resting on their laurels. Ansu Flick has been able to build a formidable team, dispatching a team 5-0. And I see the reason why they decided to let Marcus Rashford go and pay £80 million for, and Anthony Gordon coming up your first game in the La Liga, scoring 2 goals, an indication of the kind of intent he has. The big question is this: will he be able to sustain the momentum? If he's able to sustain the momentum, I think Barcelona, nobody will be able to stop Barcelona. The Real Madrid side, do something different. I don't think that team has it in them to be able to challenge Barcelona successfully and take away the title from them. So I think as it is now, purely based on performance they put out yesterday, I think it's more of Barcelona than Real Madrid at the moment.
Yeah, I'm worried about the starting 11 of Real Madrid because I saw Konate starting in defense. Rudiger was on the bench, and of course I saw him play Mbappe as the lone striker with Gula playing from the right, Vinicius playing from the left. I saw talking about the former Manchester City guy playing from the midfield, the holding midfield role. Silva, talking about Silva, Bernardo Silva. Yes, I don't know what the plan of Mourinho is. I think he wants to give this team someone like, I don't know, too many infields of showing that I'm the man in charge. Is he not going to make mistakes with all of this? Because playing players out of position has not really done well for big teams.
I think he's going to come back to bite him in the behind. You cannot continue to play players out of position and expect them to do that. That's number one. Number two, which same person will decide to go and sign a Konate? I mean, no, it's the honest truth. Let's be honest with ourselves. Konate, you saw the World Cup. Did Konate play for France in the World Cup? No, he did not. He was barely featured in the World Cup. So why would Real Madrid buy a Konate? Konate that was disastrous for Liverpool last season. Between Konate and Van Dijk, they conceded over 70 goals between them. And that's the center of defense. That's supposed to be the rock of the defense. So why would you go and buy a Konate? And we are beginning to see, yes, they won yesterday, but without Konate as a central defense, I don't think so. So I don't understand some of the signings. I don't understand. Yes, there's also the part of Jose Mourinho not deploying players very well, not playing them in their natural position. Remember the case of Pogba. Pogba had the same issue with Jose Mourinho. Jose Mourinho continued to play Pogba out of position, and that was one of the reasons why Pogba could not perform for Manchester United. He has started with Madrid. The question is this: when will the tension, when will the frustration boil over? Because you cannot continue to play all these superstars out of position and they look ordinary and you expect them not to be frustrated and scatter the dressing room. The question is this: when will it happen? I'm foreseeing maybe by the time we get to January, there will be cracks in the dressing room if Jose Mourinho continues to play players out of position.
Yeah, Mourinho playing players out of position. Definitely you cannot complain because he has the finals. Everybody is totally afraid. I would not want to get on his bad books because he has the backing of the board led by Florentino Perez, who has called him to disrupt the structure in the Spanish La Liga. All right, let's go to the English Premier League, where it looks like it was a Tomsy weekend. Who were the biggest winners and which team had the worst start to the campaign? Mayo, I'll leave you to be the judge of that so that I will be able to look at that. We saw Manchester United losing, Tottenham Hotspur losing to Brentford despite of all the spending they made over the transfer window, which is still open. And we've seen the likes of Liverpool also struggling against Newcastle United. Though they've not made any signings this summer that is of note, because it's only Victor Munoz they've actually really signed. Jacket was actually signed the season before. He just officially made the move now, and there's Arroyo who made a move on loan. Okay, taking a look at that, and Arsenal doing very well for themselves, beating Coventry City with a statement coming from the defending champions, who were the biggest winners, and which team had the worst start to the campaign, Maiwa?
Well, I think the biggest winner will probably be Arsenal. They are making a statement of intent that they are not here for jokes; they are here for serious business. The way they played against Coventry, yes, a lot of people might say Coventry, they don't have the experience, blah blah blah, and just of that. But Manchester United played against all, and they were dispatched. So Arsenal did very well against Coventry. So I mean, biggest win, definitely Arsenal. They are showing that they are ready to compete, and I will not be surprised if at the end of the season we have Arsenal, or winning the title again. They are showing the signs, and they are not stopping. They are also in the market for a striker. Probably our own Victor Osimhen might probably make the cut at the end of the day. So I think Arsenal. The biggest loser I think is to be honest, Tottenham. They spent a whole lot of money, brought in Savinho, Mamouche, and just of them. They are spending 75, 60 million on different players, and they couldn't muster results. The same thing for Aston Villa too. They had a very terrible outing yesterday, losing 4-0. At some point, I was wondering what's going on with Aston Villa. I think telling majority of their key players begin to catch up with them, and that is the reason why we saw that result. And the biggest shock for the week can probably be Liverpool and Manchester United losing to Hull City. Michael Carrick needs to find a way to be honest with you, I think the easiest way to beat Manchester United is this. They play through the middle, choke the middle up, and Manchester United have nowhere to go. They will be forced to decide. And you have a Dogu who has not been that consistent on the side, who cannot contribute that much. Yes, sometimes he scores goals, but he doesn't contribute that much as a winger. So the moment you block the middle, Manchester United become practically, for a lack of better word, they become practically useless. And we saw it play out yesterday. We saw it play out on Saturday. The 4-5-1, the 5-4-1 formation for All City really worked so well. When they're out of possession, somebody from the defense join in the midfield, and they have 5 people crowding you, and that's the reason why a Bruno Fernandes was not very creative, because they blocked the path of where the passes will come from, and that was a very genius move from the All City coach. However, the big question is this: what was Michael Carrick thinking? You cannot continue to play on vibe and feel you will win. I think his performance in that particular game was a letdown. For the Liverpool Newcastle game, and I'll ask you, are sporting a Liverpool jersey, obviously a Liverpool fan. do you think 25 million guys paid for his side, do you think it's justified? And you have to rely on VAR to draw the game.
I think it's just football. It's part of the game. But if Man United has seen that opportunity, I believe they would have taken it too. Yes, I believe they would have been happy to at least have a penalty. What was Maguire actually doing, holding on to Mazraoui doing a corner kick? Was he actually defending against his own team? Was he not supposed to stop the Hull City defenders? I don't. What about Maguire? What is going on? And Omoluabi, the man himself, Shemi Ajayi, it's good to see him back and scoring against Manchester United. That was the biggest highlight for me this weekend.
I think kudos to you. If you watch Shemi Ajayi, especially when he plays for Nigeria, he's one of those defenders that is not shy to go forward. We see him do it when playing for Nigeria. We see him do it for us all the time. Anytime there is a set piece situation, you see him making the runs into the opposition's. He did the same thing against Manchester United because of how agile he was. He was able to create space for himself, and when the ball fell to him, he was able to score. I think that is one of the hallmark of one of the good defenders. When he was out injured, their coach complained that they are really missing him because of what he contributes in terms of the threat he creates when there's a set piece situation. And it's good to see him back, showing up and scoring goals. To be honest with you, a lot of people might feel All City yes, the kind of football they played yesterday, because they played the Manchester United that was lackluster, it worked. A lot of people are saying that will not work for the rest 37 games. But if they continue to play like that and bring out results, I think they might probably be the Brighton, they might probably be the Bournemouth of last season. Remember, Bournemouth went 18 games unbeaten. They didn't lose 18 games. And with this kind of formation, I think all City might have it in them to do the same thing Bournemouth did last season.
All right, let's look at the biggest winners here from my point of view too, alongside Maiwa. We have Brentford, Brighton, Hull City, Leeds United. The biggest winner from the Premier League's opening weekend was however Hull City, as manager Sergej Jakirovic writes the history for for Manchester United, losing their first game of the season. Quite not a good way to start. And of course, the big one has to also be the biggest losers has to be Aston Villa. Yes, who would have seen that coming, that they'll be losing to Brighton by 4-0. There's also Crystal Palace, who also lost their game, though it's an away game against Everton by 2-0. And the one that actually surprised most of us, though Tottenham Hotspur has to be the big surprise of the weekend alongside Manchester United. Who would have seen Tottenham Hotspur losing their first game of the season, and they lost to Brentford by 3-0. Maiwa, what happened to Tottenham Hotspur in spite of all the spending, losing 3-0 to Brentford?
Well, I think if you follow the trajectory of De Zerbi, I think he's one of the coaches that knows what he's doing. Yes, it's just one of those games yesterday. They couldn't string passes together. They were very lethargic yesterday. It was a lackluster performance from them. And I think if there's anybody to rectify that, is De Zerbi. We saw what he did with Marcel. Yes, a lot of people might say Marcel overpromised and under-delivered. But at least when he was with Marcel, he was able to change their fortune. The same thing he did with Brighton. So I think it's just a glitch in the performance. However, the question is this: if you have spent over £250 million, during the transfer window, you would expect, your team to put up a much more better performance than that. The issue is not even them losing 3-0. The issue is how they lost 3-0. That is where the concerns are, and that is the reason why a lot of people are furious with with De Zerbi and that. But I think it's just 1 out of 38, and he still has 37 more games to be able to rectify it. And if you check his pedigree, what he did with Brighton while he was with Brighton, and what he was able to do with Marcel while he was with Marcel, I think he's the coach that will be able to turn things around. I don't think there's any cause for alarm. Let's see let's see the kind of performance he puts out in their next round of matches.
All right, of course, definitely looking at other games. Yes, good results so far. Newcastle, Liverpool, we talked about it. Man City, it looked like Bournemouth was going to surprise them. Were you convinced with that Man City result? Or should we be worried about Man City going into the new season? Because even the likes of Mamouche is also leaving.
Well, that game almost... Remember, my wife is a huge Manchester City fan. I think if Tavernier are taking his chances, Bournemouth would have won that particular game. Tavernier had a lot of chances. Had about 2 chances. Yes, he scored, but he had other 2 chances that he was supposed to take. He didn't take it. Also, the chances that Bournemouth created, they were not able to finish it off, and that's the reason why, Man City was able to come back into the game. Enzo Maresca continues to experiment. Why do you keep a Ryan Cherki on the bench? Why do you have to keep a Ryan Cherki on the bench? When Ryan Cherki came in, you could see the difference. He was instrumental in contributing to the 2 goals that was scored. It was because Ryan Cherki came in. That was when the midfield set up. The midfield came alive, and there was connectivity between the midfield and the attack. Before Ryan Cherki came in the 75th minute, there was no connectivity. Everybody was playing on their own. The guy that they signed, Anderson, that they signed, I think probably maybe it's because of his first game. Maybe because he's playing with another player for the first time. Probably maybe that's the reason why the communication was not smooth. He was a shadow of himself. For 75 minutes, Man City, they were nowhere to be found. However, the changes Enzo Maresca made, the likes of bringing in Ryan Cherki, change the trajectory of the game, and they were able to win. The big question is this: can Enzo Maresca be able to stamp his authority on that particular team. I don't think so, because the reason for that is a lot of people would expect him to become a Guardiola overnight, which is not. He's stepping into the shoes of Guardiola, and that would bring a whole lot of added stress and added scrutiny. And we saw it yesterday, as at 90, as at the 89th minute, a whole of them were leaving until that goal came. I think the pressure might probably make him crack under pressure, and that is what I'm scared of as regards Enzo Maresca's Man City.
Yeah, it is what it is. Definitely, it's going to be a very big one. Of course, there's one more game to be played then tonight. I'm talking about Monday Night Football between Arbeloa and Xabi Alonso. Fulham up against Chelsea. Let's not forget that Rafa Benitez once coached these players under his belt at Liverpool. Talking about Alonso and Arbeloa, and he was asked if he ever thought that two of them would become managers. He said yes for Xabi Alonso, but no for Arbeloa. He never saw him as a player who will eventually become a coach, but he is surprised by Arbeloa taking up Real Madrid and eventually falling to Fulham. And tonight is going to be firecrackers as far as this two London side is concerned. Where would the pendulum swing, Maiwa?
Well, I think the pendulum will swing only one way, and the one way is going to swing is with Chelsea. To be honest with you, I don't think Aston Villa has it in them. I don't think Fulham has it in them to be able to dispatch a Chelsea side. A lot of people are saying the landlord is playing the tenant. Fulham is the landlord. Chelsea is the tenant. But in any case, if you look at the profile of the two coaches, I think you want to tilt towards a Xabi Alonso. Xabi Alonso has the experience. Arbeloa is known to develop young players. Arbeloa is good for developing players. He's not good at executing at the top level, and that might come to bear. A lot of people are even scratching their head to wonder why Fulham would decide to allow a Marco Silva go and bring in an Arbeloa that is synonymous to growing, talented youthful players, not the senior players. So it's going to swing one way. I think with what Xabi Alonso is doing at the moment, with what he has been able to do during the preseason, I think it's going to swing one way. Xabi Alonso, Chelsea takes that particular game.
Anyway, it promises to be exciting. I'm looking forward to Samuel Chukwueze, Alex Iwobi, and Calvin Bassey both getting a goal each for themselves in this match against Chelsea. It's your money on Fulham, Maiwa. You're already talking about Chelsea. You've forgotten that your Nigerian brothers are there. Talking about Iwobi and Calvin Bassey.
Unless you want to be sentimental, if you are being honest. However, Fulham still stand a chance of winning. I think you can't write Fulham off. And the reason for that is this. If you follow the profile, you follow the story of Alonso. Alonso is not a coach that knows how to defend. Look at his record with Bayer Leverkusen. He scores a whole lot of goals. He has a lot of problem conceding goals. And that has been something that has been trailing him. When he went to Madrid, the same thing happened. The team can score goals, but they concede a lot of goals. And one of the reasons why he left Madrid was because the results were not that fantastic. Yes, you might be able to score goals, but if you meet a team that can score you and defend doggedly, then you might not be able to win that game. So I think there's an opportunity for Fulham if they can put their acts together. But if you are looking at the kind of quality of player and kind of quality that the both team has, I think you want to give it to Chelsea. However, there is a factor where there's this problem with Xabi Alonso's side. They always concede. The big question is this: if they concede first against Fulham, will they be able to come back and outscore Fulham, or will Fulham be able to defend and beat Chelsea? That is what we'll be waiting to see when the game kicks off later in the night.
All right, so let's see how that pans out for this. Both sides definitely is going to be a fire-cracking football game between Fulham and talking about Chelsea at Craven Cottage. Is going to be the home ground of Fulham. Okay, let's take a look at the German Bundesliga, where it looks like the first Englishman to win the Player of the Season in Harry Kane after that wonderful performance in the German Bundesliga, winning the league and the German Cup out there, the DFB Pokal, like it's actually called in Germany, and reaching the semi-final of the UEFA Champions League, and not forgetting scoring 61 goals in all competitions. Journalists in Germany voted Harry Kane ahead of Michael Olise as the Player of the Season. Maiwa, would you say it's well deserved for Harry Kane?
Obviously, it's well deserved at 33 Yes, you might say the league is not as difficult as the EPL and just that. However, when it was in EPL, he was able to do magic. You saw what he did at the World Cup also. At that age, it shows the kind of consistency he has been able to build. It shows that he's aging like a fine wine, as they say. The older the wine, the better it tastes in the mouth, and that is what we are seeing with Harry Kane. I think it's well deserved at age 30, 34, scoring 61 goals. It's an indication of his dedication. And to be honest with you, who else would have won the Player of the Year if not Harry Kane? He got to the semi-final of the Champions League, won the league, won the FA Pokal, won everything in Germany, and he was the highest goal scorer in Germany. And apart from being the highest goal scorer, he's also a contributor. Apart from scoring, he's also a contributor. When he can't score, he also contributes, and that is the hallmark of a complete striker, a complete finisher, and a complete playmaker, if you want to put it that way. So I think it's well deserved, and I wouldn't have expected anybody else to pick up that award apart from Harry Kane because of the kind of performance he was able to put out last season.
Yeah, definitely. They'll find it difficult to replace his goals because that's a lot of goals for one man in a season playing in Germany. And of course, Vincent Kompany also won the coach of the season. You also want to say Vincent Kompany has really exploded. He's doing well. Maybe because he now has better players, unlike his time at Burnley.
Well, the honest truth is this: unless really kind of quality and those kind of players and you not deliver results. Even me, that I'm not a professional coach, if I handle that thing, I will deliver results. I should be able to deliver minimum. I should be able to deliver minimum German Cup. Me as that I'm not a coach, I should be able to deliver minimum German Cup. So I mean, it's expected. The kind of and jokes aside now, I think he has been able to get the best out of those players. Michael Olise turned Michael Olise into a beast. Harry Kane under him is scoring goals for fun, and a whole lot of players stepping up and doing the magic. That is the hallmark of Vincent Kompany. I remember while he was at Burnley, even while he was losing, he has a pattern of play, and he never changed that pattern of play for any reason. He did the same thing with Bayern Munich, and we are seeing it work out. Yes, he's beginning to progress further in the Champions League. Remember, the first season, he didn't get to the semi-final. Now, last season, he was able to get to the semi-final. Probably maybe the next time, this season, we'll probably see him in the final, and that is the kind of growth you want to see in a fantasy match. So I think it's well deserved, and I'm hoping he's able to conquer it because he has conquered Germany. Let's see if he can conquer Europe this season.
Yeah, okay. Congratulations to the Bayern Munich side. Definitely the player of the season is always left for Bayern Munich, except there's a surprise that season. Anyway, let's wrap it up with UEFA President Alexander Seferin has ruled himself out of the running to replace Gianni Infantino, but says he expects a candidate to challenge the FIFA president's leadership in the month of March 2027. Bayowa, Seferin has ruled himself out, but they'll be backing a candidate against Infantino.
Well, I think this might be the first time we see an American become the FIFA president. Remember, the vice president of FIFA is an American, and he was one of those that wrote, wrote something very stinky against Infantino. His hit piece against Infantino outlined how Infantino disregarded rules and decided to make decisions on his own without consulting anybody. And I think that is the reason why probably we might see an American become the FIFA president. However, the big question is this: can Seferin and the other association buy enough goodwill to get the person elected? I think it's going to be very difficult. Can they do some trade-off to be able to get those associations to turn against, Infantino? That's what we wait to see in March. But as far as I'm concerned, is the vice president and probably maybe this will be the first time we see an American become the FIFA president.
All right, definitely. While you're already giving your permutations as who's the next FIFA president in the month of March 2027 is concerned, definitely you've been a prophet of sorts on this platform, but we'll keep our fingers crossed and watch how that pans out. And of course, your guy Ikechukwu had to take a leak, which is an excuse, but definitely I've told him I'm going to preserve his banter in the cooler for Tuesday's edition, definitely. Anyway, it is what it is. Thank you very much, Bayowa. It's been awesome having your insights on the platform.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I hope Xabi Alonso can help me beat Fulham blue and black tonight.
Wow. Anyway, in the spirit of a Nigerian brother, I would like for Xabi Alonso's men to just take a bow. It will be Chukwueze scoring 2 goals to beat Chelsea by 2-0. Anyway, let's keep our fingers crossed. Big thanks to the guys who made the show great. Talking about the guys behind the scene, talking about the likes of Shogun, not leaving out Okpe, as well as Hassan and Sam. My name is Jerry Apelha. Saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Do stay tuned.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè. Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọ si ọchịchị nchigbu. Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Ejo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Enita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's no side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second, polarization H.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television, Voptv. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us. Tonight, Nigeria's political road to 2027 appears to be gathering momentum, with major parties and opposition camps already laying the groundwork for what promises to be a fiercely contested election. Peter Obi has launched Obedient Connect, a platform designed to organize supporters at home and in the diaspora, drive voter participation and strengthen efforts to protect votes. While Atiku Abubakar and Obi, however, have both resisted calls to step aside for a single opposition candidate, raising fresh questions about whether Nigeria's opposition can overcome its divisions before 2027. Well, on the other side, the APC is already building a formidable campaign structure for President Bola Tinubu with a 223-member presidential campaign council spanning the country's geopolitical zones. The appointment of Defense Minister General Christopher Mutar Sayers as Secretary One of the council has also generated debate about the intersection of military responsibility and partisan politics. So as the political machinery begins to shift into top gear, is Tinubu already ahead because of the APC structure and the opposition's fragmentation? Can Obi and Atiku and the wider opposition find common grounds? And what will ultimately determine the 2027 contest? Is it party structure, economic performance, voter mobilization, or the strength of the opposition? Well, these are the questions we examine tonight. Stay with us as we bring in our guest. We have been joined by Prince Francis Chilaka. He appears in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Prince, and thanks for joining us.
How are you?
Very well, good to have you. I appreciate your presence as always. Now, let's quickly run into it. Peter Obi has launched Obedient Connect to organize and mobilize his supporters in Nigeria and the diaspora ahead of the 2027 general election. The platform will focus on grassroots coordination, voter participation, and protecting votes, while also seeking donations starting from $10 to fund Obi's campaign. Meanwhile, Atiku Abubakar and Obi have rejected calls for the opposition to unite behind a single presidential candidate to challenge President Bola Tinubu. Although both camps remain open to cooperation, neither has agreed to step aside, while Obi's NDC insists that if a consensus candidate emerges, Obi should lead the opposition. Now, political analyst Akin Olaoye believes Tinubu currently has an advantage because of the opposition fragmentation and the APC's strong political structure. He also cites improving economic indicators as potential strengths for Tinubu, but critics dispute the economic assessment, pointing to hardship and insecurity, and arguing that a stronger opposition coalition could still strengthen or threaten the president's chances in 2027. Prince Francis, what do you want to achieve with Obedient Connect? I know you're a member of the NDC. You are a diehard Obedient. What do you want to achieve with Obedient Connect?
Well, basically, you know that we're in the jet age, where we have the young generation of Nigerians more active on social media, and they believe that that is where informations are really disseminated. So for me, Obedient Connect is a platform for people to reach out to one another and to reach out to the younger generation of Nigerians. The youths own this country, no matter how you look at it. The number of the youths are high, and the youths own the country. So in connecting with the youths, like I keep telling people, Obedient movement is not about anybody. It's about people who are disenfranchised, people who are upset, people who feel that the regular system has betrayed them. So these are people who came around, and in looking up, they found somebody like Obi as somebody who stands above board, every one of them. And they feel that this is a man we can actually give our future to, leave our future in his hands, and something good will come out of it. So Obedient Connect is actually for us to be able to connect with the youths and those who believe in a better country.
Now, when you talk about the youths, I know we have an active youthful population, which is supposed to be an asset. Unfortunately and interestingly, these youths are not politically savvy. I say that in the light of the fact that you and I will conduct this interview now, this program. At the end of the day, if we do much, we'll probably get 50,000 views at the maximum. Now, if you look at the analytics, you discover that people, that watched us, people who are interested in what is going on, are people between the ages of 45 to 65. 85% of our viewers. Now, you go to another program, probably BB Niger. And after the show, evening show, you have about 700,000 views. And if you go to the analytics, you see the population between 18 and 32. And so, if you have this analytics, if you have this data, what does that tell you about the youths trying to take their future into their hands? The youths are clearly not interested in politics.
No, it's, Mr. Okoro, I totally disagree with you.
You want us to run the numbers?
Nigerian youths are interested in politics. Nigerian youths are just pissed and upset with the way politics is run in this country.
And so what do they do?
Because they are not giving, the youths themselves are not given opportunity.
So why don't they create opportunities themselves?
They've been trying. Nigerian politics is monetized, extremely monetized. So it becomes difficult for the youths who are not able, who don't even have the money to start with, to get involved in politics. But it does not mean that they're not politically aware. They are politically aware. Take that to the bank. So Nigerian youths are looking at, when you say BB Niger, obviously you know that there's something to win.
But the viewers are not winning.
No, along the line, there's something they always win.
Okay.
Yes. So, it
now,
is
what they win,
you can be rest assured that Obedient Connect is going to bring a new phase of activities within the media space. You just watch out.
The Prince, in 2023, we have about 89 million or 90 million voters, registered voters in Nigeria. And out of that, the people, we had 26% voter turnout. And in all of that, the total votes cast were not up to 30 million. And out of the 90 million registered voters, the youth constitute more than 45% of that. Mm-hmm. And so if the youth had voted, we wouldn't get 26% turnout. So what does that tell you?
I think, Mr. Okoro, if you want to be honest with yourself and with also to our viewers, you know that 2023 was like the start point of Nigerian youth saying to themselves, we need to get involved. That was the start point.
Okay.
And so, since after then, you will notice that you hear a lot of people come up, they say, this obedience, they're very idiotic, they're very harsh, they just attack you anyhow. It simply shows you the frustration that the younger generation of Nigerians are facing. And it shows you that they are active. If they are not active, they will not be attacking people the way they do. They will not be responding to issues.
It's one thing to be active on social media. It's another to be active at the polling booths. Do you see that?
In 2027, you will know that they'll be active.
Okay, what has changed between 2023 and 2027?
Well, bad governance.
Hunger in the land.
Lack of employment. Lack of security.
Are you sure that the Nigerian youths are able to take up that challenge? Because we also hear that poverty, hardship, hunger has been used to weaponize, has been weaponized. And so how much of that is going to spur the active youths into action?
See, over time, the Nigerian youths have come to understand the behavioral pattern of the Nigerian politicians. And they're waiting for them. And what do? What do the politicians do? They use hunger, they use poverty, they use lack of employment. They use the factors they know that will help the youths to think straight, to hold them down. And so the youths are beginning to say, okay, is that your game plan? We too now, let us be up and doing. And that's why a lot of youths are saying that if you look at INEC is supposed to have continuous voters registration, isn't it? And youths are asking, on a daily basis, Mr. Okoro, do you know how many youths turn 18 that are ready and willing to register to vote? Why is INEC denying them from registering and voting?
Well,
why should INEC bring a cumulative system that now begins to force people to run around? The voting exercise should be continuous. It should be done in such a way that in churches, in mosques, during the NYSC, in schools when you're about to pass out, everywhere you see young people, they should have where they can go and register for voting. That is the duty INEC has taken upon themselves. So when you say people don't participate, INEC is the problem. INEC is the problem why a lot of people are not registered.
But we just closed the voter registration.
How many weeks was it? Was it close?
Okay, you expect that it should be.
It's a continuous. What is the meaning of continuous? Except we didn't go to school, except we don't understand what continuous means.
Well, probably they are saying that continuous means regular updates.
How often do they do the regular update? Since 2023, Mr. Okoro, have you seen INEC talk about voters registration?
They just did.
They had to wait few months to an election. Is it not shameful? Does it not show you that the people who are responsible for denying the Nigerian youth the opportunity to get involved in politics is the umpire itself?
Are you trying to suggest that INEC is by any way trying to disenfranchise?
No, not that. I'm not saying by any way. They are doing it. They are doing it, and they are doing it with impunity.
To what end? What would they achieve? What would they?
Well, you should ask them. You should ask INEC. Why must INEC stop registration just immediately after every election? And then they wait. They go and sleep. INEC has a budget for what we call voters education. Do you see them educating Nigerians about voting? Do you see them?
But they have a voter education department.
I am asking you, do you see them carrying out that function?
Well, they have clips on TV, on national TV and all.
So
we don't see those things.
You and I, you are coming back to what you said. How many people watch Nigerian television? And how many Nigerians watch it?
National television.
How many? What is NTA is national television?
No, NTA is not. You are talking about government owned. I talk about other private. I think there's one that we've been run here in our own station.
You run it because you want to run it, not INEC paying for it.
No, INEC pays.
I'm not aware of that.
INEC pays.
But if INEC pays, why are they not on the street? Why are they not in the markets? Why do they not have a collaboration with National Orientation Agency to be able to educate Nigerians on the need to understand their rights as citizens and their rights as when they vote?
Okay, all right. Prince, let's return to the issue of the Obedient Connect. Now, Obi is asking one way or the other for donations from Nigerians and Nigerians in the diaspora. You can put in $10, you can put in $20, $25, and all of that. And Nigerians are reacting. They're asking, does it look like NDC is broke? That they cannot, excuse me, sir, does it look like NDC is broke and they cannot finance their elections? And they're saying, okay, or does it look like, well, they want Nigerians to buy into the NDC Nigeria project? Which one is it for you?
It's not a crime to start with. Okay. It's not new in our climate. This is not the first time.
Okay.
And so anybody who is thinking that way is not being sincere.
No, I mentioned three things.
The important thing is that for you as an individual to drop your, even if it is 5,000 naira, 1,000 naira into that fund, it means that you believe in the person of that candidate.
Okay, so you are buying into the project.
Yes, you need to buy into the project to be able to deliver a candidate. So NDC is saying to Nigerians, you see us as an alternative. Be part of us. Just don't be part of us by lip service, but be part of us in spirit and in action.
And so Nigerians are also saying, our politics has been structured in such a way that Nigerians are saying, these people that are asking us to donate money, what it means is that on election day, they are not going to share money.
Sharing of money to me is the height of mediocrity. Is the height of reducing the value of the Nigerian people. Honestly speaking. Because when people share money to you and you collect the money and you go home and sleep and they win the election, do you realize that the first thing they do when they get into power is to recoup the money? It's an investment. They'll go and get their money out.
But it's like it's become a pattern.
But we need to change it.
How do we change
it? That is what
Prince,
we say.
How do we change it?
That's why P2B has stood the ground and says, I know they give shishi. You want to vote somebody, you want somebody to come and work for you, and you want the person to bribe you, and you think the person will work for you after bribing you? It's bullshit.
How well has that served him?
It doesn't matter whether it serves him, but it's an issue that we need to correct the system. The system has to be corrected.
Let's go back to Oshun. You saw what happened. Vote buying.
Well, we
People
saw
were captured, with words of money.
We saw it.
Even in Ekiti State, we saw a young girl waving 15,000 naira. This is my 15 by APC forever. APC for life.
Mr. Okoro,
so how much of that do you think will repeat in 2027?
Mr. Okoro, the truth of it is that vote buying is reducing the integrity of the Nigerian people.
But do they know?
It is. I mean, that's why we are talking about it. And that's why those of us who know must educate those who don't know. We must, for you to hold a leader, somebody you claim to have elected accountable, is somebody that you did not collect 1 naira from him. But when you collect money from somebody before election and the person wins, how do you come and talk to the person? How do you hold that person accountable? You can't hold the person accountable because the person will tell you to your face, I paid you for your vote. And that is why there's no development in this country.
Okay, all right. Now, Prince, how much of this Obedient Connect financial or drive, mobilization, revenue mobilization, I'm looking for the appropriate word now, to campaign funding, how much of that is going to work? Because I go back to 2023, the 1,000 naira challenge that was managed in the Labour Party. People are still asking questions. People are saying, well, Aisha Yusufu, we have not rendered account. Peter Obi have not rendered account. At the backdrop of that, even when we understand, sorry,
no, point of order. I need to correct this impression.
No, I've not finished.
No,
let me finish.
There's something you said I need to correct.
Let me finish before you correct. Even when they don't understand that P2B was not part of the 1,000 naira challenge. And the fact that Aisha herself has also rendered account. But the againsters and the contrarians in the Labour Party are always projecting that. Even last week, it was brought to the fore. Now, NDC or the Obedient Movement has not done a lot of work to say, well, Peter Obi had nothing to do with that 1,000 naira and Aisha has rendered account. How much of that is going to affect this revenue drive?
What you should be asking me is that with all the brouhaha that happened, has it reduced the organic law of P2B share?
You think it hasn't?
It has not.
Really?
People know that P2B did not touch the money. P2B has come out openly to say, I did not involve myself in this money. And those who handle the money, to the best of their ability, have rendered account. If you say people in Labour Party are bringing it up, you know that people in Labour Party themselves, they are not even part of the party. These are people who were planted to destroy the party. You will see them, the campaigns have started. You will see them campaigning for APC now. Already, don't you? I'm sure you're on social media. You've seen posts used and dumped. I'm sure you've seen it. And they keep bringing up pictures of, those who they believe have been used by APC and dumped. Those who had hoped that they'll be part of the APC campaign structure. And they're not there. So you find out that people who are dragging P2B's name, you ask yourself, why is it that everybody in Nigeria, when they want to trend, they must trend, they just believe that by throwing P2B's name, they will trend.
How much effort has the Obedient Movement, put into clear that image, that doubt? Well, because I hear a lot of people, I also understand, and I think that a lot of people who claim to be obedient, are there serving as moles. And so they get information, they put it out there, and it looks like, well, the Obedient Movement is disintegrated, they are disintegrating. How much cohesion do you have in that Obedient Movement? Because it's a factor. It's a factor for the NDC and Peter Obi.
Obedient Movement is intact. If you recall, just after the 2023 election, and during the period of the courts going to court and all of that, I'm sure you heard a lot of people say, oh, Obedient has been broken into two. And even recently, you saw a group of people saying that they have sacked P2B. If you recall, that they have sacked P2B from the Obedient group. And where are they today? And I keep telling people something. People need to understand when you say Obedient. Obedient is not a political party. Obedient is not a group that that revolves around anybody other than P2B.
So how will you?
Like Kwakwa, it revolves around Alhaji Kwakwanso. So this is you talk of structure. This is his own structure.
So if
it is a structure built by people who believe in the integrity and ability of P2B to give Nigeria a better country.
So if they sack P2B from the obedient and remove Obi, the dent belongs to who then?
I don't know. But they coined their name into something, Obi as well. But then at the end of the day, they have fizzled out.
Okay, so Prince, you think that in all of this revenue mobilization, this drive is going to be successful?
It is going to be successful.
Okay.
The last time it was successful, it is not, nobody's being coerced. We're just saying, buy into the vision for a better Nigeria. Be part of this history. Be part of those who would put their names in the book to say yes. It's like when they were building Imo State Airport. It was the people that contributed money.
Did you contribute?
My father did.
But I did.
My father did.
But I did.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
But my father did. And the point is that everybody from Imo State wanted to make sure that their name entered into that record.
Okay.
And so that's the thing with obedience.
Okay, so now are you able to, with this, is going to be some kind of, it's going to complement whatever NDC and Kwakwansia, movements have. And but you know that in all of that, it shouldn't exceed 10 billion naira at the presidential level. Are you able to generate up to that amount?
We should be able to.
We should be able to do that.
We should
all
be
right.
able.
Now, I think the bigger problem for people in the NDC, the Obedient and the Kwakwansia, is the fact that over the weekend, we heard Atiku Abubakar say, well, this idea of single presidential candidate, forget it, is not going to work. And the Obedient movement has saying, well, if it is not Peter Obi on the ballot, then we are not in. So it looks like there is opposition fragmentation. The Badr declaration is practically dead. The G100 plan and all of that. The conference that they are going to hold on August 35, I don't know what they are going to talk about. Probably they will refer to the Port Harcourt Accord, where you have the SDP, the AAC, and the Accord Party. And so where would Obedient future in all of that?
You see,
Peter Obi says no, Atiku Abubakar says no. So practically it's dead.
When you talk about opposition, Mr. Okoro, we have only 2 opposition parties in Nigeria today that are viable.
Oh. Which is
NDC and ADC.
Okay.
The rest
you don't reckon with PDP?
PDP, where are they?
Okay.
Where are they? I mean, I don't know if PDP still exists. Even in the minds of Nigerians, there's nothing like PDP anymore. Okay.
You don't reckon with SDP?
Oh no, leave those words. When you say reckon, you ask yourself. The last time we did calculation here, we talked about their total, the three opposition groups. What was their total vote?
155,000. But they could also spring surprises.
There is nothing surprise they will spring. What kind of surprise will they spring?
Well, Nigerians could turn to them and say, well, since Atiku and Obi cannot, collapse their structures into one, these other people have collapsed. So let's run to them.
Just want to say, Okoro, let's leave. I'm not here to talk about, lightweight federal.
Okay, so what do you see coming? What do you see coming?
What I see coming is 3 giants going for a war. And at the end of the day, one person will emerge.
So a replay of 2023.
Most likely.
And so what happened in 2023? Will it happen?
It will not repeat itself.
Why?
There will not be a glitch in 2027.
There will not be?
There will not be a glitch.
In 2027?
Yes.
Okay, was it the glitch that...
Mr. Okoro,
there was a slight glitch in Osun election.
Well,
and what
it didn't happen as it was expected.
Okay.
Because the people stood their grounds. In 2027, Nigerians will stand their grounds. And the rightful person will win. Whoever wins will be the choice of Nigerians, not the choice of the political class.
Now, Nasiru El-Rufai, he's in detention now. I mean, he's struggling for his bail and all of that. He said that in 2027 that it's going to be a 3-horse race. And that there will be a rerun. Unfortunately, that Bola Tinubu will not be part of that rerun. A crystal ball, if you had any, can you look
the thing is, first and foremost, Alhaji El-Rufai has his reasons for saying that.
Okay.
And I think he said that when he was free. But then it's too early to begin to talk of whether there will be a rerun or not. What we should be talking about is the campaign. We want to have a campaign based on issue-based campaign. where people will come and tell us what they have for Nigeria. Not giving us false hope, not giving us false promises. We want people to tell us, this is what I have for Nigeria. This is who I am. We want to know who you are. We want to trace you, your genealogy. We want to trace it to somewhere.
Do you see that happening? Because we see some presidential candidates avoid town hall meetings, debates. They rather send people, go and represent.
Well, this time around, we don't want representations. The Nigerian youths are saying, we don't want. The Nigerian people are saying, we don't want representations. We want you because at the end of the day, we want to hold the person we elected accountable. If you're sending an errand boy, are we going to hold the errand boy accountable?
Unfortunately, Prince, there is no law to enforce that.
Well,
that each presidential candidate is legally obliged, to come and address Nigerians. There is no law.
If we have to say you need to be legally moved or obliged to come and do it, then you're not ready to contest the election. You're not ready to sell yourself to the Nigerian people.
And so we'll go back to status quo. Well, go and represent me. Go and speak on my behalf.
If I am to advise Atiku Abubakar and P2B, if there's a debate and you send a representative, they should walk out of it.
Okay.
That's the ideal thing to do. After all, you remember when Amechi had an interview and they were talking about vice presidential candidate. He said, no. I'm not here if you're going to interview. If you're talking about vice presidential candidate, I am not here for that interview. That's the way it should be, but today is a vice presidential candidate.
Okay, so don't you think that will also be an opportunity for the opposition to flip it and say, well, this is what is going on and these are the alternatives that we bring to the table?
Well, let us watch and see. Okay. But the truth of the matter is that if there's going to be a town hall for the presidential candidates, and any presidential candidate that decides to send maybe his vice, other parties should send their vice.
Okay.
If they decide to send their spokesman, other parties should send their spokesman. You don't expect a presidential candidate to come and start debating with the DG of a campaign organization. That is belittling.
That is belittling. Now, let's go back to the issue of obedience, because one ex-obedient, Ake Olaya, I don't know if you know him, has given 5 reasons why Tinubu will win 2027 election, including opposition fragmentation, which is what we just talked about now. Now, he also added improving economic indicators. Do you see that?
Well, this person you just called, everybody claims to be an ex-obedient.
Okay.
I know he's working for APC right now. So if you leave the obedient household and you're no longer an obedient, then it means you don't have a right to speak on behalf of the obedient.
No, he's not speaking on behalf of the
I know what
obedient.
I'm saying.
Okay.
But the truth of the matter, when you talk about economic indices, and I'm asking, is he living in space? Is he living in space? When people come and say, oh, the economy is getting better, I say, where is it? Is it in your house?
I'm happy that you say people say, because Aki is not the only one saying
Is it in your... People who say it are all together, they're all from APC. They are the only ones who don't see the suffering of the ordinary Nigerians. They are the only ones who don't see that petrol today is going for 1,003, 1,002, 1,005, depending on where you're buying from. They are the only ones who do not see that there are no roads to move around in this country. They are the only ones that do not see that there is insecurity helping this country down. They are the only ones that do not see that our medical facilities are not working. They are the only ones. So the same people in Nigeria are not seeing what is going on. It is the same people in Nigeria that know that everything is working. Does it not surprise you?
Now, if you talk about economy improving, the president says, well, between 2023 and 2025, we shared 15.8 trillion naira savings from fuel subsidy removal. And out of that, the federal government got only 5.4, while the states and local governments took 10.4 trillion naira. Hold your governors responsible. And some of the governors seem to be doing well. And so how much of that is going to flip in favor of the APC?
Mr. Koro, I think the issue we have in this country is people being truthful, people being sincere, and people being honest.
Okay.
And our leadership over time, they have not embedded that.
You think they didn't share that money?
No. I'm not talking about sharing. I'm talking about the reason given for subsidy is gone.
Okay.
We need to start from there. On the 29th of May 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to power, he said, subsidy is gone. And if you recall what he said that the savings from the subsidy is going to be applied to critical areas. He never told Nigerians that he was going to share that savings with governors. Even when Nigerians kept asking Mr. President, where is the savings? It took Mr. President 3.5 years to now tell Nigerians that he shared the money with the state governors.
Is this political posturing?
It is what it is. So why would you say you're gathering something that you want to use to build a house? And when it is time for you to, people are now saying, why is this foundation not started? You now say, I shared that money amongst people. And you think Nigerians are gullible, and you think that you're asking Nigerians to go and hold their governors accountable. Is it the same governors that most of them don't stay in their states? Is it the same governors that all of them abandoned the party that brought them to power and they come to a new party? Governors collect security vote that they don't account for. Insecurity is ravaging the land. Have they given account of the security vote? The governors that are not able to account for security vote, you are not asking the citizens to go and ask them to account for money or subsidy.
Okay, now, Prince, let's take a closer look at the monies that were shared. And I also like for us to consider what we call the stakeholder management during electioneering and all of that. Now, the governors have a lot of money. They contributed close to 800 billion naira sometime until they had problems. I hear that they are contributing again. Now, let us say on presidential election day, a governor deploys in a state 50 billion naira. And he says, well, party leaders, state chairman, state executive committee of the party, state working committee of the party, he begins to dole out each local government area. Take 2 billion naira, go and deliver, go and deliver, go and deliver. What do you think will happen?
We should be.
I want us to be realistic.
I'm going to be very honest with you. Those governors that are going to share such money, are they not ashamed of themselves?
No, but it does happen.
The money they are going to share, is it their personal money?
No, but it does happen.
It is the money of the state.
It does
It is the
happen.
money that they are meant to use to develop the state, to put infrastructure, to caution the effect of poverty, to caution the effect of hunger. So why are they keeping it for election? It simply shows to Nigerians that at the end of the elections, they will abandon you.
No, Prince, what will happen if they share that kind of money on election day?
Let them share it.
You think
The
Nigerians
reputation of
will...
Osun will happen.
Okay, like, take the money and vote your choice.
Yes. Nigerians are getting wiser.
At the national level?
Nigerians are getting wiser, Mr. Okoro. Osun State was a litmus test. Do you know how many governors were in Osun State from APC? Do you know that your Senate president also was in Osun State? Do you know how many ministers were in Osun State?
Well, a certain
It
minister...
was a state capture.
A certain minister wasn't there, and he said, well, if the president wanted Osho at all costs, he would have sent me.
Well, it simply shows you that whoever the minister that said that is the chairman of rigging. He has exposed himself. He has told Nigerians that all he knows how to do is to rig elections. If a minister can say that, then that minister is the master rigger.
But up until this time, he's not been called to question.
Who calls anybody to question in this administration?
So, like, the president likes what he's doing or what he said.
Silence is what?
Acceptance.
Simple. It's not the first one.
And so, do you think that will repeat in 2020? I'm trying for us to understand what will happen in 2027.
Mr. Okoro, for me, 2023 is still, 2027 is still far.
It's still far.
But I can assure you that as the campaigns unfold,
just 4 months.
As
left.
the campaigns unfold,
okay,
in another 2 months from today, we will know where we stand in 2027.
Okay, now before we leave this conversation, do you think that the obedient movement, now they have another brother, the Kwakwansia, with the call the OK movement, do you think that they will be able to reenact the 2023 momentum?
They will do more than that.
They will do more than that.
Yes. 2 heads are better than 1.
6 plus 1 is just 7, and the president
did
almost 9.
When you say 6 plus 1, where did the 1 come from?
From Kwakwanso.
From which state?
From Kano.
Now, you know that Kwakwanso, as it is today, is spreading the entire north.
Okay.
You may not agree, but I can assure you that in the north today, between Kwakwanso and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Kwakwanso seems to have more grounds.
But I also hear that Atiku is sweeping.
Well, let's watch and see.
Let's watch.
I didn't know when Atiku started using broom.
No, I mean sweeping popularity and mobilization and all of that.
Well, let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes.
For me, I have always said something, and I say with sense of responsibility. I say it as a Nigerian, as a passionate Nigerian, as a patriotic Nigerian, that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar should not contest 2027. It is not the turn of the North.
Okay.
He must learn to respect that gentleman agreement.
Now that you mentioned Kano, let's talk about Kano in a bit. I hear that Pope Anso is gradually losing grip of Kano politics. Why? Because, I mean, his godson, Yusuf, didn't join him to the NDC and to the ADC and to the NDC. And I hear that there's this kind of a split, you know, in the Kano state because the governor is waxing very strong, organized weddings for how many people, and a lot of people are following him. They're all spotting the Bola Ahmed Tinubu insignia in the cab. All those people, you know, the bride and the groom and every other person that was there had that. Looks like there's some kind of mobilization.
When you talk of political settlement, okay. You know that people would always gravitate to where a settlement, temporary settlement.
Temporary, you say?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, and you know, you should ask yourself: is it the responsibility of a governor to begin to organize weddings?
I bet he did.
It shows you that he has nothing to do. He has nothing to offer the people.
Prince, you more like live an idealistic life. This is not what is supposed to be. But that is what we see happen. And so how do we deal with that?
We must change it.
Okay, we must change.
We must change. We cannot continue this way.
Okay, so how do we
change
forward?
There are certain things that when people do it, we must condemn it.
It's one thing to condemn.
It's not the responsibility of governor to begin to wed people. When you wed them, are you going to help them run their families? Do you know what it means to run a family? Mr. Okoro, you know yourself. Marriage is not what a family is. What comes after it? So when you get people wedded, you're going to be the one to provide them everyday meal. You're going to want to provide them when the woman gets pregnant. When the woman puts to bed, you keep. I mean, come on. These are just political gimmicks.
Well, Prince, when you talked about marriage, someone once defined marriage as one room where the people inside are trying to come outside. The people outside are struggling to enter. Well, let's see how the Kano people are able to manage their affairs and all of that. Now, let's move on to our second topic of conversation. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has released the 223-member presidential campaign council for President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election campaign. Tinubu himself, that is the president, my president, your president, will chair the council, with Vice President Kashim Shettima and APC National Chairman Nentawe Idwata as Vice Chairman, while Senator Abdul Aziz Yari will serve as Director General. Well, former Kano Governor Abdullahi Ganduje, former National Chairman of the APC, will lead stakeholder mobilization, while former Lagos State Governor Rajiv Babatunde Fashola will coordinate stakeholders in the Southwest. The structure also assigns campaign responsibilities across all 6 geopolitical zones and provides for state-level campaign councils involving APC officials, candidates, ministers, and local government leaders. Meanwhile, Defense Minister, retired General Christopher Musa, has accepted President Bola Tinubu's appointment of him as Secretary 1 of the APC Presidential Campaign Council for the 2027 elections. Defense Minister. Well, Musa described the role as a call to higher service and pledged to work diligently towards the party's victory, while urging APC members and Nigerians to remain united behind the Tinubu administration. Despite his new political assignment, Musa said his constitutional duty as Defense Minister remains unchanged. He assured Nigerians that military operations, defense reforms, and interagency security cooperation efforts will continue with full vigor, stressing that protecting the country and its people remains his highest priority. Now, Prince Tinubu is chairman of his own campaign council. First time in history. Briefly, how do you see that?
Well, it simply shows that he doesn't trust people in the campaign.
Okay, an issue of trust.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a trust.
So is he going to run the day today or what?
Well, that is what it's pointing out to. If you as a politician, you set up a structure and you decide to head it, it means that those you have elected on board, you believe that they do not have the capacity to deliver. Because if they have the capacity to deliver, you will sit back and wait and give somebody else the responsibility to chair it. Then the person that is chairing it now reports to you.
I bet he also has a DG.
That's what it is, the DG that should report to him. Okay. But not him being the chairman of the group. But then, I mean, it is APC. It is, they call him master strategist. So I think that's part of his own strategy. I'm not I'm not going to.
Okay, now 223. That looks unworldly. 223.
Yeah, out of 223, how many of them have? We know quite a lot of them that have questionable character. Some of them who were suspended.
Okay.
Because of.
I was coming to that anyway, but thank God that you brought us to this point.
Because of their past activities.
Better Edu.
Well,
because you're Lemeje, exactly. People who are still undergoing investigation.
So we keep asking ourselves, if you are gathering people with questionable character around you, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are.
Prince, Zach Adedeji, the chairman of our National Revenue Service, more like Nigeria's taxman, is a member of that campaign council and he heads the fundraising subcommittee of the APC campaign council. What does that tell you?
Well, it simply shows you that this government has not been able to draw a line between politics and governance. And that's the truth. You're bringing ministers and you're giving them positions of authority. You're bringing, at that age, everybody knows that he will do whatever Mr. President wants. But people are shocked at at the Minister for Defense. People are shocked. I know how Nigerians stood up for him when he was when he was removed from the army. And the way he spoke, Nigerians felt, this man has a solution to the whole myriad of insecurity in the country. Don't forget, he talked about, securing our borders. How many borders has he secured? Since he became Minister for Defense, has he been able to stop the killings of Nigerians by terrorists, bandits, and headsmen? Has he been able to do that? Suddenly he has forgotten everything he said, the promises he made. He has turned into a politician.
But he also said that, accepting that position is not going to deflect him from his responsibility.
There are two different things. The military is all about discipline.
He's not in the military anymore.
It doesn't matter.
He's a defense minister. He just coordinates. He has the chief of family staff. He has the chief of naval staff.
We shouldn't be creating escape routes for people in government. We shouldn't. If he's a man of honor and proven integrity, he will reject that appointment.
To return a government where he's serving as a minister. He will reject
that appointment and say, Mr. President, let me face the issue of insecurity.
And how do you think the president will take lightly to that?
The president must understand that this man believes in him. And
so if the president does understand that he's going to more like obstruct his performance as Minister of Defense, why appoint him as a secretary one of that council?
He has been turned, that's what I'm saying. He has become a full-fledged politician. That's the truth. He has suddenly forgotten.
No,
suddenly forgotten his early beginnings.
I just mentioned two people now. Better Edu, member of that council. Ngozi Elemeje, National Social Insurance Trust Fund, member of that council. People who have been fingered at one point or the other. People who are still undergoing investigation and prosecution.
Well, and they are members of that council. Show me your friends and I'll say who you are.
Does it look like the president didn't run a check on that list, or he was not properly briefed?
Is the president himself, is he in control? Is he in charge of what is happening around him?
Do you see him removing some members of that council, especially when Nigerians raise an uproar?
Well, Nigerians have raised an uproar. Nigerians talked about the fact that somebody died in the minister's house, and Nigerians said this minister should be arrested. And the minister came out and said, Mr. President says, go and build more roads. We talked about fake agencies, where the name of the chief of staff was called. The minister turned a deaf ear and blind eyes.
And gave him another responsibility.
So it's like, sometimes I ask myself, is Mr. President really in charge of affairs? Or is it that there are people, they always say there are people at the corridor of power.
Okay, now, Prince, before we leave this conversation, 223-member council, we have not seen the composition of other parties and their campaign councils. Now, because of this huge, massive mobilization, and tomorrow the APC wins, should people begrudge them? Because I see them when they have elections, they assemble 10 governors in one place and they win, and people say, "Whoa!"
Let me say something. If there's a free and fair election,
okay,
and the president wins, Nigerians will clap for him. Nigerians will say, "Okay, we have not suffered enough. Okay, continue suffering us." It's as simple as ABCD. All we're asking for is for there to be a credible, free, and fair election.
With what happened in Osun, do you see that coming in 2027?
Well, like I said, Osun is a litmus test.
Okay.
I've heard some people say, don't take what happened in Osun, that it cannot happen again. It won't repeat itself.
It will repeat itself.
Yes.
All right, now, Prince, at the Democracy and Governance Forum on August 24, that is today, several Nigerian presidential candidates said they will reject the 2027 election results if the process was not free, fair, and credible. We just talked about free and fair, credible elections. Well, Adewale Adebayo, Donald Duke, representatives of Seyi Makinde and Atiku Abubakar and Omoyele Sowore all stressed the importance of electoral fairness. Peter Obi gave a confident response when he was asked if he was going to accept the results of 2027 election if it was free, fair, and credible. Peter Obi simply responded, "I will win." Now, this took place at the opening of Nigerian Bar Association 2026 Annual General Conference holding in Port Harcourt. They had to go back to Port Harcourt after what happened last year. After the 200 million naira incident, they had to converge again in Port Harcourt. Now, Peter Obi gave a confident response, "I win." The comments highlight growing tensions ahead of the January 16, 2027 presidential election, with opposition candidates already focusing on the credibility and legitimacy of the process. Sowore said they will fight to win and will not accept an outcome that was not free and fair, while Atiku's representative emphasized the coalition's claim to appeal across all ethnic and regional lines. Now, Prince, briefly, candidates have said, "We will not." Peter Obi says, outrightly, "I will win." Now, should Nigerians and will Nigerians accept the elections if they feel it is not free, fair, and credible?
If the elections are not free and credible, Nigerians will not accept.
So what will they do?
Well, time will tell.
Time will tell.
Well, in 2023, people were docile. And I think the docility you saw in 2023 was because Peter Obi was towing the lines of the former President Jonathan.
Okay.
He didn't want anybody to be on the street. He didn't want any problem. He just felt that he believed that the judiciary would be able to do the right thing. But I can tell you, in 2027, if we have the same bleach, we'll have the same situations we had in 2023 and 2027, it will be a different note.
Prince, you are concluding thoughts. We're out of time.
My concluding thought is to Nigerians, look, go and get your PVC. Get ready. Forget the money they're going to throw around. Because whatever money they throw around, whatever they give you, it is just going to last for that moment. And hunger, poverty, as it is today, will continue to show in your faces.
All right, then, this will be a good place to end the conversation. I've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka, political affairs analyst, who joined me on the program Political Lens. On behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwu Maokoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Ndemduto. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run from motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benin, and this is Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to Voptv. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Just Equal to the Garden. Shout out to Voptv. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to Voptv. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching Voptv.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching Voptv, stay subscribed, do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching Voptv. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director, and shout out to the best of the baddest, Voptv.
Hi, my name is Motunde Ademo. Keep watching Voptv.
This is Astelba and you're watching Voptv.
A big shout out to Voptv. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People Television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndamdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, we'll begin with the controversy that has been generated as a result of the Presidential Campaign Council unveiled by the All Progressive Congress APC, as questions are raised over the inclusion of individuals who have faced allegations or investigations relating to financial impropriety. Also, we examine the renewed battle over petrol subsidy as the federal government warns that reversing the policy could undermine the economic gains it says have been achieved through reform, while former Vice President Atiku Abubakar argues that the current policy favors oil companies at the expense of ordinary Nigerians. In addition, as the 2027 campaigns gather momentum, The opposition is also being challenged to move beyond attacks on President Bola Tinubu's credentials and present Nigerians with clear alternatives on the economy, security, and governance. And finally, we turn to the judiciary, where Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara says political manipulation, corruption, and procedural delays have damaged public confidence in the justice system. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. You can join the conversation and share your thoughts by dialing the number displayed on your screen. The All Progressive Congress has begun putting its 2027 presidential campaign machinery in place, with the party unveiling a 108-member campaign council headed by President Bola Tinubu. But almost immediately, attention is shifted from the structure of the campaign to the people appointed to it. Questions are being raised over the inclusion of former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, former NSITF chairperson, Ngozi Olejeme, and other public officials who have faced allegations of financial impropriety or concerns about the compatibility of their public positions with partisan campaign roles. Edu has been named Director of Women Mobilization, while Olejeme is to serve as South-South Zonal Director for Election Planning, Coordination and Mobilization. The chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, has also been appointed Deputy Director for fundraising. The opposition, African Democratic Congress, has questioned the political judgment behind some of the appointments. Meanwhile, an APC chieftain has described the appointment of former Zamfara State Governor Abdulaziz Yari as campaign director general as well-deserved. Yari is expected to lead the party's campaign effort as it seeks to secure President Tinubu's re-election in 2027. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. He is a philosopher, an economist, and an author of the best-selling book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Chika Nwoba. He is the good governance advocate and a public affairs analyst. He'll be joining us later on in the show. Okay, glad to have you join us, Chika.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so let me start with you. You know, I'm sure you've seen the makeup of the president's campaign council. What do you make of this campaign council before I even begin to delve into other questions?
Thank you for having me again. The release of the Presidential Campaign Council of the APC for the 2027 elections came as a surprise to many of us because of the kind of individuals that made the list. So, as you pointed out when you were reading the news, so the titles of the news and the names that people have continued to condemn as making it to the campaign council. APC is not a party anyone should bother him or herself, to correct, because APC is fond of making mockery of democracy. How can you bring names still, who are still undergoing graft scrutiny? Why would you bring names Nigerian populace see as not being worthy of holding any public office? So why did you initiate their scrutiny? Why did you initiate their removal as a result of the crimes, the financial crimes they committed? If you knew you were ready to fight it to the, or to hold them to account, what is happening now is to tell you that what APC did before now, in the case of the former minister of social, I don't know what, Dr. Beta Edu, what she did has remained unscrutinized to the point that Nigerians should know the depth of the crime she committed. But it is unfortunate that she has made it to the list of those to campaign for the president. So it is bad. My opinion remains the opinion of Nigerians who say that the constitution of the members of the council is very faulty. So it is very faulty, and I stand with Nigerians. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me come to you, Datano Sike. One of the things they said was, talked about the fact that this, he talked about the fact that the appointment of these people like Beta Edu and, Ngozi Olejeme, he's faulting it. But I want to ask you, do you think that this is a matter of the fact that the ruling APC don't care about how Nigerians feel? Or is it that I want you to just want to just hear your take, because like he pointed out, these people have they have issues with financial impropriety. They are being questioned for different different things, and then you're still putting them on your campaign council. Is it that they don't think that how Nigerian feels matters really?
ADC described their campaign council as a corruption rehabilitation center. Even one name was missing on the list, Adeyemi, the fake agency man. Understand? Adeyemi should have been there. And I just read this evening that Tinubu has asked for a review of the campaign list. And I know that Adeyemi might be included.
No, that's okay. It means that maybe he wants to remove some of those names.
Adeyemi deserves to be there. Adeyemi deserves to be there. Understand me? So, the issue is this: just that's like you said, they don't care how you feel. Understand me? They don't care how you feel. They practice a Machiavellian principle. The end justifies the means. Understand? Whatever you say, they don't care. Their own is to win the election at all costs. And they feel that these people have what it takes. Understand? That is the rigging machinery to give them votes. So that's why, even if they have killed 100 people, even if they have stoned in, because one, what the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs did, and what a Better Edu did is killing. Understand? When you take something from the poor, he or she is going to die, but because he's nobody, it will not appear that's in the news. Understand? So they don't care how many people have died in the course of your action, but as long as you help them to rig the election, understand, you are qualified. And imagine, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, Tinubu, making himself his own chairman of campaign. Understand? Making himself chairman of campaign because he doesn't trust anybody. He wants everything to revolve around him. He wants to be seen everything. Understand? So the Yari that they made their campaign DG, Yari 2023 was saying to the senators, whoever will vote for me, I will give him $1 million and a house in Abuja. That was what Yari was telling senators. He contested with Akpabio. So he was promising senators each vote $1 million and a house in Abuja. Then how many industries does Yari have? What is the number of his workers? So these are people who benefit from illegal gold mining in Zamfara State. If not, where did he get that money to do it? So there's nothing about these people that is straight. There's absolutely nothing about them that is straight. Then, even my concern is not even Better Edu and Ngozi Onejemi, but you are Deputy Director of Fundraising, our own Zach Adedeji, our tax collector, and you made Deputy Director of Fundraising. So which means when we pay tax, he will send it to APC campaign council as his own fund. Listen. So for me, they don't care about or the feeling of the people at all. They don't care. All they want is to win election and remain in power. That's all. So whether Nigerians are dying on a daily basis, they don't care. Their own is to win an election at all costs and remain in power. And I don't know if you read what the Ondubado of Ibadan that said today, that Tinubu should be in office for a long time. Do you understand that message? That the president deserves to be in the office for a long time. That will become another Paul Biya. Because Nadoja was a former governor for your state. So he knows that there are tenure. Then when somebody, so he's not talking from point of ignorance. When he begins to say that Tinubu needs to be in office for long time, a message has been passed. Understand? A message has been passed. And he's not the only person that has said it. Sunday Igboho has also said the same thing. Understand? So for me, they are preparing for war, and they are throwing everything into the war. So the character of anybody is not important to them now. All they want is to win the election.
All they want is to win the election. Well, it's actually very good that you took us to, the president making himself the chairman of this campaign council. Because I was really going to ask you, because when you see him put himself as the chairman, Does it mean that he doesn't even trust those who are around him?
This is the first time anybody, even in the days of Azikiwe and Awolowo, understand? In the days of Obasanjo, none of them had ever made themselves chairman of their campaign council. It's just like me making myself chairman of my wedding planning committee. Because I want to see how every 1 naira will be spent. Understand me? That's exactly what he did. Because he knows that all these people that are shouting on your mandate will stand, it doesn't come from their mind. Understand? So this is vote of no confidence, or I'm appointing you, but I'll be in charge of my campaign.
Let me come to you, Chika. You know, when you, like Dr. Nasike mentioned, and you also mentioned, and you know, you reeled out the people who are in this campaign council. But for a government, can a government actually genuinely campaign on integrity when it has placed people facing these allegations at the center of its campaign machinery, really?
Thank you. APC, you know, I was a member of APC before now. I was the state publicity secretary of APC for 3 years elected. So when I am talking about APC, I know the political party I talk about. APC does not care, just as my co-discussant said in the studio. APC does not talk about integrity. APC wasn't built on, you know, from the point of integrity. Don't forget how APC came to power in 2015. APC does not do anything at all, nothing, you know, to please the Nigerian populace. What they do, and what they care for is to satisfy that their ego, to meet their selfish target. So that is what APC is. You know, I saw the name of the revenue man. What's his name again? Zach. I saw it, and what came into my mind was, is this man supposed to be on the list of the campaign council? You know, shouldn't this man be independent of political party activities? So APC, when we are talking of integrity, when we are talking about principle, when we are talking about good governance, APC doesn't come to fore. APC, so we should just be taking APC as sickness that we do not know how to cure. It is as simple as that. APC is not less of a disease that we, you know, that is very difficult to cure. But I believe that as Nigerians intensify their campaign against the bad leadership of APC, I believe that God will help us. You know, who even believed that PDP was going to quit the presidency this soon? Nobody believed. So when you are talking about APC, if they think about Nigeria, if they think about doing things the right way, no, you shouldn't think. You know, it is not a matter of you are not a member of APC, or you are opposition member, or you speak for the other party. No, we are all Nigerians. We are adults. We know what is good for our country, and we know what is not good for our country. APC does not stand any ground to do things that will please the Nigerian people. It is not possible, and APC does not plan to do that. So what we should be praying for is for God to give us the ability, the enablement, you know, to face the APC in 2027 and do the needful by removing them. It is very, you know, without removing APC, there's nothing we are doing in Nigeria. There is nothing. The judiciary is spoiled. You know, APC came in 2015, and our judiciary never remained the same. APC came, and our National Assembly never remained the same. APC came in, and INEC never remained the same. So APC does not care about principle. APC does not care about due process. So all we are saying is that let them remember that Nigeria will always be, call it APC, call it PDP, call it ADC, NDC. Nigeria is the prime interest. Nigeria must not fall into the pit they are digging. So to answer your question, the fact here is that APC does not meet the cutoff mark of principle. No, APC does not. It's not even close to that. It's not even close to that. So the list APC published, as my co-discussant said, I was surprised when President Tinubu made himself the national chairman. So will he be working on the campaign and also be dispensing governance? I don't understand him. However, we are not surprised because it is APC at play. APC is just doing what it has always done, and we wish that by 2027, the God in heaven will help us to conquer the disease that is called APC. It is as simple as that. When Buhari was there, we were thinking that Buhari was the worst. But Tinubu came. There are many ways Buhari was better than Tinubu, but as we approach 2027, we will continue to brainstorm on what to do to save our country from the claws of lions. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the things he talked about, he mentioned governance. And when you look at this campaign council, you see that we have governors in this campaign council. We have, the Senate president in this campaign council. Does it mean that in this period of campaign, governance will now be put on hold for all of this to...
Governance has stopped in Nigeria. Governance has stopped, understand? Where everybody is in the ring, or the president as his own campaign chairman, understand me? Which means all his focus is on the election. You are Attorney General of the Federation, all his focus is in the election. You are or you are tax conductor, all his focus is on election. So ministers, everybody, go to the field and deliver me in 2027. When Buhari was going, he said that Nigerians will miss him. So he seems that Nigerians are now, that should be a prophetic statement, because sincerely, my whole mind was that Tinubu will be far better than Buhari in the area of economy, because Buhari was a barrack boy, understand? And Tinubu grew up in the private sector. So he should have knowledge of economics more than a soldier. But I'm disappointed that in what I've seen. So it means that governance has stopped in Nigeria. Everybody is now in the field because the damage is too bad. So for it, in advertisement, that's what is called make good. Understand? When you have messed up somebody's advert and the person rejects it, you have to do make good. So APC is trying to do a make good in Nigeria. Understand? But it is too late in the day.
Well, you talked about the economy, but let's look at something else that has to do with the economy, really. The battle over petrol subsidy has returned to the center of Nigeria's political debate, with the federal government and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar presenting sharply different positions on the country's fuel policy. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, has warned that restoring petrol subsidy would reverse what he described as Nigeria's economic gains from the removal of the subsidy. The minister was responding to Atiku's proposal to introduce a targeted intervention if elected president in 2027. Idris argues that returning to the old subsidy regime would place additional pressure on government finances and reduce resources available for infrastructure, healthcare, education, security, and social programs. But Atiku disputes the government's presentation of the policy. The ADC presidential candidate argues that government interventions continue to benefit major oil investors through tax credits and other incentives, while Nigerians continue to bear the burden of high petrol prices and the rising cost of living. Atiku says his proposal is not a return to the previous open-ended subsidy system. Instead, he proposes a targeted and capped intervention that will be transparently budgeted and independently audited alongside measures to increase domestic refining and competition. Let me come to you first, Chika. I'm sure you've been following the back and forth with, Atiku and the federal government or the present administration over this issue of petrol subsidy. But first, do you think that this article statement on restoring petrol subsidy do you think it's a political statement? And do you think that restoring petrol subsidy would really be our solution?
Well, I am in support of Atiku Abubakar because now that the APC or the government of Tinubu has removed fuel subsidy, has anything got better in Nigeria? Is it, are the workers, are civil servants in Nigeria paid better now than before? Has infrastructure increased? Do we have better infrastructure and amenities now? Does the living condition of Nigerians, is it better now? I don't even, it's just that what the president has done is to feed governors because the governors have been smiling ever since Tinubu came on board with billions of naira, that most of them have not shown any working as to defend the reception of that kind of amount of money. It is not doubted that states receive bigger amounts of money now. No, it is not doubted. It is for a fact. But some states, in fact, 90% of the states don't do better now than when the fuel subsidy was still in place. So I don't see that good thing, those good things that fuel subsidy removal have done for us as a country and as citizens of Nigeria. So it keeps serving the elite, the political elite, because you see they now have longer convoys. They now build houses, hotels here and there. For instance, my own governor, Ebonyi governor, he does not have any project to commission. You now ask yourself as an Ebonyi child, what have you benefited from the removal of fuel subsidy? Nothing, because the money it has generated has remained in the pockets of the political elite. So I don't see the fuel subsidy should be returned. It is very important because there's nothing. Okay, see what is happening in Benin Delta Expressway. People have been sleeping on that expressway for 3 days now. No road, no access road. Then they are using the so-called money generated from the removal of fuel subsidy to construct new roads when the existing roads are nothing to write home about. So what gain have we had ever since the removal of fuel subsidy? So Atiku is right. Our fuel subsidy should be returned. However, there should be caveat. while returning the fuel subsidy, we should ensure that the leakages that come out of the fuel subsidy program are closed. Because of the fact is that when we had fuel subsidy, some individuals were feeding fat from the subsidy, whereas the federal government was growing slimmer.
Okay.
You know, the finances of federal government were growing so bad. Now, we will have to come up with a mechanism to check the fuel subsidy reintegration. It is very important. I am supporting Atiku.
Okay.
It should be returned. Very important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's okay. Let me come to you. On one hand, Atiku is saying that he would, return subsidy, but not the way we know it. On the other hand, the government is saying restoring subsidy would reverse economic gains. If you remember, after Atiku made the statement, President Tinubu actually came out to say that the statement made by Atiku shows how ignorant he is of the economy of Nigeria. What do you make of this, and on which of the pendulum do you swing to?
The issue is crying over what Atiku said shows how idle these people are. Understand? Why are you warning? Atiku say if he wins, the election had not come, and you are issuing a warning. So are you now handing over your government to Atiku? Atiku say if he wins, he will return subsidy. And they are warning if you return fuel subsidy. So we have now gotten to that bridge. So no need worrying about crossing the bridge. The issue is this. The fuel subsidy removal has favored only Tinubu's friends, Chagori. Understand? They say that they have saved the $15 trillion from subsidy, isn't it? And they awarded the Lagos Coastal Highway $17 trillion, which is they have given Odemo and everything. So what has the common man benefited from the removal of subsidy? Nothing. Understand? The common man, average Nigerian, has not benefited anything from the removal of subsidy. Rather, it is suffering. One, Tinubu inherited the price of fuel. Okay, let me approximate 200 naira per liter. Today it's selling at 1,300. That is 1,100 increment. 1,100 increment. So even if there are other little areas that gains are coming, this humongous increase has wiped it off. Understand? So the subsidy that was removed has not benefited 98% of Nigerian population. So somebody saying that he is going to return it is because those that subsidy is meant for are not benefiting from it. Subsidy is not for the rich, it's for the poor. Understand? Government uses subsidy to cushion the suffering of the masses. That's the importance of subsidy. But those who the subsidy is meant for are not benefiting from it. So that could be the reason why Atiku said that he will return it if he is elected next year. And for me, these people warning doesn't make any meaning. Understand? Their warning does not make any meaning. And the purpose of government is to make things better for the people. The purpose of government is to make things better, to make life better for the people, to raise the quality of life of the citizens. So Atiku said that he is going to bring it back, but not in the old ways. Understand that he is going to target those areas that benefits the poor, which to me is a very good decision. Understand? It's a very good decision, and I know that in the area of economy, Atiku will be better than Tinubu, because when he was vice president and in charge of the economy, we saw how our economy moved. Understand? We saw how our economy moved. So I know that he will be better in the area of economy than our current president. And a leader, when something is not working, you cannot continue doing that same thing. You change it. But these guys have been doing the same thing over and over, and there's no way you can get a different result.
But okay, let me come in here. Don't you think that this article's statement is a political statement for Nigerians to be endeared to him?
The one that Tinubu removed, has it benefited you? The subsidy that Tinubu removed, I said you were buying fuel at 200. They removed it 1,300. You have not gained anything from it. Understand? So politics is about messaging. Understand? Telling other people what they want to hear. And that's what Atiku is doing. For me, what Tinubu should have done is when he removing subsidy on the first day you were sworn in is bad. Understand me? You should have at least study the situation. Understand? Give yourself 6 months. If I remove subsidy, what will be the consequence? And you now put you now address the consequences before removing that subsidy. That is leadership. But Tinubu did not do it. And that's what caused this confusion.
That's what caused this confusion.
We are
in confusion. You're saying we're in confusion.
We are in a confusion.
Oh, okay. Well, let's look at still on 2027 elections. As political parties begin positioning themselves for the 2027 presidential election, the opposition is being challenged to make policies and ideas the center of its campaign. Former Senate leader and APC chieftain Ali Ndume says opposition parties should stop dwelling on controversies surrounding President Bola Tinubu's academic credentials and instead tell Nigerians what they intend to do differently. Ndume says the 2027 election should be fought on issues such as the economy, security and governance. His comments come amid renewed scrutiny of President Tinubu's educational credentials, with opposition figures questioning aspects of the information submitted in his electoral document. Ndume argues, however, that Tinubu has already spent more than 3 years in office and should now be primarily be assessed on his record as president. Let me come to you first, Chika. I don't know if you actually would align with what Ali Ndume is saying, that let's stop talking, or let the opposition stop talking about our president certificate and focus on selling their ideas to Nigerians.
Ali Ndume is an overfed child. He has been in the Senate for so many years now, after being in the House of Representatives. What he has said is nothing short of the attitude of APC elements, those who take APC so seriously. Now, he's saying that Nigerians shouldn't bother about the academic qualifications of Tinubu, or that members of the opposition shouldn't dwell on Tinubu's certificate problem. Well, nobody is dwelling on Tinubu's certificate vacuity, because that was what it was, or in 2023. What we are saying is that as a president who wants his country to be doing good academically, be doing good in all the areas, you should not be found wanting in anything at all. So if you ask me the schools I attended, I can easily tell you, and the proofs are there. You cannot say that you attended a university without first saying where you attended your primary school and secondary school. So it is important for president to follow it chronologically. It is very important. Our leaders, those we expect to lead us, shouldn't be people of questionable character. Your certificates are important because it tells how genuine, your certificate tells how genuine you are. Because if you have certificate issues, it means that your administration cannot fight a forgery. Your administration cannot pay attention to education. That is what the Tinubu certificate issue portends. So Alindume should, I don't know how to address him because he's a very controversial individual. Today, he will be in support of APC. Tomorrow, he will be against APC. He should stay one place. If he wants to be APC praise singer, then we should know him for that. If he wants to be an activist in the APC, then we'll now see that he has conscience. Saying that we shouldn't discuss the certificate issue that Tinubu has is just like saying that forgery is acceptable in the Nigerian electoral system, which I stand to be corrected that it is not good. So I am faulting his own stand. I am faulting his own ground. We have our president, and someone who wants to lead us for another 4 years should be genuine. His records should be genuine.
Okay.
Now, he has started battling the issue of drug pushing in US and now certificate issue. No, these things don't say good about him. These things don't describe a leader that is ready to lead cleanly. So we should be bothered. We should be bothered that our president has 40 academic records.
Thank you.
It's very important.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Chika, for your submission there. Let me come to you, Dadanosike. Can Nigerians really ignore or put aside the eligibility of our president or the controversies surrounding his certificate as Alindume is calling on the opposition to actually overlook?
One, Alindume shouldn't speak for the opposition. He's not in the opposition. Understand? He's a member of the ruling party. He shouldn't be speaking for the opposition. And today, the former chief of army staff, Brutai, made a shocking, embarrassing revelation. He said that releasing Tinubu's past documents will embarrass Nigerians. That's what the former chief of army staff said, that it will embarrass Nigerians and influence the 2027 election. That's what the chief of army staff said. Understand? Leadership newspaper published it. Understand? So, that Tinubu has contested the election 4 times and win. Therefore, we shouldn't be talking about it. So, which means if I kill 10 people 10 years ago, contest the election and win, so nobody should be talking about the murder I committed. So the issue is Tinubu is a public officer. Understand? There's nothing private about him. Whatever is happening, Nigerians should know. When Joe Biden was in power, when he contacted COVID, the whole world was told. Understand? When he finished and they had cancer, it was also made public because the people need to know about who their leader is. So even if it's 101, crime does not grow old. If there's a Second World War ended 1945, up to today, they are still looking for Nazi criminals. Up to today, they are still looking for Nazi criminals in a war that ended in 1945. So Tinubu is just 33 years old. So Nigerians need to know. And for me, he is the one that's always complicating it. When they want to release it, you go and file a counter, don't release. Understand? Now people will be, what is this man hiding? What is this man hiding? Then Brutai today has said releasing it would cause embarrassment to Nigerians. So what is inside there? So for me, Nigerians need to know about their president. Understand? Whether he was among the cocaine or heroin this thing in Chicago in the 80s and 90s. If he is not, then we move forward. If he is, understand me? So if they don't release this thing, it will be repeating every 4 years until Tinubu retire from police. And okay, America has released that Epstein file, which indicted almost American former presidents. Understand? Even there's Andrew at the place of understand. So it's Tinubu more important than all these people. So we need to know the truth about our president. It is important.
Okay, Dr. Azuke said we need to know the truth about our president, that it is important. Well, this is where we have to draw the curtains. Hopefully we get to see, as 2027 elections comes up, we get to see more things being revealed and more counter revelations, and we'll bring them as they unfold, really. Thank you very much, Chika Moba, for being a part of the issues tonight. And thank you as well, Dr. Azuke, for being a part of the issues.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Just Equal to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demodia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV. Ching!
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome aboard hashtag on VOPTV. My name is Vivian Ugucha, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. And if this is your first time here, accept a very warm welcome from us. Because I'm not flying solo, I got my guest. He's a journalist just like me, Tony Okafor. In a short while, I'm going to be meeting him. But not just Tony, it's the whole team working together to ensure that this is a flawless production. That said, we welcome Tony aboard the show again. Tony, thank you so much for coming.
It is always a pleasure being here, Madam V.
Please. So, Tony Okafor is a journalist, and of course, today we're going to be dissecting some of the topical issues on the front burner. Let's begin with the very first hashtag, House of Reps ticket. That's a very first hashtag. So, you remember how in the heat of it, the NDC had its primaries. Aisha Yesufu wanted advocate, human rights advocate, politician. Aisha Yesufu, I should say, wanted to represent the FCT in the red chamber. But her party wouldn't give her the go-ahead because of a certain woman called Pamela Pam. Pamela Pam happened to be a stronghold in the FCT. She was also interested in that position. So there was some really, really dicey moments within the NDC. Ever since that happened, Aisha Yesufu has refused to say anything. She kept mum. In fact, shortly after the whole saga, the NDC national leader, Senator Siriaki Dixon, former Bayelsa State Governor, who is a sitting senator as we speak, came out to say that himself and Peter Obi offered Aisha Yesufu the ticket to go represent the people in a House of Representatives, the FCT, but she said no. Aisha Yesufu did not deem it fit to reply. She said, look, you guys, leave me alone. I'm not going to say anything. But alas, she has broken her silence. Finally, she has spoken. So our very first hashtag is hashtag House of Reps. Aisha Yesufu is telling us why she turned down the ticket. Let's take a look at the first post. Well, we apologize for that very long stretch of silence. We'll take a short break. When we come back, the show continues. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. It's still hashtag on VOPTV. Apologies for that very long break. We had to get some things fixed in here. Now, I was telling you about the first post as regards the very first hashtag, which is hashtag House of Reps ticket. That's it. Nigerian Tribune says, NDC, why I declined, I should say, House of Reps ticket. And that's coming from Aisha Yesufu. So we'll continue with what the Nigerian Tribune has to say. Human rights activist Aisha Yesufu has explained why she rejected the House of Representatives ticket offered to her by the Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC for the 2027 general elections. Speaking in an interview with Symphony TV, Yesufu said she turned down the offer because of her principles and refusal to compromise her integrity. She said several political offers came with conditions that she was not willing to accept. Quote, I did not accept the House of Representatives ticket that was given to me because there were other people who were doing it on the issue of principle. There were many issues where many people brought, I will make you this, but you have to do A, B, C, D. It's pretty obvious, but that's not all. Let's take a look at the next post. Nigerian Tribune goes on to say that we are not going to sell Nigeria. They are quoting Aisha Yesufu. Aisha Yesufu goes on to say, I don't have to be president by force. We won't make any promises that we will not fulfill, end of quote. Yesufu said she believes people should not seek political power by force, adding that she would not compromise her values to achieve a political position. NDC national leader Seriake Dixon had earlier said that he and the party's presidential candidate Peter Obi offered Yesufu a House of Representatives ticket, but she rejected it. Tony, when you listen to what Aisha Yesufu has just said, what comes to mind? Because apparently she's saying there was some quid pro quo involved here. Rob my back, I rob your back. Does that lend credence to what Davido just said about Nigerian politics, talking about David Adeleke, that it is dirty and it is evil? I mean, what did you make of this whole saga?
Yeah, so just like Davido said, right? And then we were even discussing it last week. Nigerian politics can be a very dirty game, right? But then it is something that is common in Nigeria and Africa generally, which is a very big problem for us. This issue of I will make you this, but in return you have to give me this, this, and this. You understand? So I sincerely applaud Aisha Yesufu for being able to say no, right? And then refusing to compromise her integrity. If it simply doesn't sit well with you, then don't do it. And these are the kind of leaders that we need, not just in Nigeria, in Africa generally. Because Africa is plagued with leaders who are willing to, sacrifice the joy of the masses just for their own gain. But it's a very big problem that we have in this our continent. So I sincerely applaud her for being able to say no. You understand?
It's a fantastic thing.
It is something that is worth emulating.
And talking about saying no, there's something she said on X today. This is fresh. She dropped this statement on her X handle. She said she will continue to speak her mind until the day she dies. That's what Aisha Yesufu just said, because so many people have come out to say, you're too vocal, blah, 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 blah. She said, look, there was a time she was operated upon. The very next day, she was on her feet. And nothing and no one is going to stop her from talking. Let me just take you back to X now so you see this particular post that I'm talking about. And of course, there are responses to this one. Apparently, Aisha Yesufu has got lots of fans and lots of enemies as well. So we take a look at that post now. It is still hashtag House of Reps ticket. So Aisha Yesufu says, a day after I was discharged from hospital after a major surgery, I could barely walk and was in pain. But she goes on to say, we will die when we'll die. We will die when we will die, is what Aisha Yesufu said. Before that death comes, we will say our minds, and she writes it with an exclamation mark. She goes on to say, dead people can't speak. So let's say our minds while we are alive. And of course, there are responses to this one, rave reviews with so many people saying, way to go, Aisha, way to go. Let's take a look at the responses now. So, this is Honorable Felix. Honorable Felix says, true talk. We will die when we will die. Until then, let's say the truth at all time. It costs nothing. And Gary says, ageless. We have the judiciary and the benefit of the doubt. Or we gave the judiciary the benefit of the doubt, I think is what Gary was trying to say. But he goes on to say they messed it up. 2027 will be like Oshu elections. Bring money to election grounds or bring money to the election ground. Guys will rush to you and take the money. Bring bottle, guys will mount with 2x2 ironwood and hockey sticks. I don't even know what that means. But it goes on to say upload to IREV. Upload to IREV must be confirmed before people proceed to collation vigil. Tony, this is a new one. Collation vigil is what Gary is calling for. And then Ikian says, may God sustain you to champion the voiceless and marginalized, even when poverty drives some to betray themselves by selling their votes. A lot of, these are nuanced responses. Gary says collation vigil. This is something Peter Obi once upon a time called for. Peter Obi, the NDC presidential candidate, whom of course Aisha is staunchly supporting, said that, look, he was addressing his hometown people, or should I say Nigerians in diaspora, when he traveled to America sometime this year. And he said, look, the thing is, the electorate must guard their votes at all costs. And then he came back home and told the electorate to say, look, if you vote, do not go until they count it. And I think that's what Gary is, saying as well. He's saying no retreat, no surrender, collation vigil. That one really is a new one, I can tell you.
It is a new one, thanks to the people of Osun for showing us the template.
Yeah.
And I really hope that Nigerians are able to replicate this in 2027.
True.
I hope they're able to replicate what Osun people did. Because where the Mago takes place is usually where when people must have voted and then they have gone home. That is when it is that coalition center. That is where the magic happens. That is where the numbers, get manufactured, right? Where what was voted in the polling unit doesn't end up being what gets announced. You understand? So, but then when people are mounted at that collation centers, making sure, chanting, to let those that are inside counting know that we are outside here waiting for you. We know what we voted. Please make sure that what we voted is what is being recorded and announced. That is the only way and the best way that we can secure our votes, not by voting and going home.
Talking about the Osun election, which you just alluded to, and you talked about magic that happens at the collation center. There's something that's now become very popularly or infamously known as the 2 hour of darkness in the just concluded gubernatorial election in Osun State. It happened at the collation center, and there are so many stakeholders who are asking for the electoral umpire to actually investigate what happened during the 2 hour of darkness at the collation center in the just concluded gubernatorial election in Osun State. That said, we move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Kwankwaso versus Tinubu campaign cancel. So, hey, these are two big topics, right? Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso is Peter Obi's running mate. So I'm saying Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, the former governor of Kano State, once upon a time the presidential candidate of the NNPP, is now the NDC vice presidential candidate. And he has gone head-to-head with the presidency, with the APC, with President Tinubu. You know how over the weekend, President Tinubu announced a campaign cancel with over 100 members, right? It was a big deal. Former Zamfara State Governor Abdulaziz Yari was supposed to be the, chair, or should I say the lead of the Director General of that campaign council. I'm using past tense because there is an update to that particular story. But before we get to that update, today, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso really came down hard on President Tinubu. He said, how can you include public servants who, not just ordinary public servants, people who are in charge of taxpayers' money in Nigeria. How do you include them in your campaign council? Do you intend to use taxpayers' money to fund your campaign? Is what the NDC presidential candidate is asking the APC campaign council. In fact, he's asking President Tinubu. The Guardian has that one. Let's quickly take a look. Remember, I told you there's an update to the APC campaign council. There's an update, so just wait for it. It's a timeline. Walk with me. This is the Guardian, and it says, 2027, Kwankwaso queries nomination of political appointees in Tinubu's campaign council. We'll take a look at the next page now because it's a lot to digest. We're going to run through this. The Guardian goes on to say the vice presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Party, a Congress, I should say, the NDC, that was the type on the part of the Guardian. Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso has challenged the nomination of 7 public office holders on the Presidential Campaign Council of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The leader of the Kwankwasiya movement also describing the composition of membership of the campaign council as a reflection of the choice Nigerians would face in the 2027 general election. Let me add to that statement. Came down hard on the presidency. Yeah, if it's going to go that way. It goes on to say, in a release posted on his verified social media handle, Kwankwaso insisted that institutions of government requires neutrality, integrity, and public confidence instead of dipping into partisan politics. Kwankwaso specifically raised concerns over the membership of the executive chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, Dr. Zak Adedeji, and the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Dr. Tanimu Yakubu Kurfi, in the campaign's fundraising and finance structures of President Tinubu. That's not all. Let's see how the Guardian is landing this particular plane now. Well, Tony, while we wait for that, well, it seems to have come up. The Guardian then goes on to say that he demanded the federal government and the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, to explain how the involvement of senior officials responsible for public revenue and national finances in partisan campaign structures aligns with institutional neutrality and public trust. The leader of the opposition questioned the nomination of former Zamfara State Governor Abdul Laziz Yari as Director General of the Campaign Council and questioned whether or not the 7th senator could lead the campaign in good conscience. He said the former governor and prominent Northwest leader, Yari, was familiar with the impact of insecurity, poverty, unemployment, displacement, and destruction of livelihoods and communities in the region and across Nigeria. This is big deal, Tony. Let's dissect what the NDC presidential candidate, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, let's dissect these issues he has raised before we move on to the update as to the APC presidential campaign council. Now, there are talks, in fact, there are reports that a number of people, say at least one person that was accused of fraud is also part of this list. This is something you've done research to, so I want for you to walk us through this.
All right, so I believe that it has been said that a lot of people have said that Tinubu has a habit of gathering the ugly bunch.
Wow.
Right? Look around people that are surrounding him. Almost all of them have one controversy or the other surrounding them. Right? If it is not embezzlement, it is fraud. If it is not fraud, it is one thing or the other. And it is very, very concerning, right? Because how do you even, bring in somebody who, I believe it was, what is her name again?
Betta Edu.
Betta Edu, who was fired as a minister for accusation of fraud, right? What is she doing, bringing her back in a campaign council? What is she doing there?
When we've not seen that particular case to a logical conclusion.
When that
she was actually suspended.
Case has not even ended, right? So what are you bringing back this person that has a case of fraud hanging over her head? What is she coming back to do?
That's $1 billion question. But then again, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso is saying, how about civil servants, public officials who are in charge of Nigerians' finances?
I was getting there.
Okay.
I was getting there because how are people who are public office holders, members of a campaign council, what are they doing there? People that are in charge of Nigerian money. Do you plan on sponsoring your election with Nigerians' money? Please tell us. Because it is very, very disturbing, right? There should be neutrality, like Kwakwanso said. You cannot be the bride, or you cannot be the groom and at the same time the best man.
Okay.
You have to choose one. You are either the groom or you are the best man. You can't do both.
It's impossible.
It is impossible.
You can't do it. Well, while I try to digest that, I'm sure the viewer will try to digest that you can't be the groom as well as the best man.
Best man,
I'd
yes.
like for us to also talk about the update. In fact, we hear that